We will begin in 5 minutes. Please find your seats. We will begin momentarily. Please take your seats and silence your cell phones. Please welcome our MC to the stage, Near Foundation's Martin Best.
You can tell there was a very, very good party last night, looking at the waves of empty seats and people starting to get their coffee. Well, I think you guys, if there was a special NCon prize for the people that made it on time, you should definitely be winning a large bounty. Speaking of NCon, let's do a bit of housekeeping before we start talking about the amazing guests we're going to have on today's panel. It will also give 1 or 2 moments for some of the other attendees to grab their coffee and remember who they are and where they are and to come into the L1 stage. Let's just talk quickly about how you can earn NCon. Some people were asking yesterday about the magic QR code here on the screen and when is it going to be? Well, guess what? We're not going to tell you, because if we tell you, then you're only going to come and scan it to earn your extra NCon. So therefore, look out for it. I'm going to be here all day, or at least till 2:30. I will be calling it out when the QR code will be on the screen. You can scan it, and you can get some more money. Now, speaking of NCon and the swag, there's been many people looking very glamorous, walking around in their new hoodies, their T-shirts, drinking from their water bottles. Some interesting news. Number one, those stocks are running low. So you need to make sure that not now, but in the break, you go over and you use your NCon, exchange it for some swag in the entrance area. I'm sure you know where it is by now. And we have a special offer for you. Some of the T-shirts are now reduced to 10 NCon. So for the slice of one pizza, you can look as glamorous as this in one of these T-shirts. So think about that, ladies and gentlemen. Final thing, talking about lunch. Some of you may have spent all of your NCon yesterday, and you're getting worried, thinking, how will I go to the food truck? How will I buy that one slice of pizza? Well, you have 2 options. Firstly, you can look around and find someone smaller than yourself, steal their phone, scan it, buy your pizza and return it to them. But that's not the values of the NEAR ecosystem, is it? That would not be very friendly. So the second option, which is actually much, much easier, is for you to go around, talk to all of our sponsors and partners, engage with them, learn from them, talk to them. All of them have got secret stashes of NCon. Not so secret, really. You just give your wallet, scan it, and then you're able to earn some extra NCon. And that will give you that slice of pizza or that T-shirt or that water bottle that maybe you were just saving up for and haven't quite got yet. So I can see we're now getting some of the people who last night were dancing furiously on the dance floor, gradually coming in. Good evening. Have a nice time. Those grape shots were powerful, weren't they? So we're going to kick it off with a really exciting panel. I just have one request for those of you in the room. Starting on the Wednesday morning, the day after, or whichever day it is now, starting the day after the opening party is quite a difficult gig for those guys. And for those of you that have come, I just ask you to give a really fierce round of applause and a few whoops, screams, positive ones, by the way, not negative ones. Try and get them pumped up because they're going to be talking about something that definitely is not easy, and that's connecting the multi-chain world with Infra, and it's something which is a really important topic to discuss. So I would like to bring to the stage our lead moderator today, which is none other than Mr. Gleb Dudka.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning to all the survivors of the after party yesterday. So as the MC already mentioned, we are starting off pretty heavy in with the topic of infrastructure and why it ain't easy. I would like to introduce myself and the panelists will introduce themselves. So I'm Gleb Dudka. I'm from Greenfield Capital. We are the European-based crypto VC. We also run our own validator, so we try to support our portcos in various ways, including running and providing infra for them. And I would like the panelists to introduce themselves. Let's start with Chris.
Sure. Hey, good morning, everyone. Chris Sharp. I'm CTO at Blockdaemon.
Hello, everyone. I'm Luis from Octopus Network. Octopus is I would say, a complementary infrastructure in near ecosystem. We serve application-specific blockchain by providing shared security and interoperability support.
Hi everyone, good morning. I'm Thalita. I'm part of the Chorus One infrastructure provider, so basically specialized in validator nodes. We run 47 networks nowadays, so I think this panel is something that's very relevant to start discussing as the multi-chain road takes over.
Hello everyone, good morning, exciting to be here. My name is Yair Cleper. I'm a co-founder and CEO at Lava Network. In Lava, we're building a modular infrastructure layer that can support any RPC API in any chain.
Okay, awesome. It's great to have you guys. Yeah, so let's dive into the questions and topic right away. So the first question is, like, we are in an increasingly modular, increasingly fragmented blockchain world. We have right now large debates around the modularity, like the modular blockchain stack versus the monolithic stack, as well as the number of L1s and as well as L2s is constantly growing. So I mean, that definitely possesses a lot of challenges for infrastructure providers. So I was wondering how do you guys deal with that increasing number of connections? Because I mean, all of these layers and modules, they need to be interconnected with one another, and that creates friction. So I was wondering, how do you and your company kind of deal with that? And then what challenges do you believe this fragmentation poses towards, like, the users of these protocols or your protocol, your company? Let's start with maybe Chris.
Yeah, sounds good. You know, we have distinct lines of business. Obviously, we have our nodes business, and I would answer the question differently there than I would for our API business. On the node side of things, really automation, and making sure that we can get updates, apply patches, and stay current so that you know, these networks are as secure and as operationally functional as possible. On the API side of things, you know, really building things from a platform perspective and making sure that as new protocols come on board, where there are similarities, there's less and less work for us to do over time. On the wallet side of things, again, it comes back to then building off of the work that we've done on the API side of things. So for our universal API, once we've added a protocol there, it should then become much easier to integrate from a wallet perspective. So that's kind of our approach. And then I would say finally, you know, just staying very current with evolving technologies, you know, whether they're, you know, shared sequencer networks or other kinds of things that, you know, effectively make some of the bridges, the exchanges, the DEXs, the DeFi stuff, you know, sort of communicate with one another more seamlessly.
Makes sense. What about you guys, Luis?
Okay, so I think we are still in the process of, let's say, blockchain explosion, and in the coming years, we will see hundreds, if not thousands, public chain, app chain, middleware chain, execution layer, DA layer, but not necessarily. I will not name this trend as fragmentation. It's about exploration, since there is only very few use case has been proven to be relevant in terms of Web3 or open web. We need to explore much more field to make Web3 a real thing. And be frankly, we don't know what's the next killer app. And the first thing, we need a lot of different infrastructure, diversified blockchain, or even some other things beyond blockchain, such as neutral, semantic, and Urbit. This kind of decentralized infrastructure to make additional use case happen in the decentralized context. But if there are, let's say, thousands of blockchain, it's not that scary, since considering how many devices TCP/IP has been connected with together. If we have an open, comprehensive standard on interoperability, we will be okay. That is why we work on IBC. I think it's the only open, comprehensive interoperability stack around the place. And we are about to enable IBC on NEAR, and we partner with Secret Network to be to launching a real bridge. It will be the first one for Cosmos chain to connect with NEAR via IBC, and we hope IBC will be pervasive, and all the blockchain and decentralized infrastructure will be connected with each other in a trustless way.
Understood. And with Lava, how do you handle that increased fragmentation?
Yeah, no, I think what I can add to the important things that was saying here is that we see fragmentation in the middleware layers, and I think that the concept of blockchain being serverless towards and sharing the same, the backend of the same state within the different providers. I think what we're looking now is the increasing adoption of more and more rollups and blockchains. And at the end of the day, Lava is addressing that in 3 different ways. First of all, we're building a modular infrastructure. It's something that incentivizing the community to take any spec, any new upcoming chains, and together with our existing amazing partners, for example, Blockdaemon, we are able to tackle quickly the entry point for these blockchains, the RPC and API level. The second part of that is that we're creating kind of incentive mechanism that makes sense that every vendor, every provider is able to get rewards according to the quality of service. And we see that a lot of lock-in vendors we have today in blockchains. Some of the contracts were made 1 year ago, even more, when we had all in the bull run, and the reality has changed. So I think if we are able to be to give a more flexibility to the chain and focus on RPC becoming a commodity, but making it the quality of service, the rewards based on the quality of service, that's going to change and scale up much better the world we live in.
What do you guys think with Chorus One?
Yeah, I think when it comes to node provider, the biggest challenge with the fragmentation of the ecosystem is how you choose the ecosystems that you will support.
Yeah.
It's becoming mostly impossible, I would say, to support all layer ones and all decentralized networks that are not even blockchains. So I think this would be the biggest challenge. And also when it comes to specializing what the service that you offer, for example, we try to be active on governance. So you need not only to run the software of that blockchain or that decentralized network, but also to have researchers following the ecosystem, what is the particularities of each ecosystem and the main technical challenges that are being discussed that is completely different in the Cosmos ecosystem and on the Ethereum ecosystem, for example. So I think this is a big challenge for us. And I would still like to mention a third one, that is the user experience, because as a node provider, although we support 47 networks, the user experience is still not the smoothest that it could be, in my opinion. For example, when it comes to the user wants to know how often the rewards are paid, or there are just so many wallets. So if you hold many different assets, you have all these different systems and different wallets that you need to manage, and the rewards that you need to claim and restake. So I think this is also something that could be improved on when it comes to staking. Yeah.
Got it.
I think just to add one thing, Thalita just touched a very interesting concept about decentralization, and we all believe, we all hear also for decentralization, but I think there is a bit misconception that decentralization bring lack of scalability, much more complexity, and it's something that us as first comer to the ecosystem, to blockchain, to Web3, only 2.5 years ago, we see that decentralization is the tool, is not the end goal.
Yeah.
Because obviously, at the end of the day, if it's on the expense of scalability and complexity, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, definitely. That's not a goal in itself, right? That's a means to an end. From the investor standpoint, we oftentimes look at like what moat and what defensibility and stickiness does the project or protocol have. And I was wondering, like, it's pretty. Yes, we know some metrics for like stickiness and moat, I guess, in terms of like more consumer-facing protocols like DeFi. We can look at TVL. There's like, I don't know, active users. There's a bunch of KPIs. And I was wondering, what do you, in your line of business, think? Like, how do you think about your moat, like your stickiness of your users, of your clients, and then kind of what KPIs are you using? Like, what KPIs would you think are the most important for you? And then, how do fees kind of fit into those? Because I feel like with infrastructure, sometimes you start kind of as a free offer, but then over time, once you gain some stickiness, you start charging fees, which might then make you not as competitive. So I was just wondering how you guys think. Maybe we start with Octopus.
Oh, yeah. I think apparently the mode is there for success protocols. For example, we know that Ethereum, they get billions of dollars protocol revenue a month. But if I fork out Ethereum, it will worth nothing. So I think the mode of protocol is composed of two major parts. One is network effects. For example, Octopus network, we facilitate the share security from near restaking to app chain. And so there is a provider side. If there is more near holder engaged with restaking, that will be easier for app chain to get cost-effective security. And if there is more app chain who join this network, it will provide more opportunity for near staker to gain their rewards. So it's a two-sided MiCA apparently have network effects. The second part of the mode is about, I would say, confidence or faith. That means, application developer, they choose their infrastructure very cautiously, and if the infrastructure fail, their effort will go meaningless. And so if an infrastructure, whether it's blockchain or middleware, it has been there for years and with good maintenance and reputation, a lot of usage, adoption, economic activities there, we can safely buy that it will exist in the coming years. So Lindy effects, and it will give this protocol a mode to the others.
Got it. And with Chorus One, how do you view your mode towards like the protocols or towards the users?
Well, I think cost efficiency is something that will stand out as competition has been increasing a lot on the infrastructure side in the last couple of years, I would say. And also the way that the quality of service in general that you offer, not only when it comes to uptime of the infrastructure, but also everything else that is related to running the nodes. So for example, on the research side, as I mentioned, that is something that we try to explore a lot. And although I think what's also relevant when it comes to the fee part is that we have a cost. So although the competition can increase a lot, there is a minimum that you need to charge because of your fixed cost in dollars. That is basically servers and salaries. So yeah, I think mostly the cost efficiency would be something that I believe would create these advantages for the players in the infrastructure, yeah.
Got it. As another professional node operator, Chris.
Yeah, sure, thanks. So on Blockdaemon, I kind of would separate it maybe into two broad categories. The first category would be just, our corporate structure, right? Like we didn't have to, but we have financially audited accounts. We're ISO certified, right? And so that is going to be the kind of thing that if you're, TradFi, maybe a big bank, really globally, that's going to be, I think, for us, something that we look at as a bit of a moat. Because you want to make sure that the company you're doing business with today is going to be in business tomorrow as well, right? And that's something that we didn't have to do, but we chose to do, and it cost a lot and a lot of time. The audits are kind of hard to do every year, but it's important for us and our partners. On the second side of things, I would say innovating on the technology side of things. We've got an institutional MPC wallet with a user experience that allows you to do sort of one-click staking. And if you think about all of the things that are involved in making that work, you have to have, for it to be on-prem, that's hard. For it to be MPC, that's really hard. Then you've got, the API that I mentioned earlier that is sort of servicing that. It's available for everyone else. We eat our own dog food, so to speak. And then, of course, the, rock-solid 4 nines of nodes and everything that's powering those APIs. And so it's really a series of things that we bring to the table that we think, creates a competitive advantage.
Got it. And Yair?
Yeah, I think just to add a bit for how Lava sees the picture and my personal belief, I think we can divide that into 4 different things. We see community, we see integration and composability. We see the brands, and obviously the fee, or even the new data primitive that we're thinking now. Community is the bread and butter of the topic, right? Because if you know how to harness the community, if you know how to incentivize them, the rest will come, right? This is why I think most of you here, and this is why you like to be here and near. The second part is integration and composability. And I think what was important for us from the get-go is to make this modular infra that is going to be plug and play to every ecosystem in one hand, able to support the 1,000 rollup and nascent chains, and at the same time to use the standards. So we in Lava integrated Ether.js, WebDS, Cosalmon, and we see that if we give one subscription access to all Web3, basically, developers is focusing on the building. They're not focusing on if they want to expand to new blockchains, who's going to support them. And that's lead me to the third point that is about the usability, the user experience, how easy is to go multi-chain. Because as you see announcement yesterday by Ilya, for example, with Polygon and Near, and there's a lot of integration between the different chains. At the end of the day, you need to give the devs the flexibility to go between one chain and another. And our vision as a new data primitive says that if you have the data committed and backed by financial commitments, so you can trust it. If you have strong partners that already were an expert in specific ecosystem, that's what we're working for with Blockdaemon, for example, the scale is inevitable. And that's my 2 cents.
Got it. Yeah, let's try kind of a little bit of a wild angle here. There's increasing talk right now about enshrining different services or different infrastructure protocols into the core, the base layer 1. So with Ethereum, that would be discussions whether Ethereum should implement or enshrine liquid staking into the core protocol. And that would potentially put some of the kind of infrastructure protocols which are higher in the stack under pressure of just maybe like being integrated by respective L1s. So I was wondering, does someone of you think that some of your core business you're running would be in danger potentially long term, and how would you think about this? Who wants to take that one?
Well, I can take it. On the node operator side, there is one dimension that's the more different binaries and softwares you have to run, the more complexity and different things that you need to monitor. So this is a dimension that would create an incentive for having more things in the protocol. Although I also believe that it might be risky, because the more complexity you have on the layer 1, for example, the more chance you open for having an attack or a bug that is complex, and it's harder to predict and to treat if something happens. So I think personally, I'm a fan of the protocol minimalism, where I think layer 1 should only mostly focus on consensus and execution. And yeah, so that's my personal take on that.
Got it. I think we are running a little bit out of time, so I just wanted to finish the panel with some likely spicy takes. So I was wondering if you believe something about blockchain infra, which is like you believe it's not really common sense, or is kind of somewhat controversial. So let's start with Yair, maybe.
So when we started, we see that there is a natural evolution in blockchain infrastructure. Everyone at the beginning was running their own nodes. And when blockchain adoption grew up, it doesn't make sense, right, to scale it up. Second evolution was the centralized provider really eliminating the barrier to entry to all the blockchain. And I think that the conception now that we like to talk about in Lava is the modular infrastructure, something that, as Thalita said, is all about incentives. Some of the investors told me it's like Uber for nodes, right? We all remember all the shared economy. Some of them I support, some of them less. But at the end of the day, it brought something new. It brought something that adapting to the dynamics of the new world. It's adapting to the dynamic of the next bull run. And yeah, I think the next bull run will be all about incentivizing the community in order to help you build a much bulletproof and performant infrastructure.
Okay, got it. I think we have time for one more controversial take. Does anyone want to take it?
I'll take it. We work on the field of AppChain, application-specific blockchain, and people think that layer 2 or layer 3 will replace AppChain since they inherit security from layer 1. But I think the basic contradiction is not rollup versus AppChain. It's about general purpose versus application specific. So for any infrastructure, if it's general purpose, it can accommodate a lot of use case. But for any specific use case, I can make a better infrastructure to fully optimize for this use case. So it's up to the developer to choose public chain or app chain. And the app chain can be, let's say, another way to, there's another way for app chain, let's say, build on Cosmos SDK to inherit security from layer 1. And it's much more mature than layer 2, since all the layer 2, there is a centralized sequencer or centralized and centralized pooler. So I think for any application-specific choice, let's say app chain, Cosmos SDK would be a better choice than rollups. So this is my point.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think we are out of time. It was great having you guys on the panel. Really pleasure meeting you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
Thank you for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks a lot there to Gleb for hosting that really tough nut to crack for Web3. And I can see that one or two more people have struggled out of bed and got down here. Let's just talk quickly about something really, really exciting that's been happening, building momentum over the last year or so, and that's the growth of NEAR APAC. There's some of you hopefully will have been to our event in APAC a few months ago. It was insane. We're talking tens of thousands of people there attending that event. And last night I had a moment around 11 p.m. where I started to think, should I go home? I had no energy. And then I was surrounded by members of the NEAR Korea hub. And suddenly I was reinvigorated with this passion and energy and enthusiasm. So I just strongly encourage you, if you see any of our NEAR APAC colleagues, go and chat to them, because they are just coming with innovation, ideas, and excitement. So we've got a really interesting speaker continuing that theme. She arrived here in Lisbon on Monday. Interesting story about her. She was just telling me backstage. She is extremely good at speaking in German as well. Unfortunately, not all of you guys are. So she's actually going to bless us by speaking in English. And this is going to be about SK Telecom and their leap into Web3. So delighted to bring onto the stage Ms. Sehyeon.
Hello, everyone. 안녕하세요. Yeah. So, thank you for being here today. My name is Sehyeon. I'm in charge of new business development based on the blockchain technologies SK Telecom in Korea. Today, I'd like to about SK Telecom's leap into Web3 for the vision of Web3, invisible Web3. So, moment. So, yeah, here, yeah. I'll start my presentation by giving a short introduction, SK Telecom, and our journey to Web3. Then I'll show you T-Wallet, the crypto wallet we are developing as a gateway to decentralized economy. After introducing Tapot, the NFT marketplace we launched last year, I'll talk about our collaboration with NEAR Foundation. Finally, I'll share my thought on the future of Web3 as we all together moved forward. So let's begin by diving into SKT's journey toward Web3. SK Telecom, South Korea's leading telecom company with a market share of more than 48%, has a proud track record of generating stable revenue and leading customer satisfactions. Our evolution has recently steering, embracing AI, and integrating it our core telecom services and reimagining customer experiences. Through this effort, SK Telecom aims to become the leading AI company globally. While focusing on AI, we have been working to create business opportunities by building blockchain infrastructure and exploring the markets. Initially, we adopted blockchain infrastructure from the perspective of technological innovation. In December 2018, we established a dedicated blockchain group at SK Telecom. Then, we designed a new service model using decentralized identifier and launched a mobile credential service based on self-sovereign identity. We have also been exploring use cases that could be synergized with SKT's current digital identity authentication and carrier billing-based mobile payment services. And recently, we started preparing for the crypto wallet, which is sure to become the common Web3. In this chapter, I will talk about SKT's Web3 vision, which is broadly characterized by the keyword invisible Web3, connecting possibilities, bridging realities. First, we aim to bring the convenient Web2 UX into Web3 and onboard our existing 30 million subscribers to Web3 services. Almost all our subscribers will have their own wallet address within 2 years, I hope. And we are working connect our metaverse service with blockchain infrastructure and also create synergies between digital and physical customer satisfaction. We believe that financial innovation enables us to realize the core values of Web3, so we have partnered with some financial institutions to explore market opportunities. Next, we'll discuss SK recently launched T-Wallet. In this chapter, I'll talk about some of the features of T-Wallet, which includes KYC, secure MPC, chat, and bridge functionalities. T-Wallet roles as digital asset command center and the D-app gateway. Transferring and swapping digital assets is a wallet's essential features. Primarily, users can manage their own native coins and NFTs on Ethereum and Polygon networks. Other EVM-based mainnets will be supported gradually. And we have some progress to support non-EVM chain like Aptos. T-Wallet does not yet support STOs and CBDCs, but we have partnered with the #1 security companies in Korea that is preparing for the STO platforms, and we'll be reviewing T-Wallet integration for technical and legal issues. We are also in discussion with major commercial banks to support CBDC-based stablecoin. And we support Wallet Connect to access various DApps easily, and we plan to expand the number of DApps that can be accessed directly within T-Wallet. T-Wallet's biggest selling point is that it's a web-based wallet and has a KYC-based sign-up process. There is no download required, and it can be accessed through web browser, whether it's PC web or mobile web. Since it supports in-app wallets, the app players can embed T-Wallet in their apps or on their web-based services. Already, we integrated T-Wallet into different SKT's metaverse services with millions of MAUs. And we have one person, one wallet KYC policy to comply with financial institutions' guidelines in Korea. Residents in Korea can sign up through an identity authentication service called PASS, and residents outside of Korea can sign up through their passport, driver's license, and residence card. So Korean users can sign up in less than 10 seconds. After signing up, users can view and transfer digital assets in an intuitive ways. T-Wallet is implemented based on secure MPC technologies to minimize the risk of custodial wallets while eliminating the inconvenience of non-custodial wallets. In T-Wallet, 2 of the 3 key shares are needed for signing, and if the key share stored in the client browser is lost, it can be restored through the recovery server operated by third party. Users don't need seed phrases. They just need to go through the identity authentication process to restore key share. Additionally, users can increase wallet security by setting different passwords for each device and browsers. Secure MPC gives T-Wallet an overhandling advantage over other wallets. T-Wallet chat is working on XMTP. With the T-Wallet chat, users can send secure messages and transfer digital assets on a one-on-one basis. And this one-on chat service will be evolved to one-to-many messaging and group chat services. T-Wallet Bridge is a cross-chain asset transfer service that starts with transferring NFTs minted on SK mainnet to Ethereum or Polygon. We plan to evolve the bridge service to support other mainnets in the near future. Next, I would like to introduce SKT's Tapot. Yeah. At Tapot, we want to focus on 3 areas. These are digital art, metaverse entertainment, and the membership NFT market. Tapot's NFT artwork can be displayed in both online and offline galleries. In the metaverse service, we plan to offer items such as avatar costumes and lands as NFTs. Tapot also has music NFTs contain music copyrights. The third target is membership NFT, which are expected to grow in the future. Membership NFTs for the high-end community interested in art collection and private equity investing are already being experimented with. We are also considering Web3 community NFT. To that end, we recently partnered with FactBlock, the organizer of Korean Blockchain Week. We plan to further explore and develop NFT business cases through various initiatives in these 3 areas. This is Tapot main page. Similar to other NFT marketplaces, you can see featured NFT artworks and collections. When we first planned to Tapot, we set out to ensure the Web2 users have the same customer experience on Web3 as they did on Web2. It's very important, I think. So Tapot users don't need to recognize that the service is Web3 based. To this end, we adopted a fiat money payment before supporting crypto payment. Since SKT is a telecom operator, we prioritize the mobile payment based on carrier billing and also support bank transfer-based payment. Last October, SKT launched the NFT service within eFriend, our metaverse service. By integrating Tapot and T-World within eFriend, we began to enable eFriend users to conveniently purchase and utilize costumes issued as NFT. A prominent feature of Tapot is its parallel display at large physical galleries. We run NFT art galleries in 2 of the most heavily foot traffic locations in Seoul. These are near Gangnam Station and COEX in Samsung-dong. At COEX, Tapot NFT artworks are displayed every 15 minutes on a 100-meter scale of digital signage areas. By exhibiting artworks in both digital and physical spaces, we hope to bring NFTs close to our real lives. Now, let's move on the next topic, the collaboration agenda that SKT is discussing with the NEAR Foundation. And finally, I'll share with you my thought on the future of Web3. Since April, SK Telecom has been discussing synergies with NEAR's boards. We are envisioning how T-Wallet and Tapot can be integrated with both. And NEAR is incubating a number of Web3 projects through an ecosystem program called NEAR Horizon, which also aligned with the SKT's Web3 incubating plan. We could also contribute to expanding the developer ecosystem by jointly hosting Web3 Academy programs or hackathons. In addition, NEAR is participating in a global alliance called CCI, and I believe that if SKT can join the alliance, we can contribute to the institutionalization of innovative Web3 project. If our partnership agenda is executed, we can expect to see more innovative and diverse success stories in Web3 world. So, look, current political and economic system is not only the one that we can live in. There are a lot of systems and subsystems that overlap and interact with each other, which can be best explained through cybernetics. With blockchain as a kind of cybernetics, we can imagine a future of politics that is more democratic and expressive in ways never before possible. Technology alone is not enough to forge a new map of the crypto space. From the political perspective, crypto as a coordination. From the economic perspective, crypto as finance. From the societal perspective, DAOs and digital cooperatives will drive the blockchain commons for humanity. Now, I hope that everyone here will work together for the new Web3 civilization. Yeah. Thank you for my talk. Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Sehyeon, for that fantastic talk, and huge respect for gracing us with that presentation in English. And now we know she can also speak German. We can bring her back for NEAR Germany, which we may hold at one time in the future. So let's hope so. Now, the next thing we're going to be talking about is something that I have also experienced in my previous role, working in a crypto-friendly fintech. Incredibly difficult to navigate the world of regulations, especially when they're coming from our esteemed colleagues in places like the EU and elsewhere. So we're going to have a really interesting panel that are going to try to tackle and explain some of those really, really difficult subjects right now. It sounds a little bit like a Finnish racing driver, but the acronym is MiCA. It's under the microscope, and so we're going to have some heavyweights talking about it and understanding how the benefits and negatives and how it can entice crypto builders. So I'd like to invite to the stage our moderator, Ms. Joy Macknight.
Hi there, everybody. I'm glad that people have come to see this panel. Because we have a very exciting panel for you. So I'm Joy Macknight. I'm editor of The Banker publication, which is a part of the Financial Times group. And I have some fantastic expert panelists with me today. Right beside me, I have Nuno Lima de Luz, who's senior associate in Portugal at international law firm Cuatrecasas and president of the Portuguese Blockchain and Cryptocurrencies Association. Next to him, I have Josh Klayman, who is US head of fintech and head of blockchain and digital assets, as well as co-head of global technology sector at law firm Linklaters. And next to her, I have Beth Buchanan, strategic advisor to the NEAR Foundation, as well as sitting on the board of the Cardano Foundation, and has previously been a federal prosecutor and also a partner at a very large law firm. So it's a very legal-heavy panel, which is a good thing, as we're discussing the EU's Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation, or MiCA, which entered into force in June 2023 and is currently going through a consultation process with member states, often hailed as a world first in the regulation of crypto assets. So from the bankers' readership position, i.e. the banks, this framework is very welcomed and is something they've been waiting for before they could really get actively engaged with the crypto assets. And obviously, many of them have been doing some things on the side But the big institutions have really needed this regulatory clarity so that they feel comfortable that they won't be on the receiving end of regulatory fines. However, what is clear is the EU's new framework approaches crypto asset services from the standpoint of the traditional market structure. It draws heavily on existing rules, such as the Markets in Financial Instruments Directive, or MiFID, among others, to create a market design for financial instruments. And it applies the regulatory principle of same activities, same risks, same rules, which is intended to level the playing field for service providers. So banks and other intermediaries and financial market infrastructures that require supervision are all applauding the new regulatory framework, or at least think it's a step in the right direction. And Nuno, I'm going to pose the first question to you. Well, this is all well and good, but then what does MiCA bring to the crypto community? You know, what does it include, and then what does it leave out?
Well, thank you. It was a very, very good introduction. So the markets in crypto assets regulation brings a lot to the table. It was intended, the way it was designed initially, was to tackle the Libra DM issue.
Facebook, Meta, Facebook.
Yeah. So basically, the way that Meta wanted to proceed with and to launch an ART, an asset reference token, as the way they intended. That was a way and could bring a little bit of disruption to the financial stability and the monetary policy throughout the world.
Yeah, so the central banks, as soon as they made that announcement, all of a sudden they were on it.
Imagine the whole community and the users that are within Facebook getting a token that they could easily use to pay for services. There are a lot of users for Facebook, so yeah, that was the biggest motivation for the European Union to launch this regulation in our jurisdiction. So basically, MiCA tried to tackle that issue first. Basically, it's constructed as a way to regulate asset reference tokens and e-money tokens. Typically, the stable coins that we know nowadays, USDC, USDT, whatever. So that was the main focus of this regulation. And after that, because as every law must be, it needs to be general and applicable to a lot of different subjects, and not just only for a specific target. They've built other things around that. So nowadays we have a good framework that regulates the crypto asset service providers, how they provide their services, what type of services are comprised in that regulation, and the requirements that they need to have in order to provide those kind of services. I think it will be a very good framework, and under the typical Brussels effect that the regulation in the European Union has throughout the world, I think it will be a major landmark and be replicated. The basic things that MiCA says will be replicated in other jurisdictions. In terms of what does it include and what it leaves out of that regulation, it includes how crypto asset service provider must register the needs that they have, the requirements. Let's say, for example, the need to separate funds from clients, from the users, and their own funds. FTX could have been tackled if MiCA was already into force and FTX was registered in the European Union. That could have been prevented, let's say. So yeah, it has a lot of lot of requirements that provide some kind of clarity to the end user. And it's all about consumer protection in the end of the day.
Yeah.
So it brings a lot into the table on that side. Well, it leaves out the NFTs, because it's a very complex issue to tackle, because NFTs, you must see the underlying asset that is being represented by an NFT. Nowadays, it's mostly IP content or IP assets that are being represented as an NFT, but an NFT, an ERC 721 or 1155, has a lot of complexity, and so NFTs were left aside. And decentralized DeFi projects were also left out of this regulation, because it's also a very complex issue to tackle. So yeah, basically NFTs on that side. Real non-fungible tokens are left out of MiCA and DeFi. So, but I think it will be revisited in the near future, as long as the legislator, the lawmakers, the regulators start to understand how everything works.
Yeah, because there's these different phases of consultation that's still happening.
Yeah,
yes?
exactly.
Excellent.
We'll have some time to do that.
Mary Beth, I was going to bring yourself in now. So what are the pros and cons for small and medium-sized companies or projects?
Sure. First, I'd like to thank all of the hardy participants out there who enjoyed the great party last night and are still here and you're awake, so thank you for being here. Because this is definitely one of the highlights of the conference, the MiCA legislation. There are definitely pros and cons, and I would say the absolute biggest pro is that with this expansive legislation, the European Union is sending a loud and clear message that crypto assets are welcome. And this might not seem like a big thing, but it is huge, because so many businesses that operate globally in the crypto asset space are always wondering, are we welcome? Are we not welcome? What's the law? If we come here, are we going to have a hard time operating? So to have this legislation is a welcome mat. Bring your business to the European Union. The second major benefit is the passportability of the license. And again, another huge game changer. Having been general counsel to a European crypto asset business, I can tell you that it is really hard, or was really hard before MiCA, to try to decide where we want to do business across Europe. And there's very little distance. Obviously, the countries are so close, yet the rules are so different. And without having the ability to passport, companies have to be really careful about deciding where they want to do business. And it's no small business decision. And these decisions involve the commitment of significant resources. In some cases, the commitment to actually physically move a business and have certain employees to be present in certain jurisdictions. And these decisions aren't made lightly, and they're obviously made at the board level. And so they take a long time to make those decisions. And then in some cases, even after a particular business model has been vetted and the company moves into a jurisdiction, the deal flow isn't there. And then they realize that they put a lot of resources into a particular country and they're going to have to change course. So passportability, number one. I would say the major cons, for a small to medium business would be the increased compliance burdens. So some of the bigger institutions, they've already had these programs in place, and so this isn't a significant thing for them. But for a small business to have to certify that each particular crypto asset is appropriate for a particular customer and that the compliance programs are adequate to protect that customer, that's a pretty high burden. And if the company fails to meet that burden, the penalty is 12.5% profits. I mean, huge. I mean, that's 3 times bigger than a GDPR violation. So this is something that they really need to get right and put the proper procedures in place to make sure that they can meet that burden. Something that Nuno did mention, one of the downsides is that there are some activities that are left out, the NFTs and DeFi activities. And I think he's correct that over the next year or two, there still will be some significant debate about particular DeFi activities and whether some DeFi activities may get swept in. And so I think that the final word on this probably has not yet been written, and we'll have to see what happens there. But overall, it's a strong message for crypto assets across the European Union, and hopefully other countries around the world, including the US, will take a page out of this book.
Well, I have to say you did a great segue into the next question, which is for Josh. And so, Josh, what is how does MiCA, for example, and what's happening in terms of the EU, how does that compare to the regulatory environment in the US?
So I don't think that the US has frequently been accused of providing clarity for digital assets regulation, unless you speak with regulators. So that's one difference, right? But I think part of that is because rather than having a statute or an agreement of some sort, we have case law, right? And the case law has grown up in different sorts of ways, and we have principles-based laws. Now, we do have statutes like the 33 Act, the Securities Act, or the Exchange Act, the 34 Act, and so on. But we have lots of regulators that overlap. They have overlapping jurisdiction. And I think people are pretty familiar with that now, the well-worn test, the Howey test, and tests about whether something looks like a note that is a security, right? The Reeves test, family resemblance tests, which are lesser known. But I think what I would say is the regulatory perimeter, the concept that something would be outside of the regulatory perimeter is kind of foreign to our regulators in the US, because so much is focused on how is something offered? How is something marketed? How is something sold? So looking at the activities as well. What this means is that while under MiCA, NFTs and DeFi are expressly left out, the SEC has made clear that NFTs can be, in their view, securities, and has had some recent settlements with Impact Theory and Stoner Cats. Right? And with respect to DeFi, we've seen proposed rule changes that would expand the definition of exchange to try and capture aspects of DeFi that currently aren't captured under existing law. We've also seen courts within the US really grappling with these issues and sometimes pushing back on the regulators in ways that I don't think the regulators necessarily expected. Also, with respect to DeFi, you may be aware of the recent private action that was attempted to be brought against Uniswap Labs. Right, where the court there, which happens to be the same judge that's deciding SEC v. Coinbase, and that was the judge for the Tornado Cash action by Treasury in the US, where that judge said, actually, the SEC hasn't really, we're not there yet. Congress needs to act, right? This is a matter for Congress, and that's something that I think a lot of people in the US have been saying for a while. Of course, the Congress has its own challenges. I would just plant a seed about something that I think is coming down the pike, which is, the same regulators that are very concerned about digital assets in the US are the same ones that are now very worried about AI, right? And both of these industries have incredible promise, and as the regulators will remind us, attendant potentially serious risks. And I think within the US, there's an increased focus on national security. Actually just did a podcast about this, but why I say this is that there have been some things that have come along over the years, but they've not been fully developed. The US Department of Commerce is not one of those agencies that really comes to mind in our space. We think SEC, CFTC, FinCEN, etc. But actually, there are some things in the works that could expand the kind of KYC, AML, CFT, sanctions stuff to infrastructure providers, like infrastructure as a service providers. And if you think about our industry, if you're not a money services business, you're not a money transmitter, you may say, I'm just infrastructure. Just keep this in mind. You'll also see if you saw Biden's executive order on AI. I know that's a little bit outside of this, but I'm telling you, these agencies are all coming together. There's a really high focus on national security as well as competition, and the Department of Commerce is going to play a key role in that too. So I would just say keep your eyes peeled for the Department of Commerce. And yeah, there are lots of differences between the US and MiCA.
But I have to say that's so interesting, so thanks for raising that. It's something that never really occurred to me either. Mary Beth, I was going to ask the next question to you, which is, you know, all these things I said at the beginning of the banks and the big institutions now have the ability to actually engage with crypto assets, et cetera, under MiCA. You know, do you think what I said was actually true in the terms of, do you think that it provides that framework for the big institutions to get involved? And then do you think they'll all go rushing in?
Yeah, I think that the banks, the big banks, are really the true winners here with MiCA, because the crypto asset businesses that are not financial institutions have to apply for authorization to operate under MiCA, whereas the banks, as financial institutions and persons, do not have to apply for authorization, but they do have to meet the notice provisions. So they have to notify their home regulator that they intend to offer crypto assets, and they have to file their white paper, but that white paper doesn't have to be approved by anyone. And of course, they have to comply with all of the compliance requirements. But for a big bank, they already have extensive compliance procedures. They have anti-money laundering programs. They have terrorist financing programs. They have, sanction programs, and so they're already ahead of the game. The other area is that they're already have been segregating customer accounts. And this might not seem like a big deal, but for a small crypto asset business, many of them have been operating with an omnibus wallet, and they were not segregating customer funds in separate accounts. So for some of those businesses, even just doing that, it is a hurdle. But for the banks, they're already so far out ahead of the game. And I think that the banks, particularly in the US, have been sitting on the sidelines realizing that there's a lot of opportunity in offering crypto assets, and they have been wanting to do it. But because of the lack of clarity, the banks have not gotten into the game, and they're not offering crypto assets, and so their customers are kind of being left out. But here, now that they've gotten the green light, they will be able to offer those assets to their bigger and smaller financial clients.
Excellent. Nuno, do you think the banks will be rushing in?
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of movement on that area. Even in Portugal, we have clients that are moving towards that direction. This is a boat that has set sail a long time ago, so there's no way to circumvent or to ignore this space of the digital assets and crypto assets for that part. I think that as Mary Beth said, this regulatory package was basically built to allow for financial institutions to come on board, and the TradFi to come on board on this new reality. And the process of getting on board in this new industry, it's much more simpler for the TradFi industry, because they have that all that compliance and structure that they have facilitates this onboarding. Because we can't forget that MiCA is basically constructed as a way to protect the consumer, the end user. TradFi is typically, we have some issues sometimes, but it's basically constructed to give that confidence and to be a trustable environment for the investors and the end users. So I think, that MiCA allows for that process to be much more clearer and to bring that level playing field, as you said, to the whole industry on that side. But I wanted to say as well that pick up on what Mary Beth said, that, well, this will be very, very harsh to smaller projects to come on board, because the requirements are very, very, very burdensome for smaller projects, and everyone will need to address, if they are on a starting point, if they are really a crypto asset service provider under the legal definition, and then how they can tackle all the requirements that MiCA brings. And I think that a lot of M&A movements will come on board where big traditional Web 2, Web 1 corporations will try to acquire or to include or to bring on board some kind of some projects that are still developing, and they want or that want to develop this type of products. So yeah, to give a much shorter answer to your question, yeah, I think that the banks and the TradFi industry will get on board now, because they have a legal clarity, and it's not a traveling on uncharted waters now.
Yes, exactly. Well, I just wanted to close, because it's a bit of a shame because we only have like 2 minutes left. But I just wanted to close with the question that was posed as the topic of this panel, which is like, is it enough to entice crypto builders, the crypto builders to come to the EU? My other question was, has the EU really stolen a march on other jurisdictions? And back to your point, Nuno, about, you know, you expect it to be replicated in other jurisdictions. So, you know, does it like include the whole community? Will it entice the crypto builders?
Well, to be very summary, to summarize everything, yeah, I think it will. It is enough to entice crypto builders. It provides a lot of legal clarity and foreseeability for the future on that side. So I think it will entice the crypto builders to build more and to build with more clarity on what they can build or not. One of the pillars of MiCA was also to allow for to have new sorts of new ways to finance the way that you do some kind of business. So it was one of the pillars, and the European Union and the European Commission addressed that. So doing ICOs or initial crypto offerings is one of the ways that that MiCA tries to abridge that. So I think it will be very good to build more and build better.
Yeah.
In that sense.
Josh, we have like yes or no, almost time. Of like, you think it will?
I mean, I think yes. I think MiCA has incentivized builders to come, but I think that's also just because, as Mary Beth said, it's a welcome mat, right? And so you know, there's talk about MiCA 2 and other things that will come along. But I think really builders want to build. And so if there's a jurisdiction that is not making it literally onerous for them and potentially riskier than it should be, builders are going to build.
Excellent. Yes or no, Mary Beth?
Yes, it's technology agnostic, and it's clear that they're not regulating the technology. So yes, I agree. The builders will come.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Mary Beth, Josh, Nuno. I thought it was a fantastic panel, and thanks so much for our audience for braving and coming to watch it. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much to our panelists talking about European legislation. We're now going to be flying over the Atlantic Ocean to North America, a small country south of Canada, which you may have heard of, called the USA. Often been said that if the US regulator sneezes, then the world of crypto will catch a cold. And that's precisely what we're going to be discussing today. Exporting innovation, how US crypto policy impacts absolutely everyone else. So I'd like to welcome to the stage our moderator for today, Mr. Dave Rodman.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dave Rodman. I'm the managing partner of the Rodman Law Group. Our biggest practice area is Web3, and we represent clients in every vertical from venture funds like Bankless Ventures to DeFi trading platforms like Parcel. Most germane to this event, we represent Proximity, have a room up there, Keepom, and our fearless leader, Ilya. With me today are Lisa Loud, Executive Director of the Secret Network Foundation, and Teana Baker of Baker-Taylor, of Circle. And I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lisa Loud, Executive Director of Secret Network. And I'm really honored to be on this panel today because my illustrious fellow panelists know a lot. I have been in the crypto space since 2017, and I'm one of those people who has been affected by the US policy changes and the ups and downs. I come from big tech, PayPal, Apple, and have been in, I was leading Shapeshift for a while, and now really focused on privacy in blockchain and how it's a good thing, how it can be a good thing, not necessarily the bad thing that everyone seems to think it is. But I have learned so much in our backstage conversations, and I'm really excited about this panel, so I will pass it over to you, Teana.
Well, thanks, Lisa. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. I'm Teana Baker-Taylor. I'm the Vice President of Policy and Strategy at Circle for the Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So I lead our engagement with government and regulators outside of the US. However, prior to that, I've been in the policy space in this industry for about 7 years. And my job before Circle was the Chief Policy Officer at the Chamber of Digital Commerce, which is the largest kind of trade body and advocacy arm for the digital asset industry based in DC. So I spent a lot of time on Capitol Hill and with US regulators as they were thinking through what their reaction might be to something like MiCA. So we just heard on the panel before that Europe has progressed with regulatory clarity for this region, which has a lot of benefits. There's some cons for sure, but I think around the world we're seeing jurisdictions really attack or approach how they're going to put rules of the road in place. In some cases very proportionately and practically, in other cases with a little bit more kind of focus on risk and strict rules. But what is clear is that as the US kind of sits back and struggles to get their arms around what to do, the rest of the world is not.
Yeah, so I mean, that's what we're talking about here today. So we're sitting in a European city, and show of hands, how many people are American? Maybe like half. A little bit less. How many times have we heard Gary Gensler's name today or yesterday? Or have we heard discussions about intricate IRS code? I would posit that there is no other industry that international in focus and permissionless in nature that spends so much time thinking about what it is America does and what it is America says, because it really does impact everyone. And I think, Lisa, you had some very specific ways that non-US exchanges were treating your project. Can you tell the audience about that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Well, in this last year, it has become very difficult to maintain a bank account as a crypto company. And I actually have a company in Canada as well, so I can tell you it's even worse in Canada. Just the risk appetite of the large institutions, like the banks in Canada, is very, very low. So most of the crypto projects I know in Canada have been debanked recently. KuCoin has withdrawn from Canada, Binance has, and these are all reflective of what's happening in the US. With the failure of the big banks, Silicon Valley Bank and the others, Signature, we're seeing that the rest of the world, especially in Canada in my case, is very much like taking a, okay, hands off, let's see what's going to happen. I think that's what you were referring to. It's also, from the point of view of a secret network, we are seeing that exchanges are deciding that even though secret network, our token is not a privacy coin. We have clear transactions. We do confidential computing. We've seen companies like Binance want to delist us, threaten to delist us because we have that name, secret, right? And they're withdrawing from Canada and the US, and they're saying, okay, we can't have anything to do with anything that is privacy related because it funds money laundering, it funds terrorist activities. We need to take a step back or we're going to get consequences. So that's been really challenging, even as a confidential computing platform, layer one, we are seeing the problems that are happening with the US enforcement by regulation by enforcement actions.
Yeah, and Teana, you work for a true multinational. How does Circle think about US regulations as it pertains to its operations in Europe, per se?
Yes, well, obviously we are a pro-regulation company. We're a very centralized company, and as the issuer of a fully backed one-to-one reserved digital dollar, there is certainly a U.S. nexus for our company, which is impossible to deny. So one of the things that Circle is obviously very committed to and focused on is working with policymakers to implement very specific guidelines and rules for stablecoins. And there is a bill at the moment that has passed the House Financial Services Committee, and we're hoping that that bill progresses through Congress, ideally this session. There's been a lot of focus on stablecoin policy in the US and around the world, and I think that has to do with that nexus, right? So you are creating an asset that is reflective of an underlying currency. Circle also has a digital euro, euro coin, and so that's also backed by euros, just like USDC is backed by dollars. And so when you're operating in those contexts and you're able to plug into potentially the traditional payments ecosystem, there needs to be very clear understanding of obligations, and the earlier panel was talking about segregation of assets and where those reserves are held and how, et cetera. So we're very supportive of the US progressing with those guidelines, and hopefully we start to see countries around the world looking at how they're going to regulate not just stablecoins but crypto assets more generally with a lens of equivalence, right? Or harmonization to some degree, because as we're talking about MiCA in the panel before, there's very strict guidelines for how stablecoins can be offered in Europe. And those depend on whether or not it is a European-denominated stablecoin or US or other denominated stablecoin. And so how do those rules then align with a home jurisdiction for a US-denominated stablecoin? There could be a lot of oversight and supervisory friction there if the rules are so different. And we're starting to see that in other jurisdictions where hopefully regulators and policymakers are picking up the phone and calling each other, or working through the global government bodies that we have, like the BIS and the Financial Stability Board. And a good example of this would be FATF, right, the Financial Action Task Force, which a couple of years ago created these guidelines for every country in the world, basically, to put in place money laundering prevention, specifically for crypto assets, which is very reflective of the Bank Secrecy Act, and which already existed, right? And I think it is, no coincidence that the U.S. was the president of the FATF during this period, right, when these guidelines were enforced. But what that did do was create a level playing field around the world for crypto asset businesses to understand what their money laundering and counterterrorism prevention obligations were. And so hopefully, as we start looking at bringing other types of specifically centralized crypto asset activity into the regulated perimeter, like Josh mentioned earlier, we're doing that in a way that's consistent, that allows global companies, and not just a global company, but digital assets by their nature are borderless. And so they're going to move around. And if we don't have some level of harmonization of those rules, I think it's going to create a lot of friction and more potential regulatory arbitrage like we've seen previously.
I just wanted to add to that. It can also create this sort of walled garden where certain people are walled off from participating in, like, some of the US regulations I've been looking at with on exchanges being proactive in reporting who's interacting on their platforms. And then if any wallet is touching a mixer, it has to be walled out. Right? Yeah. So these are things that could potentially prevent certain groups and certain regions from participating in the global economy, which is, is meant to be borderless. I think people will still participate. It's just they won't have the legal right to do so.
I mean, that's one of my fears, is that we end up into like a true dichotomy of crypto in the US, crypto everywhere else. It can go one way, but it can't go back another way. You touch a Tornado Cash wallet, and you can't use the rest of the assets that are in that wallet in the US. I mean, that's the sort of thing that keeps me up at night, because as an American citizen, proud of our tech industry to an extent, that they're not evil, but really it has driven our economy for the last 20 years. The idea of what we would be currently like if in the first year of operations, Google had been told, no, you have to go to the Cayman Islands, or sorry, you have to go to Mauritius. We wouldn't have the products that we have now. So that is my fear as someone who supports the space, is this exact thing.
But see, I think what's happening is that the way that this capital is able to be deployed in this borderless way, we're seeing capital now deployed in, Southeast Asia and the Middle East and, areas of, Japan, other G20, G7 countries. And so, if we have G7 countries like the UK and the US, which are approaching this on a very activity-specific case by case, and leaning into, as Josh mentioned, that case law where the precedent sits, as opposed to kind of looking at this as net new economic activity that is deployable in a way that was not previously available to us before. You're going to have challenges in being able to apply this type of activity into the existing frameworks. And so what happens to those countries? And I think that there is the potential for those jurisdictions that don't kind of pony up to the table and start addressing this in a proportionate, practical way, that the capital will just leap over those countries. Right. And I think that's one of the challenges we're seeing in the US, where companies are thinking about leaving, or indeed leaving, and moving to places like, Portugal, for example, as a key attractor. But we're seeing that happen now with companies looking to move to South Korea, looking to move to Dubai, looking to move to Abu Dhabi, because there's a clear framework. There's access to bank accounts. There's access to other professional services. It's not just enough to put in place a regulatory framework, but we've seen these challenges in the UK where there's rules, but then you can't get a bank account, and you can't get an auditor, and you can't get insurance. And so how is a regulated business supposed to operate without those professional services that everybody needs? So I think that there is the potential for the idea that everybody's going to pack up and leave the US, I also think is a bit absurd. But it becomes a real capital investment, both in time, money, and just a lot of energy for those businesses that continue to show up in the U.S. and try and push forward, practical, balanced policy.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, how many founders do we have in the room? Show of hands. Normal U.S. startup, Canadian startup, $100 to incorporate a C Corp. Standard crypto incorporation in the Cayman Islands, $12,000. BVI, $4,000. Just the sheer friction to that is.
Well, and that's not necessarily going to change either. Even when those rules are in place, I think Mary Beth mentioned, it's not just enough to go to Spain and apply for a VASP license. You now need a general manager. You now need a head of finance. You need a money laundering reporting officer. You need a chief compliance officer. Those are 4 senior, expensive people, and they need to live in Spain, and they need to be running that business separately, agnostically from the parent, right? So, when you're thinking about relocating, there's a lot of considerations. But if companies are looking at that and still deciding that it is a good move for them because the situation at home is so untenable, I think that really speaks to the challenge in the U.S. at the moment.
Well, I think how realistic is it to expect that the U.S., regulation in the U.S. moves very, very slowly, and the rate of acceleration of technology is increasing and increasing. DeFi today is nothing like DeFi was a year ago, and 5 years ago it didn't exist. So how is it even possible? What else did we expect, right? Except that regulators would not have a clue what to do with this new thing, these new asset classes. And how realistic is it to think that we can solve this? What does the future hold, really, in the US?
Well, I think the answer to that is we need to see the pruning of the gerontocracy, and a bunch of senators who are over the age of 70 need to die or leave office so that younger people who understand these things can take elected office and actually have practical rules. That's just my own personal view, not my firm's view or anything like that. But, and I didn't start with this. Some of us are lawyers up here, but we're not your lawyers. This is all just educational information. That's my standard disclaimer. But yeah, truly, I think that the real change is going to happen when there's a regime change in the U.S.
So I certainly, as an American who hasn't lived in the U.S. for 20 years, I sit back and kind of watch some of the things that are happening and am baffled by, the idea that there's no Speaker of the House and it takes weeks to get one, right? We put these people in office to govern, and sometimes I question whether or not they remember that that's what they're there to do. However, having said that, I think that there are ways in which the industry can show up, participate, have a place at the table, and actually proactively contribute to these policy discussions in a meaningful way. I look at MiCA, and through the lens of it's a successful regime, or it purports to be. We'll see what happens once it's implemented. But there's a number of things within it that are just impractical, or maybe actually technologically impossible to comply with. And the reason some of those things are in there are because nobody was talking to the European Commission as these things were being drafted. And then when it got to kind of the end and this trilogue period, then everybody was like, oh my God, this is like really bad. But it was too late, right? So, I think on the panel earlier, Josh mentioned the Department of Commerce. There are areas of government that are getting involved in these policy discussions. The National Institute for Standards and Technology is another one. They have an open consultation out. They're looking at AI. They're looking at crypto assets. They're looking at kind of the future of money. So there are ways that the industry can contribute to education that I think are absolutely imperative, and especially in areas around privacy versus secrecy. Just because something is private doesn't mean that I'm doing something wrong or that I'm withholding information that you should have, right? I have a right to privacy, and being able to distill privacy-preserving technologies and what those are and how they're used, I think is a critical area where we can educate. I think identity is another area.
I just wanted to interact.
So I think that if we take those areas where they're not specifically battling about what's decentralization and what's not, and we start to focus on education across a broad piece instead of kind of hiding in the corner and waiting for something to happen to us, I think we'll get potentially better results.
Well, Lisa, I think you had some...
I just wanted to interject a funny story in what you were saying about not talking to the regime. There was a funny story in one of the states. They had a bill proposed that if anything happened on the blockchain, the government would have the ability to force a fork of the blockchain, which is just, I mean, if you're in blockchain, obviously it's an absurd idea. But the fact that lawmakers thought that that was a possible response to force a blockchain, a layer 1 blockchain, to actually fork in order to correct something that had happened that was illegal is just like a really good example of how you do have to talk to the lawmakers. But I didn't want to interrupt you about the difference between privacy and secrecy. I think that's what you were about.
Well, I was actually you were talking earlier about your efforts on the Hill with lobbying.
Yeah. So lobbying. Recently, it was Global Encryption Day, and so we're part of the Universal Privacy Alliance group, which, together with Stand with Crypto from Coinbase, had a congressional briefing with Tom Emmer on October 17th. So we went to talk about privacy, why privacy is important, why it's not a bad word, and how important it is to have privacy-preserving technologies. And I've heard, even today, I keep hearing this note of, well, I'm not doing anything bad, so I don't have anything to hide. Even regular people think that that is a reasonable thing to say, but it's not.
Absolutely not.
It's not reasonable because you don't keep your curtains open all the time in your house because you do need privacy. We just take privacy for granted right now, and I think we're sleepwalking into a future where all our rights to privacy could be eroded away, and suddenly we're like, wait, what kind of a world do we live in now?
Oh, the end result of a CBDC is an absolute dystopian future where you have one too many Big Macs, and your insurer sees that you've paid
100%,
and then your health insurance goes up. I mean, that's a real outcome that could happen. And I know that Circle's working really hard to have that not be our outcome. But
I mean, yeah, that is a very real possibility when you look at the amount of data that's running around us already, right? So if you look at, payment apps like, Apple Pay, Apple has an awful lot of information about you. They're probably one of the better privacy advocates amongst their kind of competitive set, right? But being able to combine the information that is out there about you that you're not even consciously aware of, and start to make algorithmic decisions about how much you should pay for insurance, or whether or not this comes into money through the lens of CBDCs, right? So if you have government issued digital currencies that have potential limits on how they can be spent, and the ability to have programmability within this money. And you show up to the grocery store and you decide, having a Super Bowl party, and you're buying a couple cases of beer, and computer says no because you've drank too much this month. I mean, that is a potential. I think the other thing that I would really encourage people to do, and I know that this is hard if this is not kind of your area of expertise, but this is why we have trade bodies. Join a trade body, because they'll be looking at other types of policy making or legislation that might not be specifically crypto related. So for example, a bill just passed in the UK. It was called the Online Safety Bill. And it had been around for years and years and years. And it was one of these Christmas tree bills where people have all their asks and they keep adding ornaments to the bill. So it was taking a really long time to get passed. And by the time it was ready to get passed, there was some extra additions right at the end around encryption. And what they were trying to do was prevent child pornography being exchanged on Telegram and WhatsApp. And through COVID, inquiries. They also realized that MPs were avoiding communicating on official channels because they were using WhatsApp. And they're like, what's this WhatsApp? What is all this information being shared on WhatsApp? We should lock that down, right? Now, there might have been ways to put measures in place to prevent child pornography that didn't necessarily attack encryption. But because this bill had been out there for so long and people had kind of lost the will, they just wanted to get it done. There were several areas around the language, around encryption, that I think potentially could have some impact on smart contracts down the road, right? And so, now the whole process starts, speaking to the Law Commission to get them to go back and take a look at this, right? So I think we get very focused on crypto policy, but I think that we need to be a little bit more broad-minded in how disruptive technologies are being potentially policed and how it could impact things like privacy, decentralization, and some of the other tenets that, our industry is built upon.
That's a great point. Looks like we're out of time, unfortunately. I would say for everyone, utilize AI to generate letters to your representatives. Send them in. People are forced to read them, at least in the US. You can make a difference, and now you don't have to actually write the letter. You can just use ChatGPT to have it write it for you. So
yeah, that's a great point. I think people don't realize that really quickly. If the offices, your Congress people and your senators, they keep track of the issues that people call on. They have to. So make that an issue they care about.
Yeah. Well, thank you for talking with us today, guys. Thank you, ladies, for this wonderful panel. Everybody have a great rest of NEARCON.
Okay, guys, well done to all of you who have stuck through some really heavy legislation discussions from both Europe and North America. The good news is now you can all go and relax for 30 minutes. We have a lunch break. Please remember, you've got that NEARCON left over in your wallet. Hopefully, you've been earning some more today going to some of the different experiences from our partners. So now you have 30 minutes to go and spend it, whether that's at the swag store or to go and get yourself a slice of pizza or something else. So we'll see you back here in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Near Foundation's Martin Best.
Hey, that wasn't an elaborate power play by me there, just trying to go off stage, and I was like, there was genuinely something wrong with the microphone we just had to fix. So if you care about the NEAR ecosystem, I think we could probably agree that the people coming on to the stage next have the most important job, arguably, in all of the ecosystem in many respects. Finding developers, nurturing them, inspiring them, getting them to build on NEAR is a critically important job. We're talking about targeting just tens of thousands of people around the world. So it's going to be a really good discussion. What we always find with the Web3 projects is they start with a theoretical idea of how they're going to decentralize, and then they're stuck with that very, very difficult problem. How do you bring it to reality? How do you actually make that come to life in practice? So this is what we're going to hear from our guests today, and it's going to be facilitated by the one and only Maria Yarotska.
Yeah, just go. Hi, folks. Thank you for staying for our little pitch. So I'm going to sit down. I've been working a lot today. So yeah, we are here to present DevHub. This is our team, most of our team. Our leader and founder, unfortunately, got sick, so not to spread the conference bug, he's staying home today. And we have Joe to replace him. So I think we have all the names here, so it's kind of self-explanatory. My name is Maria Yarotska. I'm leading hackathons at NEAR. I've been working at NEAR for almost 2 years now. And the point that I like to brag about is that 8,000 people hacked on NEAR with me last year. So I think it's pretty impressive in terms of where the hackathon goes. So we opened this little startup almost a year ago. I think the first time we presented it was at the previous NEARCON. So let me just open it up with some slides. I didn't realize they're there. So this is me. Yeah, I like salted licorice. They told me I need to talk about, some fun facts about me. And let me just present what DevHub is about. So yeah, I can see it here. That's awesome. So about last year, with those 8,000 people I like to brag about, they hacked and built and shipped 3,000 projects. And we are incredibly proud of those who stick around in the ecosystem, come back to the hackathons, and actually keep building with us. So thank you very much. Most of those people are currently in the other venue, Hacker HQ. If you didn't check it out, most of you have checked it out. So if you didn't, come visit us there. We have a lot of tables to work, and we have some snacks. So just drop by. So yeah, let me just pass on to what DevHub does. Why did we found it? We found it because we realized that our ecosystem of developers is overly incentivized. So it's pretty obvious that people don't want to code for free, they don't want to build for free. Can we just give them money? Can we just distribute tons of grants? Apparently, we cannot. So this is not the way to go forward. Unfortunately, we failed a couple of times. And then we realized that we actually can diversify the approach and create a couple of pathways where people can apply for support through DevHub and find their way through NEAR ecosystem. So DevHub is actually focused on developers, which is obvious from the name. But it's not just that. We do events, we do meetups, we do educational initiatives. So my colleagues here, my beautiful team is going to talk about that in a moment. So I should go back. Can I go back? Yeah. So when we are thinking about building out the NEAR ecosystem of developers, we are keeping this one just one person, the abstract developer, in mind, which is probably not the right way to move forward. We have several types of developers, and Vlad here actually worked on the personas. Nneoma here is an expert in developer marketing. So we realized that all of the builder personas, we have three main ones, which is app developers, platform enablers, and platform developers. So, but this is not where it ends. This is just the three main ones. And we have more. We have hackathon hosts. We have validators. We have auditors. And we We have deep tech enthusiasts who ship ZK stuff. We have a working group for that. So DevHub decided to be a place where all of this talented, amazing, and smart people land. So let's see what we can offer them. We support them through having a board where people can publish a proposal and get support. And this is not centralized through me, so there is not one Maria who approves the proposals. This is a board of moderators who write attestations, who approve or disapprove sometimes the initiatives that emerge in our community. So what we do through the board, we support meetups and hackathons, and we onboarded a couple local hubs, specifically near China is working through DevHub now, where they have a really cool new logo with us. So we are sponsoring meetups throughout the globe. We support local contributors. We provide mentorship guidelines to make sure that everything is streamlined, standardized, and throughout the globe, NEAR standards are held on the same level. So we share the knowledge, and we make sure that it's easy for people to onboard and become a NEARian in the sense that we all would understand and support. We also support NEAR integrations, development of docs and libraries. We'll talk about that later. We do office hours in different languages and different time zones, so to support this idea of a truly global community. And generally, I would say DevHub is connecting people because all of them can meet each other through the board. So let me just walk you through the year at a glance, what we have done so far. So first, hackathons and meetups. We supported 12 events throughout the globe, including East Global events, East hackathons, student hackathons, all kinds of hackathons. And we productized our knowledge about hackathons and released a product called Hackbox, a plug-and-play solution where people can host a hackathon pretty much anywhere on a very low budget. So we already have 4 events in the pipeline, 15 more coming in Q1 and next year. Another program worth mentioning is NEAR Campus. We have 15 plus university clubs, and we're onboarding even more, including some big names that you can see on the screen. I'm not going to name drop. So Boris, who is not on this panel, is managing NEAR Campus, onboarding students and clubs throughout the globe. So if you want to talk about NEAR Campus, come to us to Hacker HQ, invite Boris. He would be happy to tell you more. We have decentralized developer relations team. So instead of just one team on a payroll, we have contributors throughout the globe. We onboard them. They have mentorship guidelines. They have all of the standards to become NEAR mentors. So if they are a developer and if they are likable, they actually can talk to people. It's a very small intersection on that Venn diagram, but it exists actually. So we find these people, we scout them, we teach them, and we include them in our decentralized DevRel community. So here's our link tree by our booth. So visit us at Hacker HQ. And I'm going to introduce my team now. So starting with Vlad. Vlad is one of the first contributors in NEAR ecosystem. So Vlad, how do we build the communities without incentives?
Yeah, sure. Well, you ran through the whole history of DevHub, but I want to start with the history of NEAR ecosystem since I joined NEAR 4 years ago and been seeing and building this ecosystem together with all of us here. And I've talked to many folks during the conference. I've been to all 3 NEARCons, and I'm excited to see it growing. NEAR ecosystem started as a open community from day one, and it's great. But we had the initial focus and the approach to deliver NEAR was that, okay, let's build cool stuff and people will come and see and use the tech. But it's not always the case that you need this secret sauce to be there. And that is a bit more purposeful, directed approach of telling people how to use it, where to find the relevant resources, and all that stuff. So this idea of DevHub was baking in my head and in head of this whole awesome team for quite a while, and we definitely had some insights collected over the years. And one of the insights is that open source, that's where we drew a lot of inspiration from, operates with no funding incentives. And the main incentive for people to contribute to open source is they want to be part of something bigger. They want to be delivering the tools that are useful for somebody else. So it is a kind of it's an interesting need some of the humans have in just day-to-day life, and that is what we employ here and what we want to focus in DevHub, and that's what we build through the tooling that we provide. So we have, as Maria mentioned, many frameworks that we replicate across the globe that would help others to just run the same approach no matter where in the world they are. Hackbox is a great example of that template that you can just get up and running. Fellowship program is the way how we bring people up to speed and make sure that we find the right talent and right motivation and empower them and on board. So currently the fellowship program that I will be talking more in detail later today at layer 2 stage is more about like those incentives that we just help people to find their way. So this is important. I feel like a role for DevHub is to bring this community on the same page. And we are not trying to be the NEAR. We want to be the hub of NEAR for developers. And we want to actually bring our users who will arrive to DevHub to explore the whole ecosystem from the lens of DevHub. So with all those small details, that's how we build the ecosystem. That's what we focus on. And those are very tiny details that we pay attention a lot, and I hope Joe will also share with how exactly we see it in the future. But overall, the whole ecosystem is growing, and it's awesome to see.
Thank you, Vlad. So when it comes to being on the same page, we kind of need the page, and we kind of need the people to be able to use it as opposed to be designed just for the developers and being all tacky and inconsistent. So Ori is actually the person behind our beautiful platform, which was updated last Friday, as usual. So Ori, would you like to talk about our processes and about our platform in general?
Sure, absolutely. So yeah, the DevHub portal is the main place for developers to find everything that they need to be able to contribute to the NEAR ecosystem. You can submit ideas there and proposals, find resources and get sponsorship, and also discover communities working in a variety of areas from protocol development to zero knowledge. And it is an open source project, so anyone is welcome to contribute. And I guess I can also share a little bit of the journey that we've had in building it over the last year. Initially, our focus was around technical governance and bootstrapping working groups and processes to enable decentralized decision-making, like on contract standards and protocol improvement. And to help create visibility, we launched the first V0 of DevHub in Q4 of last year. And it was a landing page that introduced the project and how to get involved. Then later in Q1 of this year, we launched the next version, which was the gigs board, which brought collaboration and coordination into one place and enabled anyone to participate. From there, we scaled and added a new feature, which was communities, which enabled groups to self-organize and focus on just more areas. And as Maria just mentioned, our most recent version, we applied the new DevHub brand. We added some UX improvements based on feedback, as well as other enhancements. And as we move forward into the next iteration, we really want DevHub to not only be a tool just for our team, but for any partners and players in the ecosystem. We want to help them scale. So, yeah.
Thank you, Ori. So when it comes to standardizing the processes, we need to make sure that everyone is on the same page regarding our standards and how we actually want the ecosystem to grow, how we want it to look like. This doesn't mean that the system becomes centralized, but it means that the system actually becomes consistent. So everywhere you go to a NEAR hackathon or everywhere you meet a near campus student, we need to make sure that they follow the same, so to say, guidelines. So I would like Nneoma to talk a little bit more about that, because she's an expert on productizing knowledge we have at DevHub.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Nneoma. I'm the product manager at Hackbox. And just like Maria said, I think the beauty in decentralization is being able to empower on an individual level while also scaling at a community level. And so I think Hackbox really exemplifies this by providing an end-to-end solution that assures consistent quality and growth across the board. As you can see, even here, NEAR is a very global community. Like Maria said earlier as well, we had over 8,000 hackers hack with us last year. And so we were really thinking, how do we streamline the processes that these teams organize around? How do we make hackathons accessible to everyone? And that's where the light bulb came up and Hackbox was born. So what is Hackbox? Not only do we provide funding support to anyone, it's beginner-oriented, so anyone that wants to host a hackathon, we're also productizing the team's knowledge from hosting hackathons over the years, giving you guidelines from how to set up your registration form, all you need to know about NEAR developers, our audience segments, how to talk to sponsors if you need additional support for your event. We have our amazing designer here, Sasha, who created templatized designs that anyone can fork and edit to meet their own needs. So really it's an end-to-end plug-and-play solution for anyone to be able to host hackathons, NEAR hackathons, to empower their communities. And there's a lot of value in being able to empower the individuals in the ecosystem that have the context to take that knowledge and inspire innovation within their communities. And I also want to say a little bit about why we support hackathons in the first place. It's not just about challenges, it's not just about winning bounties. It's something of a microcosm of what is possible when diverse perspectives, people from different backgrounds are able to unite across a common vision, a challenge. They're working in a time-bound environment, and they're able to put together something that's really cool and value additive to the ecosystem. And so that's why we support hackathons so much. That's why we have this initiative to make hackathons more accessible to the community. And I'm really excited to see the new verticals that we unlock, the new communities that we're able to bring in. Right now, we are in the process of completing our beta cohort for Hackbox. We had two teams in the US, one in Mexico, and one in Nigeria as well. One of our Hackbox hosts is right there, Joanna from NEAR NYC. And they had actually NGOs present at their hackathon who were able to contextualize their problem statements, and developers were also present within that arena to help solve those challenges. We have teams working on making the Web 2 to 3 transition more accessible, and really just providing value across different segments. And I think that's really powerful and really, I think, realizes NEAR's core ethos, which is one of an open and accessible web.
Thank you, Nneoma. So hackathons is just one step becoming a NEAR developer, and we actually want them to stick around. So we have bounty hunters, we have all those kinds of people who just ship the same project at all hackathons, trying to find a problem for their solution, which is really backwards in my opinion. But our end goal as DevHub is to actually find and retain a lot of talented people with bright ideas who eventually become either DevHub contributors, entrepreneurs, or maybe NEAR Foundation employees. I know at least a couple of people who became employees through one of the hackathons. So, Joe, would you like to talk about our gamification and retention strategy?
Yeah, absolutely. So, as you were saying, one of the challenges that happens with any type of ecosystem is as people come in as hackers or as project owners, is that it's not enough to just give them great tooling, like Vlad mentioned. It's also about making sure that they feel invested. We want them to feel like they're actually part of the community. So that comes from a couple different things. And the obvious one always is like grants, but like we said, we don't want to just be giving out grants all the time. That's not sustainable. That's not a methodology that really builds community. So we want to look at retention strategies that actually are meaningful to both the developers themselves as well as to us as a community. So things that we're starting to roll out this year and leading into next year are things around gamification. So even if you're not actually ready to build an actual project, you just are interested in NEAR, you like hacking, you like building stuff, we're going to give you opportunities to actually compete in challenges and essentially build up a reputation within the ecosystem. So, because what's going to happen, and you'll see from the hackathon here, is that some people will make projects, but some people will just not know what to do next. And we don't want to necessarily force them into having to be an entrepreneur, because not everybody is that. But if you are an entrepreneur, we want to give you that path. So the retention strategy really, again, around gamification and giving them those opportunities to be part of something is huge. Secondarily, we think that by giving them the tools to actually come in and out of the ecosystem at different points, whether you are ready to, again, build something larger or not, as DevHub, we are the hub, right? So we are not the ones who are going to make sure that you are building this great project and raising millions of dollars, but we will help you get from the hackathon to where you need to go within the ecosystem to actually achieve those goals. And the more that we can do that by interacting and engaging with you through, again, challenges, hackathons, and different types of, whether maybe it's something like pairing people up and having to work together, there's a lot of different ways that we can go about this. It starts to build that cohesion that we're looking for so that we can kind of expand from there.
Thank you, Joe. So we have a couple of hackers in the audience. I think this year's hackathon is really special because throughout the year, we managed to build the bridges in the ecosystem and actually have challenges from our ecosystem partners, including sweat economy there. Thank you so much for such an exciting challenge to be onboard the next billion people on DeFi. So I think through hackathons, we actually can connect all of the entities in the ecosystem and come up with something beautiful. So we have 700 registered people. I think 200 or 300 are actually hacking in Hacker HQ right now, and the submission deadline is in mere 3.5 hours. And thank you so much for taking the time to come here to listen to us. So if we had one advice or suggestion, or just a comment for a person who's trying to onboard NEAR ecosystem as a developer, what would that be? Ori, let's start with you.
Well, I think you need to have genuine excitement about what you're doing, and that will show organically as you interact. And I think also being very curious about finding all the communities that exist, and if they don't, creating your own, and just finding other people that share your passion and working together. I think that's how we've seen the best success, is when you really are able to align with other folks and bring your ideas to life. So that's what I would say. Yeah.
Well, very well put. But I personally believe that every single person on the earth has their own superpowers. And that's why I view a NEAR ecosystem as well. Like, we need to play to our best strengths, and definitely DevHub being the home base for all developers, or like, I would even say like not just developers, but actually like any technical audience, be it validators or just even like tech newsletter writers. They just can bring a lot more to the ecosystem with their like just very small focus, but they do it perfectly well, and then it makes 100x impact on the whole ecosystem. So I'm personally trying to bring that to DevHub core and like core values, how to identify and empower people doing what they do the best. So just keep building, keep polishing your like superpowers, and show us, and like show us, meaning us, the NEAR ecosystem, and hopefully, like my dream is that at certain point we would say like go on NEAR, like we do today as like a go on internet. There is no internet.org, so hopefully we'll not see a NEAR.org quite soon, with the growth of the ecosystem so big that it would make no sense at all. Nneoma?
Yeah, I would like to say one key thing is to take ownership of your journey, because this space is really what you make it. There is a wealth of resources available to help. I think we've gone through a lot of the initiatives that we have undertaken at DevHub to empower the community, but that's, again, just one piece. We have so many different resources from the foundation to Near Horizon to the different self-organizing communities that it's really about coming in with intention and then taking ownership of your journey and what you turn it into. So yeah, that's my message for you, is take ownership of your journey.
So many good answers already. I think for myself, when I speak to developers or just technical people in general, I like to think of it a little bit different where in normal, like I guess non-crypto type tech, it's usually like one particular piece of technology that you're invested in and that you're building a community around. The beauty of Near is that it starts with this concept of open web, and then it trickles down into all these different things. Whether it is something more hardware and networking based like validators, to front-end development, to smart contracts, and all the way through. And so whatever you want to geek out about, you can do that here, and you can be part of a community, and it's a really interesting process. So again, if you're into ZK, if you are into security, whatever that might be, there's a place for you here, and we hope that DevHub that we can help guide you through that.
Thank you, Joe. So I have one more question for you, and it's a tricky one. It's actually my favorite one, the one that I was asked when I first entered Web3 space. I guess it's always challenging to see if you are reaching success or not, if you don't know how the success looks like. So for DevHub, how do we know that we actually, we actually did it, we actually made it? How would it look like? Maybe in reality, a couple of years from now, maybe. What's the desired outcome, starting with probably Ori?
Well, I guess let me just recap what happened so far. I think when we look at the last year since launching the DevHub portal, we've seen tremendous growth in engagement, from developers. We've had over 400 unique authors submit like 2,000 long-form posts ranging from really amazing ideas to full solutions. We've had over 25 communities form and 30 community calls. We've sponsored over 200 projects and individuals. And so I guess when we look forward, I would like to see that momentum continue to build and be able to tell next year that that number is ×5, or more. So we just want to continue to solve amazing problems together and make a positive impact on the ecosystem and on the open web in general. So, yeah, Vlad?
Well, first of all, I'm viewing Near ecosystem as a whole. I'm not separating like DevHub community versus Near community. So I want to succeed, Near community to succeed as a whole. And even like bigger than that, like the technology to succeed, even though like it seems like it's doing great, but ultimately it's all combination of small pieces that we innovate and move forward. So in terms of DevHub, if we narrow it down and like say, well, what is the contribution from DevHub specifically? And I think we already achieved quite a lot, as we're already like presented with like hard stats. And we are getting, DevHub is already started to be used as a benchmark to many of the initiatives in Near ecosystem, which is already a good indicator to me that we are doing great. In order for ourselves to see that the progress is there, we definitely want to just keep doing what we're already doing and never like reduce the level of quality that we want to deliver and what we are delivering today. There is always room for improvement. That's what we are here for. We did the rebranding. It was long overdue. We improved on UX, on the platform itself. We definitely want to improve and bring DevHub to be like just a natural way to, it's like speaking. So it would be natural for people to just, I just go to DevHub and I'll sort my problem there easily. So that would be awesome to see. So yeah.
Absolutely. And I think one more thing that I count as a marker of a healthy and vibrant community is organic content. So how many people in their day-to-day lives are finding this technology useful, and what are they saying about it? How much are they proliferating this information? I think that will contribute a lot to how ubiquitous Near's technology is, in the ways that people find it impactful in their personal lives and are able to share that message and actually just like self-organize as advocates for the technology, for the community. So if someone has attended a Hackbox hackathon and that was really impactful to them, and they choose to make some content or write about what they learned, or go off on a evangelism mission and start preaching the good gospel of NEAR, that is, I think, a healthy marker of a community that's really vibrant and active and successful. And I think that's something that I would love to see more of. And I'm sure that we are well on our way as a team, just one small piece of the ecosystem in supporting that vision.
I love that answer, because I think for me, numbers aside, I think the numbers are obvious that you always want to see more active developers each month and all the way through. But the real, I think proof of your ecosystem growing and getting stronger is people self-organizing, writing on their own, doing those things. So no longer that instead of us driving different working groups, you guys are driving the working groups. That to me is a strong ecosystem. I really would also, I think, as we start to grow as a hub and as a larger community across NEAR, to be able to better provide these pathways that we mentioned earlier. Can we get you from the idea of going to a hackathon to possibly being a founder? If we can solve that for you, if we can get you to self-organize, then I think we're doing the right thing.
Thank you so much. So in my opinion, success looks like a decentralized, diverse ecosystem of people who actually feel like stakeholders, who feel like their opinion matters, their vision matters, and we would be here to help them to take it off, actually. Whether they want to host a hackathon, or they want to do something for their student club, or they want to build a startup, we're here for them. So if you want to meet us, if you want to talk more about DevHub initiatives, come to the Hacker HQ. We will be there, I think, until the end of the day, because we're doing the hackathon. So yeah, the link tree is here to help to find our social networks, our websites, and our main resources that you might use as a DevHub contributor. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed listening to our colleagues and friends from DevHub. Like I mentioned before they started, I think what they're doing for the ecosystem is so important. And you can just hear as they talk how much passion they have for what they do. So please make sure if you see them walking around or if you go up to the Hacker Hub, you go and check them out and chat to them. There's just so much knowledge about the community inside their heads. So you can see we now have on stage a podium. You might think we're going to entertain a king or a president or some sort of great leader. Currently not a leader of any democratic nation that I know of, but still somebody who's incredibly bright, has a huge amount of knowledge, and we're going to continue the decentralized theme now. We're going to be talking about NEAR and some of the principles that cross-chain builders have to remember. So I'm really proud to introduce Mr. John Yarwood.
Boatarde, NEARCON. Good afternoon. As Martin mentioned, my name is John Yarwood. I'm with the UDHC and the Executive Vice President of Legal and Advocacy. Who is the UDHC, you might ask? We are, All right. We're a group of former Maker Foundation executives and advisors who now use the knowledge we gained and experience we gained bootstrapping the MakerDAO protocol and dissolving and decentralizing the protocol after dissolving the foundation to fund and strategically support new projects who are building things to combine DeFi and traditional finance into what we believe will usher in new finance. So, before we talk about decentralization, we kind of have to come to a common understanding of what that means, right? There are a lot of things you can say decentralization, and there's a huge umbrella that many projects fall under that word. So what we say is the system is decentralized if it is fault and attack resistant with a remote likelihood of collusion or creating a common point of control, and with a sufficient number of diverse and independent contributors, political actors, and social influencers or community members operating the system's logic. And when we analyze a project or a platform or an app, when we think about a decentralization, we tend to look at this arc of decentralization for its development. Starts here with founders or a founding team. They're in control. They're maintaining that control. As they build and need to bootstrap, they seek funding, whether that's publicly or privately, and they cede a little of that control over to those funders. And then as they build their projects and their communities, they build in such a way where they can hand over the workforce and the control of that project to the community itself, landing in the spot of optimal decentralization. As we stand here today, there's a couple questions I think I want to go through and answer with you. First, is NEAR a decentralized protocol right now? Second, how will the NEAR ecosystem maintain a decentralized ethos as BOSS is increasingly used to expand the NEAR ecosystem? And then as we answer those questions, we also need to think about at the same time, when, not if, NEAR reaches an inflection point, what may follow? What exogenous pressures may come to the ecosystem as NEAR scales and reaches that inflection point? So today, we're pretty close to busting out towards that inflection point as we speak. Over the last few months, 8 to 10 months, certainly after the FTX collapse, the daily user accounts, the, excuse me one second, daily active addresses, new addresses, and smart contracts have grown at a steady pace. So has the growth in transaction volume, and the number of validators have increased on NEAR. And over the last quarter, specifically, these have jumped leaps and bounds, right? Shout out to Kai now for helping with that. But as that happens, you're going to see there are increased security attacks, increased pressure on the system, and then also more legal and regulatory scrutiny of the ecosystem as it grows. And considering how much NEAR social growth and widget development has happened since BOSS was introduced in March, that will happen soon. So when we analyze something at the UDHC, we like to think of it as the 4 attributes framework. We look at the structure, number of tokens, computers, addresses, clients, control, the number of people that actually control that structure, the influence, the number of people, whether directly or indirectly, influencing that control, and then the number of processes and functions the protocol has. And the overarching objective of this decentralization, we believe, is user autonomy or self-sovereignty. So we look at the NEAR tech stack right now, right? Let's go to the front-end layer. The front-end layer, we rate the structure at a 4 out of 5. There's multiple independent front ends that access the protocol. I've heard thousands thrown around this week, right? Control, access by open source and proprietary front ends. Influence, community and user base influences the direction of development and accessibility. And then process. The process exposes protocol functionality with added features. Smart contract layer. 5 out of 5 on structure. Great job. Smart contract layer is open and versatile enough to create any protocol or dApp. Control. It's an open and upgradable smart contracts, 4 out of 5. Influence. Smart contract layer is primarily influenced by Near Foundation alongside the community. It is not influenced by public policy or regulation necessarily at the moment. Process. The smart contract layer is available for protocol and dApp development to all. Continue, the data layer. Structure, this is where we start to run into a little less decentralization, right? The data layer, some data is stored off-chain with compressed data secured on-chain. Control, it's a 3 out of 5. Most state data is readily accessible with on-chain data being immutable. Influence, the data layer design balances security with performance at the moment, and it's accessible under pseudo-anonymity for autonomous use and process. All data layer processing on-chain and secured on-chain. When we get to the settlement layer, you're going to see a drop-off. And that's understood at this point in time where the Near protocol is, if you remember that arc of decentralization I mentioned. So for structure, it's significant geographical distribution, and there's an implied independence among validators. However, when you get to control, right now, there's a low number of validators. A higher control with a single sequencer and near concentration. Influence. Node profit right now is balanced with security, as the protocol is still developing an arc of decentralization. It's not a completely open incentivization system yet for nodes and validators. Process. Getting a little better. It's versatile, but it's still decentralizing, so not yet ready for a full ecosystem. Now, then we like to look at the softer points, right? And this is more human or entity control and participation on the protocol. So when we're looking at user autonomy or self-sovereignty, first of all, we believe that a neutral infrastructure is at the heart of that. We look at a political aspect, is the community has the decision-making power and influence to create policy. Administrative, is community is responsible for planning, financing, and management. And economic, is a community responsible for generating revenue and controlling expenditures. Right now, politically, the decision and policy making is publicly accessible. You all know what's happening. However, it's particularly focused by the Near Foundation, but Near governance is coming on live, like the NDC, right? Had their first vote just this past quarter. It's a milestone that can't be ignored. Administratively, Near is developing a diverse community, contributing towards establishing new operational functionality. You have DevHub, you have the Near development suite of tools, the BigQuery public data set, and you have the success of Kai Now as an example of this administrative decentralization, right? Economic. The community has some influence or say over revenue or expenditure. We now have the marketing DAO, the development hub, who we just heard from, and creatives DAO, who all have budgets and a grant system to help decentralize economically the protocol. But then lastly, the UDHC likes to look at the tokenomics of a protocol, if there are any at the moment. With Near, there was an initial sale, sold through an ICO in April of 2018, which helped fund the foundation and the protocol itself. But that's pretty centralized, right? Use cases, however, the token itself is a utility token that's used for staking, gas, and governance. So we're seeing some utility in the token. It's not purely speculative. And then there are no rights and values. It doesn't act like a stock certificate, right? You don't have rights to any revenue. You don't have any attributable value coming forth from the operation of the protocol to token holders. So maybe it's a little bit more decentralized than that ICO comment would necessarily indicate. And so Near's arc of decentralization started off blank. There was pretty much tight control within the Near Foundation as it built the protocol and then into its ICO. It had the funding. You see that point there is close to funding, still close to control, not anywhere near community and decentralization. And as we see now at current point, it's moving towards that community and that optimal decentralization sphere. So we can probably say that the Near blockchain is arguably a public good, or rather infrastructure if you prefer that term. However, despite the leaps and bounds and development over the last 8 months, there are some areas for growth and progress. And that's going to become very important as the regulatory spotlight begins shining on the NEAR ecosystem. So the regulatory touch points that most people focus on, and we agree with as well, are front ends, on and off ramps, centralized and quasi-centralized financial applications, and DAO wrappers. You know, if you create an entity to encircle a DAO to give it legal personhood, or even voters, if any of you follow US litigation in Uki DAO, the CFTC went directly after the voters themselves, but that was a particularized case with some nuance. But again, back to this inflection point, questions will begin to be asked of the corporate structure, development, implementation, and funding, like we've just covered, but we'll also be asked about regulatory interoperability, which we'll cover in just a few minutes. So, now that we've talked about NEAR's decentralization, let's talk about moving into the future with BOSS. As you all know, BOSS was launched in March with 6 pillars: fast authorization, development enablement, universal search, gateways, content moderation, and NEAR tasks. With BOSS comes 3 wonderful attributes that I think are being pushed heavily this week, rightly so. Interoperability, democratized development, and open access and control. For interoperability, we have to worry about a few things, though. First of all, as you work across the digitalized ledger environment, and you become interoperable and cross-chain, you tend to inherit the traits of the many chains you're working on as you build an app or a project. Because of that, we have to consider when building in BOSS, are we going to establish a minimum set of standards that we'll require when you build and when you move across chains? Or will we have, fall to the lowest common denominator? If we want to enforce those minimum standards, will we do that through BOSS? Can we build it into the modules themselves? Can we do it through the community? How will we do that? Then, we also, not only do we inherit traits, we increase the amount of vulnerabilities that the ecosystem may be subject to. So if you have a vulnerability on another chain or an L2, what does that mean for what's being built here on NEAR? And will that vulnerability bleed over? And if it does, that means any exploitation of that vulnerability will ripple through the ecosystem. And if it does, how will we know? So maybe the NEAR governance community needs to set up a monitoring tool or an information repository where people can understand what these vulnerabilities are and how to build around them. Then, lastly, as I said, we get to regulatory interoperability. Jurisdictionally, it's a global blockchain, right? So you're going to have to work across the world with different regulators and have to consider all of the regulations that you're subject to. Then, regulatory regimes. DeFi, blockchain, crypto, we like to remove intermediaries, right? And we work without silos. Well, the traditional finance world works with intermediaries and silos, which means securities and commodities don't mix together, right? They're kept separate. Lending and payments are kept separate. That's not the same here. So what are you subject to if you build something that combines those functions, right? Does that mean you have to answer the SEC and the CFTC in the US? Does that mean you have to answer to the FSA in the UK and also the EU or the French authorities or the Portuguese authorities? And how do you build for that? Then, I'm going to move through these very quickly. Democratized development. It's a great attribute. Can we encode decentralization into democratized development with BOSS, similar to building standards into modules? Can we make sure open source is enshrined in the BOSS ecosystem? And how do we do that? It's admittedly difficult if it's a truly open development environment. People can build with open source code, but they can close some of it off too because it's open. And then variable control and user autonomy is built into democratized development. However, the nature of BOSS means that it is that it is built in a decentralized manner and with variable control, but it also means that developers can build centralized apps and platforms. Can the community influence this socially or economically through NEAR tasks or other elements? Lastly, access and control. Current access points, the NEAR Foundation primarily controls FastAuth at the moment, but others are building and hopefully will open up those access points. The BOSS system and NEAR governance, how can that interact together? How can these 4 new DAOs come together and affect the BOSS ecosystem? And then lastly, will BOSS and will NEAR tolerate centralized development through BOSS? And if not, how will the community come together to enforce that principle? It's a little bit philosophical, but it's something the community needs to grapple with soon. Anyway, thank you. I know it was quick. If you want to analyze your own project or your own build, we have isitdecentralized.app, which is a series of questions that leads you through this analysis and will give you a number score at the end of it, and you can use as you build. So then lastly, I just want to say, while the blockchain seems to be nearly decentralized, please keep all the foregoing in mind as the NEAR community leads the world into the open web like a boss. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to John for taking us through that. Really insightful. I can see some people from the Balkan region are mischievously heading towards the front row, and this can mean only one thing. Hopefully only one thing. Hopefully you don't have any fruit to throw at the next speaker, because he is from the Balkan region. It's a gentleman called Mr. Sandy Fatic, and he's working for a great organization called Calimero, and he's going to be talking about what to build next on Calimero and BOSS. And so let's give him a huge welcome.
Wrong slide, but let's start with that. Everybody, thank you for coming here. My name is Sandy Fatic, and I'm the CEO of Calimero Network. I joined the NEAR ecosystem 4 years ago, and I'm going to give you an insight of what to build next on Calimero and NEAR. Before that, I would ask you a question. Please raise your hand if you care about data privacy and data ownership. Okay, many, as expected. The ones who didn't raise the hand, hopefully I can change your mind with few ideas. But we have to start talking about Web3 and the open web. We have to look at what the internet looked like and what happened in the last 10 years. And if you look what the biggest investments in the 10 years in the IT industry were, and innovation was software as a service. It was great. You had the ability to move all the services which you didn't want to run internally to somebody else and pay a fraction of the cost. But many years after, we get to a point where software as a service is stuck as a service. You cannot move out. You have to pay high fees. You have to pay, crazy amounts of per seat, per whatever, and the value is not there anymore. So, the worst thing, we are paying all these services, but we ended up in a situation where all this data is essentially getting stolen, getting leaked. Everybody is giving data to companies like Slack, I'm not going to name names, but many others. And essentially what happens, the data gets leaked, third-party services get compromised, and essentially we are paying them to lose our privacy. And we have to change that. So how do we change it? The only way to change this is to self-host it. And everybody here in the room is going to say, why would you self-host it? Isn't that crazy? We move from on-premise to cloud to, software as a service because we didn't want to host it. But if you actually care about it, that's the only way. And I'm going to tell you what we do differently at Calimero. So if you look at currently, you're a company, you want to have all the data ownership inside your company, what you would have to do? Most likely, you would have to pay high license fees, pay a $50,000 license to Slack, $20,000 license to this guy, another license, another license, another license. Unlimited services you have to run at the same time. What do you need? You need a team, a DevOps team to run it. You need multiple databases to be run at the same time. You need many microservices. It becomes cumbersome, and that's why nobody wants to use it. But blockchain, we always talk about trust. We talk about immutability. We talk about many different things. But me coming into the Web 4 years ago as an infrastructure engineer working at Facebook, then later on working as the infrastructure engineer at NEAR, the Pagoda team, I saw something differently from my perspective, I would say. And like what blockchain is really good is to provide you one environment which you can run all your microservices or smart contracts inside. So instead of having to care about every single database, every single microservice, every single frontend, you just have to ensure that the network is running. As long as the network is running, all the applications on top are going to work fine. And then, BOSS and Calimero. Like, what's the intersection? What can you do on BOSS, on NEAR, which you cannot do without Calimero? First of all, if you build a BOSS application, all your data is public. So what you get with us, you get the ability to store your data privately. Secondly, you'd have zero control over what the network NEAR looks like. It's 2-second block finality, it's this many gas fees, it's this many that. In our case, you customize it the way it's perfectly tailored to your use case. Zero gas fees. Users don't have to pay to get the benefits of using a blockchain service. And secondly, people will say, Sandy, it's a centralized service, it's a federated system, it's not so decentralized. But does that really matter? What is the problem we are trying to solve? In some cases, a centralized server will work. In some cases, currently we have zero knowledge. Maybe we can, prove some of the cases. Federated systems, maybe you trust 5 banks more than you trust 1 bank. Do you trust more banks? Yes, because there's a less likelihood that it will go wrong. And lastly, it's managed. Like you get full control over what's happening inside your network. And today I want to announce one thing, a community shard. A community shard is essentially a private shard which we are running. It's run by several entities from the NEAR ecosystem. And it's essentially your portal into the open internet, into the open web. What does that mean? Users can come and try new experiences without ever knowing what is blockchain. And blockchain users, Web3 users, can deploy new types of applications, BOSS applications for free, and just start using it. Obviously, we cannot provide services for everybody, so it's going to be probably rate limited, and eventually, as your community grows, as your use case grows, you will have to spin up your own chart and migrate. So please start using it now, portal.calimero.network. And the first use case we built on the portal is a chat. Obviously, everybody will ask why to build another chat. Or, how can it be better than Slack? And right now, at the moment, it's not better than Slack. It will eventually become. But we build it in a way to show people that you can build real live world applications with good user experience, which will eventually replace the others. So you can scan the QR code. Yesterday it was not working. Today it works. We fixed the issue. So please scan it, 9 minutes. But I wanted to also take you one more time back to the future, I call it, back in time. When we started the internet, we started with open protocol like IRC. You had a standardized protocol which you could use, you could build clients on top of it, and it was open for everybody to use. Then later on, we migrated to Slack, and now my idea is that eventually we will go back to the old ways. Like we will have protocols which will define how open web applications can interact and interoperate. For example, you can have one same messaging protocol baked into the Calimero network, but you can have different BOSS experiences for the same user. On one side, you can have a community chat where you can run, your discussions about DevHub integrations, about whatever, but on the same set of contracts, you can also build a customer support channel. So same backend kind of in a way, but different experiences. And they should all be interoperable, reusable, and integratable, and open source. And like one thing which we're trying to push in the Web3 industry right now, it's a new, maybe not a new concept, but like we want to see it happen, is essentially to define a set of open web standards, like we did before. For chat, we had a standard. For forms, we had a standard. For tasks, we can have a standard. For docs, wikis. So all these applications can eventually interoperate, be reusable, and very well defined. And the reason why this could be, why this is important in my case, like my view, let's say, we have re-implemented every single thing endless times again. If you look Slack, if you look, HubSpot, if you look Teams, all these applications are essentially 99% the same. We have endless developer resources going into the development of the same things. And with open web standards, we can just build different experiences for different users. And maybe, eventually, we can just ask an AI to build different experiences for us. Let's say I want my Slack channel to be green, or ask my Slack channel to be different, or whatever. So like, building these components should be pretty much easy. Like currently, if you look at the Near ecosystem, there's a project called Jutsu AI, which already does this. So it's like, almost there. And I wanted to mention that the future is open source. We have seen that now with ChatGPT, closed source, everybody is concerned like what is happening in the behind. We see open AI models coming up. We see open web applications, open finance, open everything. The question is like, how long will it take? In our case, you can see like everything will be open source. We want to have different no-code experiences, customizable frontends, standards. And the business model is built around a console. So we have a developer consoles for developers who want to get into development, for hosting, for enterprises, so they don't have to do this by themselves. And what's coming next? So yesterday, Ilya announced the ZK WAS improver. So this is like a little bit of technical stuff. So the things we are working on to improve our current setup. So we build the application and we backtrack. I think like one thing to say, in Web3, usually people are building infrastructure, one layer after another. And the problem is nobody's really trying to solve a problem. And if you look at any company in the past, Facebook started as 3 servers in a door room. Then it was 10 servers, 100 servers, 1 data center, 100 data centers. And they scaled up and fixed the infrastructure and the problems and optimized it for that specific use case. And the thing why I think we don't have many applications, because people start with protocols, people start with operations, and they never really try to build an app. And that's why we decided to build more and more apps, and then optimize our experience for this type of applications. And several things we realized we can do is like obviously introduce the ZK WAS improver, protocol level encrypted state. So currently for the encrypted state of the chat, we have to have a manual service which does this, a contract which does this, but we would like to extend this for any type of application inside the open web standard. Later on, to have P2P boss runtime. So currently we have a mini service which distributes the messages peer-to-peer. But eventually, I would like to see that you can deploy a contract and natively it knows how to render these optimistic changes on the client side. And like few things which I wanted to mention, we integrated 2 wallets. Currently, user experience is very important. We have the MyNear wallet. On the other side, we have FastAuth. FastAuth allows anybody who's not a Web3 user to onboard into the ecosystem and start using Web3. But also, we have a lot of other wallets coming soon. So we are working on integration with Sender wallets, Meteor wallet, Ledger, MetaMask, and hopefully other ecosystem wallets. So like users should decide which wallets and which applications and how they want to use them. Also, we have some enterprise projects in the pipeline building on top of us. So for example, we have 2 in parcel chain working in the logistics and parcel delivery system, partner system, but the industries. And we also have projects like Spin and Tecuno, which are more Web3 oriented on the DeFi side, and Tecuno, more on the NFT. So we really want to be, let's say, the layer 2 scaling solution and privacy solution for BOSS, and allow any use cases to be built. And the question is what can you build? I spent 12 minutes talking about what can you build on the BOSS? What should you build on the BOSS? And I think you should build anything you want. If we want to get to a state where open web is accessible to everybody, is usable by everybody, we should be able to build as good experiences or better in the Web3 space than there currently are. We should be able to integrate features and functionalities which will not be able to be integrated possible before. I mean, thank you for the time. If you really enjoyed this presentation and you think this is interesting to you, please come to talk to us at our booth. And if there's any questions unanswered, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Oh, the naughty Balkan people are now leaving after Mr. Fatic has finished his speech. You should stay for more. Thank you very much, Hvala vam puno. So that was great to hear from our friends in the Balkan region. It's been really international. We've just covered so many bases today, and that's going to continue. Our next guest is from the Urbit Foundation, and nice story about these guys is they had their conference here as well very recently. So our next guest could have saved a fortune in hotel fees by just living on this stage. So we're going to welcome him back, now representing us here in NEAR, Mr. Sam Enriquez.
Cool. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm here to talk briefly about Urbit, the open web, and some of the work we've been doing with the NEAR Foundation over the past 3 or so months in support of that vision. So first off, well, I sort of thought I could advance a slide. There we go. So what is Urbit? Urbit is a very old project with an enormous scope. I could stand here for hours and give a long-winded technical explanation about the kernel, our networking protocols, our identity layer, but this is a short talk. And I was thinking about how to best describe it when I was rewatching Ilya's talk yesterday, and I liked something that he said. It's what Urbit does. Urbit is a place to store personal data, to do peer-to-peer interactions, and to run groups. The way that we do this, well, what it actually is a personal operating system that, as a first principle, makes it easy to write and run peer-to-peer applications. The Urbit kernel solves all the hard problems with implementing dApps: networking, identity, code distribution, and it allows developers to focus on the business logic. Right now, I believe that Urbit is the easiest way to build real decentralized applications. No hand-waving about what's coming from where, or who's serving what, or where any of your interactions are coming from. So, why NEAR? And why have we been working with the BOSS system? Well, you're all familiar with how BOSS works, but I'd like to take a high-level look at some of the characteristics that BOSS has and compare them with some of the characteristics that Urbit has, and I think this makes it pretty clear. BOSS runs off of public front ends. Everything is on-chain, everything is legible and easily available. BOSS is one part of a larger regimented commons. Urbit, on the other hand, focuses on personal backends, scaling things to the user level and not necessarily exposing them to everybody. BOSS does its distribution on-chain. Everything is up there for the taking and lives there permanently. Urbit does its distribution through a peer-to-peer network and necessarily never touches any central repository, whether that's a data center or a chain. More conceptually, BOSS front-ends are ephemeral, right? They live on-chain, and any updates, any state updates, any information that you would like to add into it has to live there as well. And when you're done with it, you return it from whence it came. On Urbit, everything is persistent, and we believe that in a very strong way. Urbit is a function of itself, and every event that happens updates your Urbit's event log such that it's there forever. And so keeping these high-level and frankly reductive principles in mind, I think a pretty clear picture, or at least a possibility, starts to emerge. the idea of BOSS front ends coupled with Urbit backends. Self-hosted front ends with data pulled from on-chain, in the general case, enriched by specific private and personal data, and augmented with the functionality of a personal server and a peer-to-peer network. Now, this is a pretty new partnership. I first learned about Near only a few months ago. We've been making rapid progress. And the first thing that we're hoping to unveil at this conference is that any BOSS gateway can now be an Urbit app. Any BOSS gateway can now be distributed peer-to-peer on the Urbit network. It can be entirely self-hosted and is now, for the first time, completely decentralized. You no longer have to worry about man-in-the-middle attacks with whoever is providing you the gateway. You don't have to worry about whether the code is actually what they're saying it is. Now you can self-host it, you can pull it from someone you trust, and you can share the gateway yourself on the Urbit network. I was going to say scan the QR code, but rather head over to urbit.org/start, and one of our ecosystem companies will onboard you to the Urbit network, and you can join our group, NearX Urbit, where we'll be posting more information on how you can download our first implementation of the near.org gateway, how you can pull it onto your Urbit instance, how you can share it with your friends, and how you can start using the BOSS system in a completely decentralized and sovereign fashion. And this is cool. This is a real meaningful step and an upgrade in sovereignty for the BOSS system and for the open web as a whole. But it's still just the first step in that direction. So what's next? Well, one of the things we're most excited about is what we've taken to calling Urbit-aware BOSS components. Right now, we've made it so that you can serve a gateway from an Urbit chip, and you can have your components being served from your own server. But wouldn't it be great if it served like a truly functional backend, where you could actually take advantage of the Urbit operating system? What we're going to be doing, along with several other things, over the next few months, is making a fork of the Near Social virtual machine, which is the VM that BOSS runs in for now. And we'll be exposing a custom Urbit object to go along with the other 4 custom objects. And what this will allow for is for BOSS developers to make components that will be able to recognize when they're being served from an Urbit chip, and then take advantage of that fact, and make calls into the Urbit user space in order to retrieve private personal data that you might not necessarily want on-chain. In this very early and not yet determinate example code, we have, hypothetically, someone calling into an app that we call Pals, which stores social graphs on Urbit. This is information that you might not want everyone to know, but it could be very useful for a BOSS developer. Another easy example app would be a notebook, where you might want to have the interface stored on-chain, and you might want to have some on-chain social features, but ultimately, you don't want your notes living anywhere except your own personal server. We'll also be moving quickly on federated RPC provision services. Right now, we default to one of many centralized RPC providers, like most blockchain products. In the future, we'll be taking advantage of the Urbit network and its federated architecture in order to provide meaningfully decentralized RPC services. That way, not only are you certain that the code you're hosting is on your own server, but the calls you're making are trustworthy as well. Lastly, we're hoping to implement a more thoroughgoing implementation with the Near blockchain. Right now, everything we've done and everything that we have tightly scoped out is based around the BOSS system, which is good. There's a very clear story there with front ends and back ends being married together. But over the next few months, once we've done the VM fork and once we've gone ahead with the RPC infrastructure, we're hoping to provide a standard way for Urbit developers to take advantage of the Near chain. Lastly, I'd like to finish up by revisiting the idea of the open web. Like Ilya mentioned yesterday, we used to have something that looked more like an open web. Protocols took precedence over platforms. Users often tended to run their own servers rather than being siloed into centralized data centers. And at the time, it seemed like the backslide into the client-server model was not inevitable. Thus far, we've been very casual about the way our computers and programs have been designed, a mindset that I think no longer plays. Over the next 5 to 10 years, we can expect that the digital commons is going to become overrun with self-generated content that's indistinguishable from what we might expect a person to make. The commons will become fundamentally untrustworthy, right? And the open web, as we currently understand it, or as it was understood perhaps 10 years ago, will completely die. If we're to retain our sovereignty through this, we cannot be so careless with our digital identity and the way that we use our computers. In many ways, I think that Urbit and Near have been approaching this problem from opposite directions for a long time. Near provides flexible on-chain protocols and standards in order to create a highly legible and regimented commons, whereas Urbit focuses on reinforcing the sanctity, or even the sanctum of the individual, removing the requirement that in order to take even the most trivial action on your computer, you expose yourself to a broader ecosystem of platforms and predatory individuals writ large. Over the next couple months, we'll be moving on a number of important pieces of infrastructure that will allow BOSS developers to take advantage of Urbit and the Urbit network. All BOSS developers are going to have access to a structured backend built around sovereignty. They're going to be able to take advantage of a peer-to-peer network, and they will no longer have to rely on centralized RPC providers. Even more so than a technical partnership, though, I like to think of this as an alignment of philosophies. We've been working on the same problem from opposite directions, and both of us for quite a long time now. And I'm looking forward to seeing what happens when we meet in the middle. We'll be here for the rest of today and tomorrow, showing off our new app, and we're looking for more apps to put on Urbit. We have a booth over in the Hacker headquarters, and we'd love it if you came by and talked to us. Thank you very much.
Check. Thank you so much for that, and great to have our partners from the Urbit Foundation here. So the good news, ladies and gentlemen, is you now have a toilet break or a coffee break or a cigarette break or all three combined. I'm not here to judge or to check up on any of you. Go and do as you will. 10 minutes starting from now. So please be back in 10. Thank you so much.
Please welcome our MC to the stage, Near Foundation's David Morrison.
All right, okay, listen. A few more hours and you can go get pissed. Oh, wait, we're live on YouTube. I don't know if I can swear. Fuck it, it's done now, isn't it? Okay, right, we're about to start the incredible AI track, so raise your hand if you've ever used AI. All right, you're all getting sacked soon. Okay, so we have an incredible panel. It's called Building at the Intersection of Web3 AI, and we have your wonderful moderator, Subin An, who's going to introduce your guests. So give it up for Subin!
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon. So I'm really excited to be here because today's topic, building at the intersection of Web3 and AI, very amazing topic, and I'm really honored to be with this wonderful panels. So let's start with introducing each other. So start with Julian. Could you start with your introduction?
So my name is Julian Butulu. I'm the founder of Stake Capital Group. We invest in the space, and we also build and incubate a bunch of different projects.
My name is Olga Feldmeier. I'm co-founder of several companies. Elon AI is my current topic of focus, and it's decentralized AI infrastructure.
I'm Matt Stevenson. I'm an economist by training, and I'm the head of research at Pantera Capital.
Matt, could you please mic more nearly because...
Should we try it again?
Okay.
Yeah. All right. I'm Matt Stevenson. I'm an economist by training, and I'm the head of research at Pantera Capital.
And my name's Dr. James Tremans. My background's actually in AI, but I currently lead Google's Web3 efforts from cloud.
Okay, great. We only have 20 minutes, so just go straight to the point. So before we go to the intersection between Web3 and AI, the Web3 and crypto AI, this is very hottest keyword for the last 10 years, I think. So I just wonder, what key value do you primarily focus on for these keywords, Web3 and AI? So why it is important for you and these words? How about starting James?
Sure. Well, I think AI has been knocking around for a long time, and then we've seen a lot of technical progress recently that's going to affect society in some very deep and broad ways. And of course, Google is an AI-first company for a long time, has been making ongoing investments in that space. And we externalize those investments through Google Cloud, so any business can take part in this renaissance and revolution. And then in much the same way, I think Web3 has a similar amount of innovation that's happened over the past 10 years, obviously a lot since 2016, but it also has a lot of promise for how it can improve and impact societies as well, both from the outside in, thinking about banking the unbanked and so forth, as well as improving existing capital markets processes by working from the inside out. And so it's very interesting to naturally think about the intersection of these two things. And as we will no doubt discuss, it's AI for Web3, or is it Web3 for AI, or is it both?
Cool.
Definitely. Yeah, I would say obviously there's some similarities between AI and Web3. I think we took the sort of winter thing from AI, right? Like there were AI winters for a long time that sort of described these downturns, and we borrow that in crypto winters. So there's something similarity, or sort of similar about the two areas. But I think in particular, like with the emergence of obviously, the transformer, which we're familiar with for reasons not unrelated to the conference, and obviously the excitement around GPT, there's just some interesting areas where it makes sense for Web3 to help AI and for AI to help Web3. And I think both of those are actually really exciting. Particularly excited about the latter. I actually think crypto has a lot to offer to AI, maybe some technical sort of ways. We'll see if we can cover those without everybody falling asleep. But yeah, maybe we'll talk about it later.
Cool. How about Olga?
Yeah, so I think it's match made in heaven. Because everything that we have built in 10 years in crypto matches very nicely the demands of AI projects and models. Obvious examples, we have decentralized computing, decentralized storage, encryption, segregated learning. With all of those concepts, we are able to build even a better decentralized AI, right? So this is really amazing intersection.
Cool. Well, yeah, as mentioned, I think AI is a powerful tool, but for now, there are a lot of different aspects of AI that can be really dangerous, such as data security and all different things. And in the blockchain space, it's the same. You have a bunch of different activity, and you don't really know how to filter that type of activity. So AI could actually help. So AI and blockchain could be a very good fit for providing and enhancing security across the two different worlds.
Cool. So we have a very common thesis for these three keywords. So if I had to categorize in two parts with building the intersection of the Web3 and AI, the first one will be blockchain enhanced AI, and second will be AI enhancing the blockchain. So I just want to start with Julian that how could blockchain help AI ecosystem? Because you already had founded the AI and blockchain company before. So could you share your experience?
So long time ago in the DeFi space, of course, always before DeFi came up, I was building a project that was analyzing data from space. So using machine learning model that could extract value from real-world assets, for example, the live production of coffee in Brazil, and then sell that data to hedge funds so they could place bet on the market knowing in 2 years or 1 year the production of coffee will be better in Brazil or Venezuela or whatsoever. So the point is the way you can, so it's blockchain helping AI or AI helping blockchain?
Blockchain helping AI.
Yes. So blockchain could really, I think the biggest goal of blockchain in AI, because AI is the data securitizations. We are using a lot of data to train AI, but we don't really give back the value of that data back to institutions or people that are generating this value. So I think blockchain could unlock a lot of value for the data aggregation to teach, train, or enhance the AI capability. So it's really about giving back the value of that data back to people using blockchain to train the next generation of AI. Because if you look at all the AI systems in the world that have been built in this, I don't think any value back to people was actually distributed.
Yeah, I think it could be related with federated learning or IoT stuff, I think, right? Yeah. How about Olga? Do you have any idea for this one? Blockchain enhancing the AI?
Well, if you look at what's happening like in AI outside of crypto, right? Like, you know, we need to catch up, right? Like you see all of those, you know, general purpose LLMs having been built, millions of people are using them, but even, you know, specialized models, right, are being built. Like, for example, Bloomberg GPT, right, with 7 billion tokens, 50 billion parameters, right? And it works. It's amazing. It's proprietary data. There are a lot of specialized models already, you know, for e-commerce, for you know, different industries, but nothing yet in crypto, right? So we really need to catch up, and this is what we are currently focusing on.
Okay. How about Matt?
Well, so I mentioned this is the area I'm especially excited about, and if anybody is interested in the like technical stuff and you're at the big AI conference next month in New Orleans called NeurIPS, come check out my talk. We got a paper accepted there on how crypto helps AI. So the sort of long and short of it, I mentioned I'm an economist, so I'm going to try to not be too like game theoretical in the answer. But essentially what it amounts to is that there's certain assumptions that get made in the development of AI, such that when you turn them loose and try to do cooperative AI, where one AI is interacting with another, there's just sort of like classic game theoretic exploits that aren't really well handled in the AI literature because you just didn't have to, right? You sort of controlled these things. When you start to turn them loose, it looks closer to a concept like MEV, right? So maybe many of us are familiar with that, right? Like the galaxy brain take on MEV is that it maps onto these sort of like unintended consequences, and that's sort of what it's going to look like if you use the, let's say, naive external regret minimization reinforcement learning in crypto or in AI, and you assume they're going to cooperate along those dimensions.
Cool.
I think that's a really interesting point. So I think at the kind of higher up the stack when you have interacting agents and they might have a you want to drive economic incentive for how those agents behave with respect to one another, I think crypto can help facilitate that for sure. But I also like this idea that if you want to combine Web3 and AI such that, imagine you have a wallet, imagine in your wallet you have your credentials and your data. Those are digitally signed documents by your bank, your company of employment, your mortgage provider, whoever. And you could ask an LLM to go and get you a new mortgage or a new insurance or a new whatever. And because your data is local, and maybe this LLM's been optimized to run on your device, no data's left anyway, it hasn't gone, and it can go and negotiate on your behalf to get you the best mortgage rates in like a reverse auction mechanism or something. They bid back into you, and before you know it, the LLM has presented to you a set of 3 choices, and you're in the loop and can make that decision. And so there's a little bit of AI for Web3 and Web3 for AI, because you could also imagine provenance, you can imagine multi-party computation, where maybe there are external companies need to work together on something. It gets interesting very quickly, but of course there's a bunch of stuff that needs to happen before we get to that, especially around identity.
Also, Julian more focused on data collection and data process level, and 3 of us are more focusing on interface level, I think. So I want to start with this question with Olga, that how AI enhancing the Web3 ecosystem, because you recently pivoting your items to AI, so how could we support the blockchain system with AI?
Yeah, I think, guys, we probably all agree that one of the biggest hurdles to mass adoption is UX, right? DeFi is very complex, very difficult to use, right? If you're not in the space, dealing with your keys and sending to the right addresses and bridges and all of this, right? It's a complexity normal consumer investing in tech stuff cannot, cannot deal with. So we said, okay, how about, we can create an, meta layer for transaction where you as a user don't need to trade and push, buy and sell. You can just talk, right? Mm-hmm. You can talk, you can say, okay, find me the best bridge and find me the best yielding pool and send my, ESA from Kraken through my, MetaMask to best yielding pools, right? You just say that and the magic happens. So this is what we're building. And I think this is where we can, change how difficult it is for people, well, making it easy for people to invest in DeFi and be part of our ecosystem.
So do you enjoy the Sam Altman's recent video, the GPTs? Do you enjoy it?
Yeah, awesome. It's actually, you see, it's kind of like we're doing similar things. It's just different specialization, right? Whereas ChatGPT and OpenAI, it's like massive general purpose models, right? We take these models, we tune them for the purpose of crypto, right? And it's all about data, right? So you need to input a lot of good, high-quality, industry-specific data. We have all the analytics, on-chain data, and we have it all for free, right? We are not like, traditional finance where you have to pay for all the data, right? So this is amazing. And on one side, we need to build the infrastructure, so those fine-tuned, specialized LLMs, large language models, right? On the top of which, we can then build the applications for users, right? And our power in crypto community is that we can do it together. To train a good specialized LLM models, you need hundreds of millions. It's so expensive, GPU is expensive, data is expensive, everything. As a startup, you cannot do this, right? But in crypto, we have decentralization. We can submit the data jointly. We can train the models, even fundraising, right? Our ecosystem just is capable of combining and creating value in this decentralized way. And this is why we're going to win.
Okay, cool. I think we have not much time, so I think many AI enhanced blockchain will be mentioned by next panels or something. I want to jump up to what is the hurdle for the AI and Web3's intersection. So in here, there are many overhyped keywords in here. In my case, I think prevention, the deepfake is very hyped keywords for me because it couldn't be solved as a blockchain. So what kinds of things are overhyped this area? How about Matt? Do you have any idea of this?
what things are overhyped in Web3, AI, or both, would you say?
Yeah, like intersection?
At the intersection of Web3 and AI, it's a good question. I mean, I think there are things. So we mentioned some of the like data models earlier. I wouldn't say it's overhyped, right? But like data marketplaces are very difficult to implement. So that's not one of those that I would say is not going to work. Like I think it will work. It's just one of those where if somebody gives me the job to design the incentives, I'm like, oh no, please do it to somebody else. It's very hard, right? But it's obviously in some ways like one of the biggest problems. And ZK proofs help to a decent degree, like proof of compute sort of stuff, right? But like the data market stuff is just a sort of like classically hard problem, right? Because you have this issue where if I sell you my data, you're instantly a competitor with me, where now you can sell the same data to somebody else, right? So a marginal cost of this stuff approaches zero very quickly. Just difficult to design markets around. So I would say that's the one that's the toughest nut to crack right offhand that we sort of talked about.
Cool. Yeah. Julian, do you have any idea of this? Like technical hurdles in this area?
What the problems of blockchain and AI together?
Yeah.
Well, I think the major problem is making sure the AI is not trying to produce its own data, and then blockchain will consume the data, but the data will be completely polluted. And then I think this is people building machine learning and AI are actually scared of is when you open an open economy where agents can get paid to do things. At the end of the day, they're also producing the type of data. So at which point this data is being produced by machines and not humans, and then maybe you can downsize in quality of next machine learnings in the next models, because this data is not actually accurate or really good data. So there could be a point where the model, and this was explained by ChatGPT founder Sam, where maybe the model that we have created is the best model because this is the best quality data that we could have access to. But moving forward, this data could be potentially affected by kind of virus or any type of things like that. So there will be a way for the blockchain economy to attack the data quality or the data layer. And this is actually a big problem. Cool. Guaranteeing the quality and accuracy of data.
So you mostly focus on data side, right? Data collecting.
Well, I mean, for me, it's like, yeah, okay, there is a hype in crypto, there's a hype in AI, but I don't feel like people. I mean, it's a big risk, you know, trying to guarantee that people are getting paid for the data they're producing, and trying to guarantee that the AI is actually serving people and not evolving by himself and serving purposes because of AI and open data. I think we really need to focus on zero knowledge proof, on the fact that people can still exist in a way that they're producing value and they're getting paid for the value, and not big institution, big enterprise worldwide sucking the value of people to train those AI and getting more powerful. I think this is the biggest risk right now.
So in this point, I want to hear from James. How do you think of this one?
Yeah, so I mean, it's an interesting question.
Why James? Because of Google? Or?
Yeah, Google Cloud as a cloud service.
Yeah, I mean, well, obviously as a cloud business, our role is to make models available for businesses to build on them, to have their own products and services and specialize and so on and so forth. I think there's a very real reality that in order to train these models, you need a lot of compute. And you need that compute to be together and connected over InfiniBand or some type of high performance, high throughput interconnect. And so actually there are very few organizations in the world that have made that investment. And so it's natural that there will be a few people that can do it very, very well. So our focus is making sure that the models we're building and the models that other people are building are accessible to everybody, so everybody can get the value out of them. And that's one of the, I would say, positions Google Cloud has taken, is not just to make its own foundational models available through the platform, but also the foundational models provided by others as well.
Cool. So we have only 1 minute and a half. So you are also builders and founders and supporters and here are many potential founders and builders and here. So could you share a word for them for this area? How about start with Julian?
Yeah, I would say if you're looking to build something in AI and blockchain, try to focus on the product rather than the buzzwords. So trying to find and identify an existing problem where you can tackle this problem with AI or blockchain. I mean, those two technologies will be transforming society, but whether you can actually use both of them is very complex. I would say that at the moment we're seeing a lot of decks and presentation where people like to mention those names, but they're actually not solving any problems. So try really to focus on the product that's solving real-world problems, and then you can see how this technology can help you achieve this mission.
Cool. Olga?
Well, here's my call, guys. You want to build AI, better decentralized AI? Join us. Elon AI is a project, you know, whatever you can do. You know better data sources, you know whom to follow, you know where to look for alpha. You can, you know, submit data, you can validate the data, you can context, right? So put in the data into context, explaining to the model what this data means. We need all of people's, you know, helping to build a decentralized AI. So if you're interested in this type of engagement, check it out, Elon AI, register, and we'll be happy to see you on part of the project.
Cool. How about Matt?
Yeah, I just echo what they said. Do it. I mean, I think there's some real opportunity there in both directions. If you're an AI person, I think there's very cool opportunities to build in Web3. And if you're a Web3 person, yeah, similarly, solving some problems in AI, it makes sense. There's enough of an overlap here, so there's a lot of opportunity. Go for it.
Last James?
My quick comment would be really focus on value differentiation, because a lot of the AI and Web3 use cases is just AI for any other problem, whether it's writing software or helping you query data through natural language. This is already possible. Web3 is not unique. So focus on something which is truly only relevant at the intersection of Web3 and AI, and then you will have an interesting value.
Cool. Not enough time for discuss all of things, but very insightful panel. So please give a big round of applause to them, and thanks a lot.
All right. Enjoy it? Yeah? Enjoy it? Yeah, you did. Okay, brilliant. Right, well, the next talk is going to go even deeper into the world of AI, and then the one after that even deeper and deeper. Whew. Next up, we have the wonderful, and I hope I don't ruin your name, I'm sorry, Momosuke Araki. On AI and blockchain and how that is going to equal the future of work. So please give a big round of applause.
Okay, well, hello everyone. It's great to be back here at NEARCON with all of you here in beautiful Lisbon. So my hope is that this talk will ease us into the theme of how AI and blockchain intersect. So a history of AI and blockchain can be told through the game of chess. In 1997, an AI chess engine called Deep Blue famously defeated the Grandmaster Garry Kasparov. And Deep Blue wasn't intelligent per se. It couldn't produce strategy, but it could calculate over 200 million chess moves per second. So this was a watershed moment where AI caught the public's imagination. And since then, AIs have defeated the best players in games like Backgammon, Jeopardy, and as portrayed more recently in the Google DeepMind documentary, Go. Here we see the champion Lee Sedol capitulating against the AlphaGo program. So we're captivated by these battles for humanity, seeing generational talents, humbled by the superhuman skills of AI. When Lee Sedol retired from professional play in 2018, he stated that he can never be the top player of Go due to the increasing dominance of AI. He referred to them as being entities that cannot be defeated. So as the saying goes, technology is a mirror. And when we look at a reflection, what do we see? Whatever it is humbling. In light of AI, we're realizing more than ever that humans are endowed with modest cognitive capabilities. And for the time being, and with a degree of caution, we can safely say that AI is endowed with less. As John McCarthy lamented, as soon as it works, no one calls it AI anymore. So cognitive scientists once believed that studying the brains of the best chess players would reveal the golden secrets of human intelligence. To defeat AlphaZero, which is the best chess engine in the world today, you'd have to make a move so brilliant as to defy all expectations. Such AI research shows that human intelligence is one part computational brute force and another part more creative, intangible. So AI, or the designers and developers of AI, value surprises. That is, when you've taught it something. In financial terms, this is an arbitrage of intellectual capital. So at the moment, we have this opportunity to trade our human skills and knowledge for money. The AI wants our knowledge, it wants our information, knowledge, maybe eventually wisdom. And of course, we want money. And note that this is already happening. This is a picture of a mechanical Turk, which is an automaton chess player, which was invented in 1770. As you can see, there's actually a human being inside the box, masquerading as the robot. But the Mechanical Turk is the namesake of Amazon Web Services' crowdsourcing platform. And AWS has created new labor markets to monetize the human skills and knowledge necessary to develop AI models. There are a lot of problems with Mechanical Turk, not least of which is the underpaying of the labor. At the same time, it's also been a boon for various researchers. Academics can now perform studies with people all around the world. They're no longer limited to the undergraduates in the universities that house their research labs. And here's what Jan LeCun, who won the Turing Award for his work on convolutional neural networks and computer vision, has to say on the subject. He tweets, "Human feedback for open source large language models need to be crowdsourced, Wikipedia style. And it's the only way for LLMs to become the repository of all knowledge and cultures. As we know today, AI is centralized and biased towards the English language and Silicon Valley." So there's an imperative here at a global scale. What we're seeing are gig and creator economies on the rise, and this signals new ways for people to monetize their skills. In the ongoing trend of digitizing real-world assets, you can think of chunks of human intellect taking on the form of these digital assets. And so this is a technological question. What are the technologies that can be accessed on a global scale which are capable of transferring value between humans and machine agents? And I think you know where this is going. Naturally, this leads us to blockchain. So blockchain is assumed to provide all of these different solutions to the world's problems, many of which we found to have failed, some of which have succeeded. But one thing that we know that it's good at, and that it's endured, is that it's good for making markets. And in this case, the markets are for global intelligence. So if you look at these first drafts of regulations being proposed by governments around the world regarding AI, there are mandates for data privacy, there are mandates for safety mechanisms and risk. If we look to blockchain, of course, there is the need for those principles that make human collaboration and competition fair and transparent, and they must be reflected in the mechanics of the game. And of course, the technology needs to be efficient because it needs to address the problem of underpaying humans for completing these human intelligence tasks. So here is an idea graph, hopefully that can start to illustrate what this market looks like. So the market for crowdsourced human intelligence is two-sided. On one side, we have the task providers. These would be AI companies. They have provisioned a bunch of data. They need them to be annotated with the knowledge of humans. And of course, they're depositing some money to compensate the workers who will be performing this work. And on the other side, we have the workers. They come from all around the world. They span demographics. One interesting case is that you have retirees who take this kind of work because their benefits don't cover their cost of living in the later part of their lives. And from the perspective of game theory, both sides will attempt to pull the rug from under each other. A worker could produce junk, yet feel entitled to earnings. And a task provider could receive quality work, but withhold pay by claiming the opposite. So each side will devise strategies that the others can't thwart. And this is known as the mini-max principle. And what these technologies that we build, these decentralized technologies, do is that they keep asymmetries of power in check. It's the goal of the mechanism design. And so what we're trying to show is that work will be assigned by the provider to the workers based on an evaluation of their competency, or they can hand select them. This is basically a security question. What kind of proofs do you need to create this contract of employment between two parties? You could do proof of authority, where you have one entity handpicking people, but as the industry shows, this is an onerous process. It's costly. You can do something like proof of stake, where people stake capital in order to have stake in the game. But given the demographics, these people don't have money to stake. They're making this money to make a living. So the work must be submitted without cheating, and in turn, it must be evaluated fairly and be compensated for. So there's an interdependence for the system to work properly. You have to reform what's called the central inspection principle. This is the idea by Samuel Bentham that talks about how you can efficiently manage a large number of people with few supervisors. And you also need to maintain Sybil resistance, a concept we know very well in blockchain, so that workers can't spoof the platform. So this is loosely analogous to a proof of work model, where the work performed well translates to earning reputation, which leads to accessing further opportunities. And we can commit these proofs of work and start to measure reputation on the chains. And so here's just a video animating the distribution of tasks, workers working those tasks, submitting them to the market, and eventually they get paid. Once you start connecting these markets, you can start to share reputation, inherit them. Markets can begin to talk to each other. Tasks can converge. You have all of these different market mechanics across the two sides. So we've had crowdsourced knowledge for decades. And what we're doing at NearTasks is an iteration of existing ideas, but in a trustless and permissionless context of blockchain. So economies will be predicated on the potential and the capacity of both humans and machines to learn. And our mission is to make them inclusive and fair markets. And soon enough, intelligences of all kinds will be exchanging value. And it's for the purpose of iteratively enhancing themselves, whether that's a human or whether that's a machine, to improve oneself, or whether the relationships are human to machine or machine to machine. And not to spat out some doom porn, but many economic experts are making some scary predictions in the not too distant future about economic and financial crises. And one would hope that the goal of these globally impactful exponential technologies like AI and blockchain is to soften the blow of any of these future crises. And they do so by better establishing societal trust. So in conclusion, I hope that together we can grow and invest in our humanness. Thank you very much.
Let's go. All right. Okay. We're working. Listen, I've been told by the boss, not that boss, a different boss, that you have to get off your seats and scan the QR codes, and you can claim some NCon. I know there is swag left. There's some super cool Near Week t-shirts that they've thrown in the store. If you haven't yet checked out the Mint Base auction with the Mr. Brown physical art piece. It's absolutely incredible. It would look good on anybody's office wall. Also great as a gift. It's Christmas time soon. So go ahead and scan that. We're going to give you a little bit of time until we introduce the next speaker. In the meantime, it's really important for me to reiterate that this is the AI track. This is the part that you've all been waiting for. We do have some near legends on the stage. We have both of the co-founders coming up. That is Ilya and Alex. And they're going to drop some alpha like you've never seen before. So if you're ready for that, give us one big round of applause while I introduce your next speaker, Niraj Pan. Give it up for Niraj.
Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Great. So today I'm going to be talking about AI crypto, as was said. And I'm going to do a little bit of a 30,000 feet out view of why is this space interesting, and kind of take it from first principles. What are the things to be looking at in this category? So what's the motivation? What we have today is this massive usership in AI. ChatGPT has hundreds of millions of users using it every week. Products are coming out left and right, and tons of money is entering the space. People can't seem to get their hands on hardware. And we have a great backdrop for a very, very exciting new technology and new products. But what are the problems? There's a lot of problems evident today with AI. The first is that the infrastructure is highly centralized. Model storage, model ownership, and governance is all stored on central servers and places that can be taken down. Computation on models is also centralized. They're behind big public clouds and big GPU services, access to training data. And most models are also censored. If you try any of even the open source models, they're highly censored. And it's become this cat and mouse game to try to get deep, interesting information out of these models. This infrastructure is also highly permissioned. There's high cost to using and improving AI. It takes advantage, or it's advantaged by centralized players. These things are very expensive to train and operate. They also have centralized permission APIs to access anything. So again, it's another gateway for you accessing these AI models. And then finally, These systems don't provide you any privacy, any computational integrity, and any censorship resistance. So this creates a good backdrop for where I think crypto can have an interesting place for AI. And then finally, governments, incumbents, large corporations are attempting to now regulate the space to try to cut out any new players from entering the space. And I think it kind of goes from a philosophical point to show, they're kind of trying to attempt to say, we know what's in your best interest. But I think people know what's in their best interest. The future impact here is really large. With enough data, you can replicate anyone virtually or physically. You can have a politician say what they want to say, have your favorite actor or movie star write what they want to write, and it's believable by a lot of people. So this will lead to a lot of scams. Increasingly, as we become more digital and online, it's another vector and entry point for these models to become highly susceptible in the world. There's a really great potential to create highly engaging new forms of media and propaganda and chat. The 2024 US election ads are already using AI. So we're already moving in this direction of AI starting to control these forms of media, which is really, really big. And so I think an important thing here is who's controlling the models, who's controlling what goes into them, who's controlling the governance aspect, and who controls who builds the products on top. These are a couple slides, or a couple images from a talk I really like called The AI Dilemma. They basically talk about social media was this great Web 2 innovation, allows anyone to publish, create all these great things. You can connect to your friends, you can talk to people, you can get jobs, but it also created all these bad things. Everything from information overload to these highly addictive online platforms. Today, AI has a lot of great promises, but it also has a lot of potential issues. Everything from creating highly engaging, fake, robotic characters and chats that engage people, to building new types of scams. And so with all of this, it's kind of a scary picture. I think crypto is the thing that will help solve a lot of these issues and really create the AI future that we want. AI is this highly centralizing technology. It takes advantage of large swaths of data collected into these big models, and they're improved from that standpoint. Crypto is this highly decentralizing technology. It brings power back to the people, and it allows people to have sovereignty over their information, their data, and how they transact. And so the obvious thing is to combine these two things. Combine this power of intelligence with this trustlessness you get from crypto. Crypto AI, at least the aim, is to go from won't be evil to can't be evil, and not allowing big corporations or governments or really anyone tell you what to do and how to transact. If we've already decentralized money and music and property records and compute, why not AI? So this is how I think about the AI stack, and this is something that we've kind of stolen from Ilya. Credit to him in this mental framing. At the bottom right, we have compute. So everything from verifiable inference to training, privacy of user data, and censorship resistance, all through cryptography and game theory. On top of that is the models, the things that are actually being used and interacted with by the end applications. On top of this is the data. What are the things that are actually feeding the models and trying to make these things open? And then finally are the applications on top. What are the things people are building on top of these models? Alongside the left here is governance, which is all of these pieces of the stack have an element of governance. And crypto governance is a really great way to manage, how should a certain AI model be steered, how should it interact with people, and things of that nature. So a big question is, what are the use cases? And I think a really good, interesting mental framing is to say AI is really good at finding information or creating information, creating properties of programs that were not explicitly programmed. If you take a swath of data and it gathers you some insights on it, how are ways we can apply that in the crypto world that would be interesting? One is very simple. So it's validity, safety, privacy, being able to interact with an LLM or a diffusion model in a way that's private or is keeping your data sovereign is already a great start. And as we go down, there are examples in every subcategory. Within DeFi, you can build automated LP strategies that are run by an AI model. You can build new ways to parameterize risk and to adjust, say, the interest rate parameters in a lending protocol. In NFTs, it's things like appraisal, improving and kind of enhancing the interactivity of the NFT. In gaming, it's building autonomous worlds. It's building personalized experiences, allowing games to take your information and improve how the game is actually done. Within social, building trustless recommendation systems, ways to recontextualize information. Imagine if your favorite author or your favorite writer, you don't like the writing style, but you like their content. You can take their content and have it recontextualized to you in a way that might be better for you. Maybe it's simpler language, maybe it's in the form of Hemingway, or really anything like that. The world is your oyster. And finally, governance. Being able to have DAOs build automated governance proposals, which today is a highly human-focused, human-intensive task and very laborious. And as the DAO space grows, it's going to be difficult to keep up with the number of humans that are needed to staff DAOs. We should let AI help what we're doing with governance. And this is just the beginning. There are many, many, many more applications. I think my slider was cut off, but one other example, it's kind of an interesting sci-fi example, is imagine you can take a human language intent, driven by an LLM, and then turn it into self-assembling smart contracts. So an example would be, I could type into a chatbot and say, I want you to build me synthetic 2x levered exposure to Apple with NEAR tokens as collateral. Normally, that would take 5 or 10 steps. The synthetic exposure might be on a different protocol. The Apple might be in a different protocol. NEAR's on a different protocol. And so what if you could have an LLM that generates these inputs, feeds them through one of these new intent protocols, and then self-assembles the smart contracts and generates you that payoff all autonomously. The future of finance, really can be driven by AI. So for those in the audience that are interested in building in this space, outside of the use cases that I mentioned, there's also a lot of really interesting research directions to think about. One is, how do we do proofs of validity? How do we prove that the compute done for a model was done correctly? There's a subsector of the space called ZKML that's quite popular. And there's also a lot of interesting teams building in the optimistic proof side of this space. Decentralized training. How can we build these trustless training mechanisms and create the foundation models of tomorrow and build transparent foundation models? AI model governance. How do we govern how an AI interacts with a human and how it should behave for a specific human and their preferences? And then finally, privacy in AI. ZK proofs only go so far. Can really only prove information, prove things about local information. So we'd have to look to the next generation of technologies. FHE, trustless execution environments, and maybe MPC. So I didn't talk much about what we're doing. Ritual is the company that I'm working on. And the first product we came out with yesterday is called Infranet. It sort of comes from the term inference. So Infranet is an SDK that allows any smart contract developer to use an AI model in their smart contract. There's a bit of an outline here showing how that actually works, but the end goal here is to make it extremely simple for people to use or build any of those applications I talked about just a few slides ago. And that's it. For more information, it's my email, my Twitter, and then the Twitter handle of our company. Thank you all.
QR code, scan it. If you don't scan it or get in trouble, you can scan it. You can get yourself some treats. You can get yourself an extra lunch. Tomorrow, you can earn NEARCON or NCON, and you can earn, send, and spend all around the conference. Now, our next speaker is a brilliant mind. He is one of the original co-founders of NEAR, but we're going to have them both on stage today separately. So how can you tell which one he is? Alex kind of has hair like this, and Ilya's hair is a bit more like this. Well, Ilya's here, so you're not going to get them mixed up. I'm going to give you a few more seconds to scan that incredible QR code and grab your NCON, and I am about to announce to the stage for the first time at NEARCON 2023, Alexander Skidinov.
Hi, everyone. I'll talk today a little bit about AI and open web and other nice, hypey words. I had a particular thing I wanted to talk about. I will still talk about it later today. But as I came to the conference and I was roaming around the tables and observing what people are doing, I noticed that a lot of things that I thought are yet to happen are already happening. So I just wanted to highlight what already exists today, what you can do with what is available. One thing, and I think many of you who played with ChatGPT at all have already done that, but I cannot stop being mind blown by how much you can do with just a single prompt. That is something that happened yesterday when Eugene, he just typed a prompt to make a website, pasted it verbatim into a near social component, and bam, it just works. Right? So prototyping today already is possible without having to write a single line of code. It will just work. Another example. I unfortunately didn't hear the previous talk. I had to be there, but I hope you guys are all excited about verifiable decentralized inference now. Decentralized inference will enable eventually decentralized agents that make decisions for us. That's something that Ilya will be talking right after me. But something at a much smaller level is possible already today. And what happens right now at the hackathon is that one of the projects that people work on is running an agent in an SGX enclave. And then that agent can commit to something, and then you can verify it on the blockchain. Right? And so now you can have something simple as a decentralized autonomous organization funding decisions to be running by a model, and the blockchain can already verify it. You probably don't want to do it today with prompt injection and whatnot, but as models get a little bit better, there's already something we can use, month or maybe years ahead of inferences production ready. Finally, I think one beauty of the blockchain is that, first of all, it's close to where your money is. It's close to where your data is. You want your data to be encrypted and private, but still used by many applications. This is something that is what is being built in blockchain operating system. And integrating that into agents to have sort of all-encompassing single entry for everything you do is something that is very exciting. Right? So ChatGPT and LangChains and other technologies already support fully function calls, emitting JSON, etc. So integrating that with the blockchain operating system will enable you to make decisions based on your private data real time without having the data given out to third parties. That per se does not exist yet, but we are on the path there. If you want to play with something that is very close to that vision, check out AI.mint-base.xyz. Nate unfortunately couldn't demo it yesterday because ChatGPT was down, and when their AI is down, our AI is down. But it is live right now, so make sure to check it out. So that exists today. And the question is, what else do we need to do today so that a year from now, 2 years from now, we are relevant and we are ahead of everybody else in the universe in which generative AI becomes the de facto way of things operating. And I think one thing that excites me a lot is having agents building or assisting us at building applications end-to-end. And as you saw it on my very first slide, you can already do simple prototypes. That already works. If you try to do anything more involved, it starts glitching, right? If you try to use a modern large language model to create anything of sophistication higher than a simple prototype, it will have a couple of mistakes. Usually, as a human, you would be able to fix them. It is still faster in many cases to go through the machine learning model to write the first version of the code and fix it, especially if you're not familiar with the APIs. But if you want to build an end-to-end application, it takes multiple steps. It takes 20 steps to get there. If there's a 10% chance of making a mistake on every step, the probability of you getting to a correct application is 10%. That is not a desirable probability. And something we are investing heavily in right now, if you've seen my presentation last year, one thing that we've been doing on NEAR since 2021, early 2021, is investing heavily into building a large-scale decentralized data annotation platforms. So NEAR Tasks, I think they've been presenting on this stage today. That is a company that is productizing all the efforts we've had before. And we plan to invest heavily into annotating a massive set of end-to-end applications built on NEAR components built for blockchain operating system, capturing not just the final component, because when you look at the final component, you don't see what's been happening in the head of the person, right? When you look at the code on GitHub, it's nice to see the code, but in order for you to reproduce it, you need to know what was happening in the head of the developer. And so we plan to capture every single step of every single thought the developer has had. And by the time that the models are good enough, which will happen very quickly, right? We are at the very early steps, at the very, very early beginnings of what is yet to come. When they are good enough, we will have the data to be able to train something that will be building or will be assisting at least people at building applications end-to-end. That will be a massive competitive advantage. So that's something that is being worked on right now. I guess one beautiful part of that is that when you build a if you ever built a component for blockchain operating system, or if you ever observed the person doing that, you would notice how quickly people who know the ecosystem well enough can compose something relatively sophisticated by just picking up existing components, putting them together, and running them. It's very interesting to observe how people can build something, especially during the NDC election, people were building some very nice widgets very quickly out of what exists. That is something that doesn't natively work with existing APIs because you need to have an ability to search through the components, index them, etc. So all of that can be captured and will enable people to fully leverage the existing ecosystem maybe in a year or shortly after. So that's something that excites me a lot. I think that is something that will position NEAR to be much better prepared for the advent of generative AI. So hopefully you guys are also excited. Let's see it happen.
I'm going to annoy you with this, but it's going to be worth it. So if you want to claim your NCon, get up, scan the QR code, press the link, and it will be sent directly to your NCon wallet, where you can buy all of the wonderful swag in the swag store. You can get some delicious food, and you can engage with the whole NCon app experience. So I hope you enjoyed that just as much as I did. Am I on the big screen? Can you zoom? Can you zoom in? Can you zoom in really close to my face for the announcement? Whenever we get the screens back on, I think that it's going to work for the bit. But this next man has treaded the boards a few times. He is one of the people responsible for putting the T in ChatGPT. And if we're not going to get the screens on, I'm going to introduce him anyway, because I know that I personally cannot wait to see everything that he says. So do put your hands together and give a big round of applause for Ilya Polasukin!
Hello, everyone. Great to be here on the second day. It's been an amazing conference, right? Yeah. All right. At least you're not asleep, so that's good. All right, so we've heard a bunch about AI in Web3, and I want to kind of glean a little bit forward beyond what's already here. We've heard a little bit from Alex on what you can do on the developer side, what you can do on the product side. But I want to talk about the kind of the future of work and governance, leveraging AI. So for those who are not familiar, I worked in machine learning space for about 10 years before getting into blockchain and Web3. I worked at Google Research, where I worked across kind of open source project called TensorFlow, machine learning framework, as well as on research for natural language understanding. And if you used Google before, especially before like 2019, the models were built were serving kind of short answers there. And I end up kind of through the work we were doing, because it was actually very non-performant, the models we were using at the time, kind of together with a group of researchers working on attention is all you need, the paper that introduced transformers and kind of kick-started some of the revolution that we've seen today. I always believed in the idea that AI can become a huge driver for productivity, as well as a tool that kind of changes how computing is done. And so with Alex, we started NEAR in 2017 as an AI startup. We were teaching machines to code, and we were trying to kind of leapfrog what we're seeing today back in 2017. Now, we did not have OpenAI money, so we ended up kind of getting into blockchain through needing ourselves to pay people around the world and realizing there's a huge opportunity there. Now, the innovation is accelerating, right? Because now we kind of have the models which are not just kind of a machine learning model that you need to be a data scientist to understand what to do, but they're actually able to have a natural language interface, right? And this is the first time computing went from requiring a person to actually interpret results, right, to be able to directly interact with society, with media, with legal system and politics. And this means that there will be massive positive impact, right? It means that everybody in the world has access to these tools, but also there will be negative consequences, because now the kind of malicious kind of use of computing is also at scale. And we have Web3 as an open web as a principle to really amplify these positive effects, as well as mitigate some of the negative effects. Niraj talked about kind of the case for open source AI. It's extremely important because a centralized AI is actually an existential threat to our kind of overall society. Regulations that a government is trying to enforce, especially some of the proposed, they don't even make sense. The technology is evolving faster than regulations can do this. The open source, the kind of people outside of a specific country can continue using this thing. And we need something that's proactive, that has community kind of governing the ecosystem. We need something that is auditable and transparent. We need something that has provable inference and way to ensure that the results are coming from the thing they said they're coming from. And that's where the projects like Ritual, projects like a few others that are working in this space are bringing this kind of open source to AI. Now, AI itself needs blockchain. Right now, you have a kind of private company that builds an API and offers it to everyone. And now it becomes a data moat, and it has GDPR concerns. It has all of those different compliance and complications. On the other side, the open source, if you just build a model and you release it, or you do a fine-tuning with expert knowledge, doesn't have a direct business model, right? You just post it out there and everybody using it. Using something like provable inference, you can actually have a marketplace of expert models that are solving specific problems. And whoever built the fundamental model, as well those who did the fine-tuning, can receive payment from this through the transaction. You can have data and compute marketplaces. You can have a way to track where the data is coming from and either have a payment system or copyright system that enforces this. You can also have the other side, have the reputation around data and content that's being produced to ensure that it's kind of has the reputation behind whoever posted it, and it's not just generated for malicious use. Now, AI agents are the future of work and finance. AI agents are not just a co-pilot that you chat in with, but something where you give the description of a task or a mission, and they go and execute it on your behalf or on behalf of kind of broader mission. AI agents cannot go and open a bank account. They cannot transact in traditional system. The only way they can actually interact and manage resources is through blockchain. And the way they can communicate with each other will need a cryptographic verification. And so blockchain is a way that AI agents will be kind of facilitating their transaction and interactions, and they will become more and more kind of active participants in this ecosystem and potentially have way more transactions generated than any people could. They can request work and create trustless contracts between each other to actually facilitate something done for them. And so just to kind of imagine, one step ahead for some project like NearTasks that I was presenting before is you can have a gigs marketplace where anybody, be that human or an AI agent, can come in and pay some money to do some work, right? And the work can be anything. It can be something that's usually, you ask from AI now, like translate, but also from a person. It can be something where you ask a developer to implement your feature. It can even be something that's done in physical world. And on the other side, there's participants, right, workers that are individual people, but also other AI agents can go and pick up these tasks and execute on them. And you have a verification loop, right, embedded into this marketplace to ensure that they're doing the quality work. So that's kind of, overall framework of future work where, in a way, what jobs we're doing right now are starting to get decomposed into smaller parts. And some parts are done by AI. Some parts need a lot more creativity, a lot more context, a lot more knowledge are done by people. And maybe some verification of the AI work is done by people to ensure that they're doing a correct job. That's kind of the framework that we're going to see more and more in the future. Now, with this, you can actually imagine the AI agents starting to run businesses, right? A lot of the work in running a business is very much in transformation of information. It's about really kind of understanding the financial state, the money flow, the kind of operations of the company, and ensuring everybody has the right context to execute toward the mission and key indicators of this company. And so you can have an AI agent that are actually managing large organizations where you don't have a hierarchical structure, right? You have individuals who are working on different tasks and are provided specific context needed for them within a global idea. And you need blockchain in this case to actually facilitate this, to have authenticated paths and a way to present kind of the results to the stakeholders of this business. Now, stepping one step further, you can think of states, countries, cities as bigger businesses that have a lot more stakeholders, a lot more differentiated needs. And especially digital states like blockchains, like blockchain projects, are the first in line for something like this, for AI augmented and over time AI governance. And we've seen in the past few years, DAOs kind of had their moment where everybody was really excited about how DAOs can coordinate people and resources to do something that is, and where everybody still owns kind of the piece of what they're doing. But the challenge that DAOs had were that they were not hierarchical. They were very flat organizations. And there still needed somebody to coordinate, coalesce information, and provide context to each individual contributor. And this is where AI agent comes in. They can actually have this context. They can know exactly what each individual contributor is really good at and how best to provide them this context to maximize kind of their contribution. And at the same time, provide an overall context to everybody else on what's going on in this organization. And so what we're going to have is, with AI governance, we're going to actually turn DAOs into truly autonomous organizations, where they actually are running with AI agent at the core, while everybody is contributing toward the common mission and benefiting from the resources and assets that generated with it. Now, I'll just show you a few examples and why it's not a far future, it's possible right now. This is just using ChatGPT, where I just literally wrote the proposal myself. It's not tuned on anything about NEAR or anything specific. And I suggested, hey, what if we implement a ZK privacy pool directly in a token standard, which is indeed an idea that some of the developers in the ecosystem discussing. And imagine you are part of the DAO that needs to decide if you want to fund such project. Well, you may be not familiar with technology, specific technologies here, or in general want to understand what is the negative impact. So you just ask on the proposal itself, what is the negative impact? And it can actually list out all the potential negative effects, as well as how to think about them. Again, this is right now, it doesn't have any of the additional data that we actually have in the ecosystem about how these things work. Imagine all of the discussions that are happening right now in the chats, in work groups, are actually ingested here. So now everybody who is not in those chats can actually have access to this by just asking and getting summary of the information. Now imagine this proposal got passed, and so you want to actually set up next steps and get people involved. And so you can have actually automatically generated tasks directly from the proposal, right? And I actually use /task as a way to outline each individual task that can be parsed out and created as separate proposals. And so it generates tasks on design research, prototype, security, there was a bunch of individual tasks that needs to be done. You can then open this up for bidding, get people to bid and submit how much would they pay for it, right? Or you can route them for individual contributors that you know are best suited to do this. One step forward from this is you can have a full reinforcement learning agent that actually is interpreting the current state, right, of the ecosystem, looking at the current proposals, understanding the world model, in this case our ecosystem model, trying to predict where this how this ecosystem is evolving, and decides on actions of where we're going, right? So this is an agent that's actually starting to act based on the world model it can predict and how this will be evolving, right? It can understand how the key indicators will be evolving, the users, the developers. It can try to start learning from the current activities, what activities have benefited from funding and what things didn't work. And you can actually talk to the world model to understand why it made different decisions. And so it provides a more transparent way to also interact with the decision making, not just a bunch of people voted and you have no idea why this happened. And you can still give it training data. You can still give it kind of inputs. Now, it's not going to happen immediately. There's like few different roles that we should kind of start building, right? And so there's actually projects that are trying to do individual roles in the ecosystem, right? For example, developer relations, there's a company that doing some of the work by ingesting all the developer documentation and previous questions that already happened on Stack Overflow and providing a way to respond to questions and provide initial examples to the developers. We have data analysts, right? The min-based example where you can just ask about data on chain and it will provide you the report. There's a really kind of interesting idea to help founders and projects with legal documentation by getting them a first kind of pass on their contracts and actually set up, because it's one of the most painful things in crypto. You can have a founder co-pilot, which Horizon is also playing around with, which helps the founder with all the questions around their startup and starting to kind of augment and be the kind of this advisors that you're looking for when you're just starting. It can be funding partners, I said, that actually starting to try to predict how likely a specific investment or a grant and maybe suggest how to improve that. It can be a chief of staff that is collecting information, thank you, and providing the reports to everyone in the ecosystem about what's going on, but not a generic report that everybody reads, but specifically tailored to you, what you're interested in, and what kind of context you want to know. And obviously, AI models are not perfect, and neither are people. And so what you want is combination of AI models and community oversight that is enabling and ensuring that the model is on the right track. It can veto proposals. It can get more training data to ensure that the model is correct. And you can have Web3 crowdsourcing like near tasks to actually be part of the process in the model itself. And the bold vision, right, that I want to leave you with is the idea of an AI president, right? It's an idea that as we're building this ecosystem, there's no single person that can run it, right? There's no single entity that should run it. It should be fully autonomous, community-owned. But at the same time, we do need an executive power that is able to kind of coalesce information and provide decisions. And the idea is to start working towards this AI president idea, kind of building these parts that we right now have across the ecosystem and providing kind of us with information and knowledge to get us to this bold vision. So to do that, we need another AI stack, another stack. And so this is Open Web AI stack, right? And we actually had seen, provable decentralized inference project. We have crowdsourcing, and there's like few more pieces that need to be added, like agent framework and AI-enabled DAOs. There's indeed a hackathon project that right now is building AI-enabled DAO using SGX. And finally, decentralized front ends and content reputation that's kind of was started by Eugene as part of the blockchain operating system decentralized front ends. So what should you build, right? This is kind of the bold vision, but it's going to take the whole ecosystem to actually put it together. So there's some ideas, provenance tools, chat to component interface, actions for the AI agents, as we're going to have like an open source system. There's some cool ideas around how you can build a language-based oracle that can answer more sophisticated questions. Obviously, data and compute marketplaces, as well as the roles that I described, and also other roles that you see fit. And so I want to leave you with AI as a core vertical for everyone now, but especially for NEAR. This is where we started. This is where we always were planning to go. NEAR Foundation has already been working and continued works with amazing startups in the ecosystem, and you've seen a couple of them presenting here. And if you're building something really interesting, I would like to hear about it. And so use my Twitter DM or Klayman chat, and I would love to hear about your project.
Hello? Hello? Yeah. Hi, everybody. Don't move. Don't move. Stay where you are. My name's Mike Butcher. I'm from TechCrunch. Heard of TechCrunch? Come on. Right. Don't move, because now, ladies and gentlemen, following that amazing speech, Ilya's going to come back right now, and we're going to dive into some of those subjects. Welcome back, Ilya. Have a seat. Okay. You should have. Great. Thank you so much for joining. And just to remind you again, my name is Mike Butcher, editor-at-large at TechCrunch, the small little blog you may have heard of that writes about startups and venture capital. That was a fantastic speech. What I'm interested in doing is I'm going to wind you back a little bit, because right at the beginning, as we say in journalism, you buried the lead, effectively. The lead or the lead? I can't remember. I can never remember. But you definitely buried it, because right in there, you said that you were one of the original authors of the 2017 AI paper, Attention is All You Need. Surely love is all you need. But let's move along. You were obviously one of the co-creators of this transformer model. How does it feel to be not Sam Altman right now?
Well, I don't know how it does feel to be Sam Altman, so it's hard to answer to that directly. But I think from my perspective, it's on one side extremely exciting to see the evolution that we've seen, right, in past 5 years that this technology has brought, right? And obviously there was a lot of work that went into making something that was a research project that was cool, that first started answering questions and translation, then kind of become more and more of a tool, and then actually turned into ChatGPT and Midjourney and all the technology. And there's a ton of work that huge community with.
You're far too humble, but it really is quite fantastic that that actually happened. Let's sort of dig in a little bit. There's a reason why you wrote that paper, and really very much about AI, of course. But I know that there's a story about what happened next, because you wanted people to work with you on some of these ideas, and you couldn't pay them. Tell us that story.
Yeah, so we pretty much kind of started near AI. We did not have that much data or compute, and so we've tried to be smarter. We tried to generate better training data for models, and to do that, we engaged people around the world to actually do small tasks for us. And Alex Kidanov mentioned some of that before. And to do that, you need to pay people, right? It's students who usually would do this work. They are in China, they are in Eastern Europe, they are in kind of developing countries. PayPal doesn't work. Some of them don't have bank accounts. In Ukraine, like some other system, and you cannot actually have even a good automated system to do that. Even now, this is still a problem. And we kind of wanted some global payments network that actually just works, and we can program to do these payments for small amounts to students around the world. And blockchain seemed like an answer, right? 2018, we started looking at it, and it was not. The fees that you would pay on Bitcoin or Ethereum were way higher than we were paying for some of the work that people were doing. And so we kind of started to try to investigate what should it look like, and kind of arrive to near design to really build something that's easy to use, highly scalable, kind of accessible to everyone, and really easy to program.
Well, it really is quite a visionary point that so many people will remember that era, people talking about proof of work, proof of stake, but you came straight out with the proof of stake model, and of course the rest is history. We all know about that. But let's dig in now a little bit more about the kinds of things you want to get into now. Now, we saw OpenAI's announcements only a few days ago. It's clear that what's happening, and you referred to it in your speech about this agent model, these mini GPTs that they're going to build. Why is it that you think it's so? I mean, you did talk a little bit about it, but let's unpack it a bit more. Why you think Web3 and AI, the future of AI, are so inextricably entwined, the futures of those two issues?
Yeah, I think so. There's two sides of this, right? One side is this idea that you definitely don't want one company or even like a handful of companies to be controlling kind of the intelligence of the whole world, right? And that's what is happening. These models are bringing kind of intelligence tools in our disposal to build, you know, these different business or operators or assistants or interns or kind of these instruments. And so you don't want them to be deciding, like, you know, for example, Nate trying to do a demo and it going down for a few hours, right? You don't want them to be able to switch the model behind the scene for you without you even knowing. And especially you don't want, if you're in a business or especially healthcare or any other use case where it really matters, you don't want it to be kind of possible for somebody to influence and change things as you're actually interacting with it. Imagine you have a financial system and you kind of using it, and somebody behind on the other side is able to like, well, if you know Goldman Sachs using it, then let's just tell them to buy all this stock, right? OpenAI stock. Like you don't want that to be happening. You want a way to ensure that the results are correct. You want to ensure that the result is the same and kind of have an audit trail, have a way to kind of provision and request kind of new models for your specific use cases. So you want that part. And then on the other part, as I mentioned, the AI agents themselves, they cannot interact, like they can only interact with APIs, right? And at the same time, they cannot, you know, do KYC. They cannot like onboard into a bank. They cannot actually transact as a business, for example, because they cannot have a legal signature, right? You need cryptography. You need a way to interact with kind of the world and finances. And to do that, blockchain is the way, it's interface.
You know, I'm here to ask the dumb questions, being a dumb journalist, but why would you, what's the incentive for a foundational model like OpenAI to introduce this extraneous layer over the top? How are they going to be beaten into it? Is it going to be a carrot or a stick?
So, I mean, there's a carrot on the side of using blockchain, right? Again, there's already plugins directly in ChatGPT you can use to interact with blockchain, right? There's people who have built some systems around that as well. And that's more of a carrot because it allows to have more functionality that is indeed financial. I think the open source part is going to be more of a stick. And like there will be kind of a battle between regulatory capture, the kind of centralization powers, and open source decentralization, kind of open economy, right? The standard battle that we have, you know, for thousands of years, right? Is the centralized, you know, model better, where you have full control and full ownership, and you're able to dictate to everyone else what should be done? Or you want a more open model where everybody can contribute, where everybody can participate and, you know, actually economically be incentivized to participate?
Isn't the problem that Sam Altman, a very clever man, has decided, he's seen what's happened to other platforms, how in Web 2 you had this sort of unbundling. You had, you know, a company would launch, famously there's the famous graphic of Craigslist, and out of Craigslist came Airbnb and you know, car sales and other kinds of services, and unpacked and unbundled those sort of early Web 1 models into Web 2. The unbundling is already happening with OpenAI. They're already unbundling themselves as per their announcements of only a few days ago. We're literally seeing it happen before our eyes. So they're leaping forward into the future to create this app store ahead of all of us trying to innovate and create new kinds of startups and apps and other kinds of services. How are we going to fight that?
I don't think we need to actually fight that. I think the interesting thing that happens here with transitioning from needing to write a lot of code, building services and systems, to this new natural language interface. And so through that, like those GPTs, right, that they announced are just a set of natural language instructions and kind of prompt engineering and, you know, maybe a few like integrations, API integrations. And you can actually replicate that very easily and cheaply on top of a open source model, right? You don't need to lock it in. I think the bigger challenge is there's actually no business model for building those, period. It's more of a problem of startup land that we actually need to have, like, and same as OpenAI, they incentivizing them just based on their revenue in the future. And actually, the blockchains have pioneered that model. Actually, OpenAI, interestingly, very similar structure to a blockchain foundation. They have a foundation that is nonprofit that indeed wants to redistribute the revenue to the participants and contributors. So like they're not fully that different. They're just doing it in a very centralized manner.
Right. Yeah.
But like structurally, I think we will see either them actually going in that direction themselves, or projects like Ritual and others who are trying to kind of build this more open source, open, participant system where everybody can actually benefit from contributing, and then that becoming a bigger kind of economic driver for people to start and participate, unless and kind of compete with OpenAI models.
I know that you are quite excited about the potential for zero-knowledge proofs and their application, in AI and on these new models. Tell us a little bit more about your thinking about that and the kind of wider implications zooming out.
Yeah, so zero-knowledge proofs is a really innovative technology that allows to pretty much go from what we usually have, which is servers and kind of backends that run, and its guarantee of correctness is just based on that this company is running it.
Yeah.
To have a mathematical proof that it's exactly executed the way it said it would. And this transition allows a lot of new things. I mean, there's a lot of innovation in blockchain space and scalability, but in machine learning, but also in data processing, in kind of data acquisition, this allows to have pretty much, potentially a ton of compute, potentially running the model, and have a very small proof that's really cheaply to verify that this output is correct. Now, zero knowledge, although it's not a completely new technology, it's very fast evolving, and in past 4 years, it went up in speed 1,000 times, right? But it's still not there to be able to prove large models. But we can see that progress continue chipping away. But at the same time, you can already do something on data side, right? You can have data provenance, you can have kind of understanding where things are coming from and how they were used, and have some additional proofs for payments, for example, if some data were used or not used for training the model.
You were originally at Google and obviously went on to create NEAR. You must have quite high-level contacts. What's some of the things that the platforms say to you? I'm sure you're amongst friends. You can reveal to us what those private conversations. But more generally speaking, what sort of vibe and what sort of signals do you see coming out of the bigger platforms, and how they might, because they probably agree with you about some of the things you've just said on stage. They know that probably it will happen in the way that you've characterized it, and yet we don't see those signals coming out. But do you think they're open to that conversation?
I think there's probably two sides. There's one side which is hey, this is an important technology, but it's the consideration is that it's too dangerous for people to have it, right? And this is where a philosophical discussion is it too dangerous to have technology available to everyone or not? And we can have a separate discussion on the philosophy of that, and how, at least I believe, whatever, information wants to be free. That's my kind of main kind of philosophy. And so through that, whatever people build will become open, right? And so there's no point of trying to hold it back, right? It's trying, yes, we have built this, but one way or another, either somebody else or it will leak, or somebody else will build it, and kind of knowing that it's possible.
But sorry, continue.
Yeah, so that's, I think, the biggest kind of decision making, because I agree, for OpenAI, I think they actually are very much aligned with. That's why they build this. The company structure and everything is very kind of blockchain-esque from an incentives perspective. It's because of this. But they have this fundamental oh, this is too dangerous for others. We are the ones who know best how to do it, right? And this is I don't agree with that premise, but this is kind of their main thing. I think for many other companies right now, it's more of a survival game because they see that this technology coming in actually will disrupt their business model completely, right? For Google, in many ways, if you just go into a chat and asking questions, you don't need to go and visit Google search. You don't need to go to pages, right?
Yeah.
And if people don't visit pages and go to and see the ads, right, they're disrupted. So I think that's the other transition for them. It's like they fight for survival in a way. And obviously Google has been the AI powerhouse, so they also a little bit kind of the bright thing there too. So I think that's where, if you look at the forces. And then you have, Meta, which is open source, and they go in full on open source, and they really trying to be the driver there and kind of provide and work with a lot of actually external companies to be the driver of open source innovation.
Well, of course, it's in Meta's interest for open source to be LLMs to be out there because it's not their search is not their business model, whereas of course it is Google's. Now that you're CEO, as per the announcement only the other day, are you going to be positioning Near in that direction to work with these the big tech sector?
I mean, the idea, as I mentioned, like AI is a kind of big theme for Near. And Alex could kind of mention like us investing actually even before this hype started into more data. We have been building kind of capabilities around foundational models. We've been working with projects for decentralized inference. We work, we have hackathon and projects in the ecosystem building tooling around this. And we want to work with kind of projects and companies that are aligned with us on how we see this. And so yeah, I'm sure there will be some interesting announcements in coming weeks.
Do you think that there's... Oh, that's interesting. OK, right, I'll take note of that. Do you think that there's something in a sort of a structural problem in the way the Web3 industry, if you want to call it that, for want of a better phrase, has in that because of this, sort of competing layers, the layer one models, there's the sort of decentralized approach, there's the sort of the open source movement that is often underlying it, that it hasn't had that centralized lobby voice that the big tech platforms have, say, in Washington or in Brussels. How do you think you're going to be able to insert yourselves into those conversations about the future of AI in the future?
Yeah, I mean, some of it is true that I think hasn't been like, there's actually a bunch of lobby from Web3 in various places, but they also kind of decentralized in a way, right? There's actually a bunch of them, and they have different aspects and shapes, although share a lot of the same values and structure. I think on the AI side, kind of this AI blockchain intersection is just forming. It's just coming together. I think the missing piece that I like to point out is that the regulators need to start using blockchains themselves. And that's probably the missing piece around kind of the lobbying of blockchain. It should not be like explaining blockchain per se, but actually explain how to use it for their own use case. And then as they start to use it, to record the, what are the addresses, for example, what are the bank accounts or people who are, violating the sanction list, the ones that record, registered securities and all the metadata around them. Like this becomes a source of information that everybody else can use transparently and easily. And like this is literally the point of regulation, is to have this source of information that everybody can rely on. And so it allows to have the protection for the users now implemented across the stack everywhere else. I think that's a missing piece, not just the voice, but actually starting to use it. It's like, everybody in like trying to regulate computing without owning a computer. That's current state.
Do you think the Trojan horse that will be able to be inserted into that conversation will be the protection of citizens?
I think yes, because,
In other words, the governance, the protection, the ability to allow citizens to own their own data that will finally win the argument for governments and regulators.
Especially from the aspect of like kind of reputation and content, because what happens is right now, it's not the misinformation is actually not the problem of AI. this is a problem that existed in the world for thousands of years since people started talking, right? We have blockchain itself is built on built-in fault tolerance because we assume there is some percentage of people who are maliciously trying to attack the system, right? The challenge with AI is that it gives a tool that can scale up the misinformation, can scale up the manipulation, scale up the and make it individual how you, for example, generate a way to, for example, convince a person to vote for someone, right? So like in politics, what we'll see next year is that individual ads generated specifically for individual person for a political candidate that know exactly what your political interests are and fine-tune what candidate is saying for that person, right? That's possible right now. It's not that hard. And so if you want to actually have a way to protect from that, you need to use cryptography. You need to use a way to record and have a ledger of this information.
Well, it's all, but obviously the merging of these services are already starting to happen. I mean, the UK just only a week or so ago announced that OpenAI would be powering the new chat bot for the National Health Service in the UK. So these things are already starting to be rolled out.
Well, I mean, this is the other side. I'm saying somebody maliciously trying to attack and say I am your doctor and or I am the candidate you should vote for, and by the way, I really agree with you on everything you say, right? And you should vote for me, right? And literally deploy that to everybody in Iowa. And
I want to throw a couple of things at you in the last dying minutes of the conversation, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. Sam Altman and Johnny Ives, ex-Apple, obviously the famously creator of the iPhone, obviously with Steve Jobs, but the designer of the iPhone, are rumored to be working on a hardware device powered by AI, presumably OpenAI. What are your views on that?
I think we'll see the open source models running on Edge on mobile phones, and this will be the way to actually have the private data used, and at the same time will promote the open source a lot more and get it to be a main driver for this, not OpenAI models.
You said, I think in your tweet stream the last couple of days, you said the future of open web is multi-chain, not maximalism. All of us in Web3 need to work together to help founders and developers deliver the best possible experiences to users to achieve mainstream adoption. Are you buoyant? Are you optimistic about mainstream adoption?
For sure, yeah. I mean, we have biggest apps in Web3, consumer apps in Web3 that are built on Near. We see the next wave of applications that are really hiding the blockchain coming and enabling new experiences. And I think that in itself is, already a proof, but I think we'll see a wave after that, which will be the experiences that were not possible in centralized, right? Something where it's more about the how the community coming together versus individual quote-unquote conversation that right now is when you're using an app, right? And I think that is where we'll see a lot the social interactions coming in that will be really exciting and will drive more and more effects, but it will not come if you need to install wallet and if you need to know your 0x address, right? It will come when you can use this really straightforwardly.
I was looking back at the history of how we covered Near in the old days on TechCrunch, and some of the articles in the early days was that you were billed as an Ethereum killer, like many other projects out there. Are you happy with how things turned out?
I mean, we never were trying to kill Ethereum. I think I've said that even in the beginning, Ethereum, and with any decentralized network, you cannot kill them. They will continue running. They will, if people want to build on them, if there's value on using them, it will continue. And we always thought of us as adding more functionality, making things easier, really onboarding developers and users who don't want to know the exact details of how your blockchain works, but actually want to abstract the blockchain and leverage it as a primitive for their applications. And so for that, we're on a good track. Obviously, there's a lot more to do and a lot more projects to bring. But at the same time, as I said, we actually started by talking with the Ethereum Foundation. We started by talking with folks across the whole ecosystem. We have worked with a lot of folks in various ways, as well as now we're actually introducing some of the features to really open up and kind of collaborate in an active way.
Well, as somebody who's observed you from afar for the last couple of years and seen how Near's grown, I think it's been absolutely fantastic to watch the ecosystem develop, and it seems to be quite an exciting time. But I'm afraid we're out of time. But for now, Ilya Polosukin, thank you so much. And from me, Mike Butcher from TechCrunch, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mike.
See you again. Thank you.
Okay. Right. These glasses are recording, by the way. They're the future, so if you don't want to be in it, tough. You know what I'm going to say. QR code. Scan it. Get your NCon. Get your swag. Save it up for tomorrow. Get your food. Send it to me as a tip. Do anything you want to do. Now it's time for a very short break. We have about 10 minutes, and then we're going to carry on with the schedule as planned. So if you need to go to the toilet, you better run. If you need number 2, then, well, you're probably going to miss the next one. Have a really good one. Enjoy the break, and I will see you in 10 minutes.
Please welcome back Near Foundation's David Morrison.
Woo! All right. Enjoy the AI talks as much as I did. I've been singing, I think, what is it, Backstreet Boys? AI want it that way, but hasn't landed yet. We'll see what happens. Anyway, here to speak to you about 5 things to know about Web3 fundraising in Europe. This is especially important if you're a founder or you're part of an early stage team. Please give a big, nice, warm welcome to Samantha Borbert.
Hi, everyone. I'm impressed we have people still here after those great 2 talks before. A lot to ingest. I'm Samantha. I'm the Chief Growth Officer and investor with Rockaway. We're a Europe-based shop, and we've invested in early-stage crypto projects since 2018. We also build stuff. We have 40 engineers, researchers, scientists across our teams. I know some of you live here on this side of the pond, and some of you are visiting. The TLDR on kind of Europe versus other regions is that if you want to start a company, I'd probably suggest that you start looking at flats in Lisbon or somewhere here. And my company has incubated a decentralized token-powered real estate concierge liquidity protocol to help people just like you. That's a joke. But I'm sure that some of you here have been asked probably at a crypto event, so what do you think about Europe versus other regions? Or what geography do you think is kind of the most happening right now in crypto? I actually made the move over here in the last year, so I got that question a lot. And I would usually look at people and sort of say, you know, I think like opportunities, a little regulatory talk, but I didn't really say much. So I dug into the data a bit and tried to come to some conclusion about what is happening in the ecosystem here, where might there be opportunities, and where might there be gaps, whether in funding or unique challenges. So there are many ways ultimately to answer that so Europe question, but hopefully these charts that I share now will arm you with something of a response. Okay, so this is the first big headline, and it's pretty reaffirming for all of us based here in Europe. What this shows is that we boast the largest number of crypto startups of any region. I think then that we can actually make the case, of course words can be used selectively, but that this is the most vibrant ecosystem out there. We have the most founders living here than anywhere else, crypto founders. Where Europe lags right now, other regions, is in scaled businesses, and particularly in unicorn start power. If we dig further into this, we see that Europe's companies are collectively younger. That means that the big challenge for us is going to be showing that we can mature these businesses. In the last year, Europe has carried the biggest weight in early stage funding, with close to 35% of global seed deals. On the flip side, companies that managed to raise real war chests in the bull market were disproportionately, or rather dominantly, in the US. This tells us something pretty important about the landscape here today, about who's here. We have a large portion of younger companies at this moment in the cycle. What does that mean? Probably that they have to prudently preserve cash, they have to extend runway, and they're going to have to survive through this uncertain time. It also tells us that if those US heavyweights didn't all go on bender splurging sprees, they may have some cash left over to buy promising upstarts. Zooming out, kind of what's going on globally, because kind of need to get into that before we dive into the Europe fundraising proposition. I don't think it's any secret here. I think we all know this, but funding levels have plummeted across the board. Europe has felt the pain too, but it has been relatively resilient. So in terms of the overall fall, I think Europe funding year on year has been kind of in like the 70 to 75% range. The US is down over 90%. So back to how Europe stacks up globally right now, I'm going to bring back up that funding chart just to remind you. Again, this is kind of saying we have a ton of fresher, earlier stage companies, right? So the natural next question is, well, what happens to them? Do we have some winners that are fertilizing, that are ready to break out either just because they're building and finding product market fit or when that environment turns? Or is there some reason that they're not going to progress in the way that, or in the same probability that US businesses experience? I think this chart really simply, let me see, global cap tables. Yes, this kind of gives us the most reason to be hopeful. What does it show? It's that crypto startups, relative to traditional tech, have unusually global cap tables from earlier days, right? So they have supporters that span the globe. Or pictured differently, as this chart shows, US investors are in European crypto rounds far earlier stages than they are in traditional ones. At its most basic, that means they know these projects from their earlier days, right? If you ask most founders, who do you want on your cap table, they'll tell you, I want a range of expertise, right? I want someone who brings a more technical edge. I want, I don't know, like your star manager who's going to pump me up on Twitter. I want like the guy who's run a big business. I want the M&A shark. But they're also going to say, I want some geographical diversity because I want connections, right? I don't want to have to trot around the globe spreading the gospel myself. I don't want to have to hunt down every investor and supporter. I want eyes and ears all over the place. So that looks like what's happening here. It should bode well. I can also add it to that, like as someone who has worked with, I guess, over 200 startups, and a lot of VCs, we often say, oh, we all do value add. When you get down to basics and ask most founders who's your most helpful investor, it can be almost dispiriting for someone in my seat because you think that they're going to reference like feedback you gave on something or, I don't know, some build you did for them. And usually it's the guy who got me my last lead, right? It's really helping them to get that next check. What that means is that when they're trying to show their worth, these American backers are hopefully going to refer their friends. And presumably their friends include neighbors in Palo Alto or New York that have those growth pockets. I'm going to keep these two next slides pretty tight. The point is, crypto VC funds raised a pretty hefty haul in 2022. I think sometimes that can be forgotten in the bearishness or the like, oh God, it's drying up. That doesn't mean I'm not taking a view on how much dry powder is out there, but that was a lucrative year, right? It might feel like a crazy eternity. I know I feel like I've aged. It's been like dog years of the last one, but the biggest blow-ups were only halfway through last year, right? That's when they started. And until that, fundraising was pretty accelerated. Why am I sharing this context? Well, if there is that dry powder, right, if funds are calling capital and deploying checks, those are mostly in the US. Okay, so what kind of startups do we have here? Is there some reason to believe that these European ones have unique advantages or challenges that they might not in other fields? Even before I got in tech, like just, I don't know, having grouchy people around, the rap on Europe was always like, people don't start companies there, right? I'm sure a lot have heard, like, they're not risk takers. There's the entrepreneurial deficit. I don't know, laws don't advantage people who take that risk. Everyone wants to be a salaryman, this kind of stuff. The first point, and like if this is the only takeaway to today, is that that's clearly not the case in our space, right? In Europe, there are the most crypto startups. But you could say, yeah, but it's not just that, it's not just starting, it's that to go global, you need to hit global markets. European markets are more fragmented, right? To kind of, to scale, you just have such an edge to have your foothold in a bigger market, or there's some other reason you can't kind of take over with that brand. I think what we have here is sort of something that suggests that that might have been true in the last cycle, but that the new breed of crypto growth company that might be emerging should bode well for this side of the pond. So who were kind of like those big winners of the past? That was mostly, they might not be such darlings today, and a lot of them might have seen their market value or I guess like their VC marks decline sharply, but it was large exchanges, right? Those have been the biggest deals in crypto. They kind of took the most, they were the most mature companies, and those were mainly US and Asian giants. Also DeFi, I think we've seen and I think we're going to talk about this on the panel, but places that are close to Wall Street naturally gave way to a lot of financially savvy crypto founders who started the most innovative DeFi projects because they had a background in lending, structured products, and all these services that we're trying to bring into crypto. Well, this year, DeFi funding has totally collapsed, first of all. I think there's actually a crazy stat that I saw when putting this together, but I don't think it made it here, but there wasn't a single Series B or C yet DeFi round in 2023. So what are we seeing here? Well, this category of infrastructure deals is on the rise. If anyone eye-rolled, know that I'm with you. I wish I could break out all the components every time I utter the word infrastructure, but I think we can sort of say whether it's developer tooling to layer 2s to ZK, it's kind of the stuff that falls in that nerdier technical stuff bucket. Why is that relevant here? Well, it should be the stuff where code, right, or engineering edge is kind of is the edge, right? Not your Wall Street connections or big tech or brand or media might. And it's encouraging, therefore, that Europe is spearheading a lot of these builds in this cycle at this moment, and that we have earlier stage companies that are kind of becoming the dominant component of that infrastructure part of the market. Why does it feel like it plays to our strong suits? Well, if it's kind of technical build code stuff, I think it's pretty conclusive that there is more affordable engineering talent here in Europe. That's number one. And that if you're going to build in this space where you have an uncertain fundraise timeline and where you really do have to be experimental, you can't kind of like bet the house on the MVP. It's a huge, in the same way they say kind of with funds, like what can be daunting is that what you pay in fees ends up being your performance over decades, right? Like keep the fees down. I'd almost say that for so many startups. It's like just pay less to build quicker is a huge part of staying alive and thriving. So this kind of infrastructure on the rise that's also obviously global from day one, right? Where your users span the globe, where it's not about having that local market is a real advantage. And it gives us a lot of hope when we hunt down projects here. So what can you take away from this? What are kind of, I think, my prompt was 5 things about Europe versus rest of the world right now. I think first, if you're visiting from the States and you like this Portuguese life, you've had 2 sunny days out of 3, it's kind of warm, the wine's cheap, the people are nice. You want to start making the case that you should move over here, but you know in your bones that you need to start a company, and you're like, SF here. Well, if you like all that, you're not going to be lonely if you make that move, right? We've got the numbers over here. We have founders. If you like hanging out with unicorn CEOs, there's going to be fewer of those prancing around. So yeah, you might have to get used to some other seed Series B pals, but you can still have those mentors over Zoom. In normal talk, if I'm standing around and I say Europe's got the youth, I think people would think I haven't read the news in a while. But that is the case in crypto startup land, right? We've got young startups, and we have reason, hopefully, to be optimistic that they are going to get to those later stages, right? Why do I feel we have that? They're not on an island. They have diverse cap tables, and they're playing in a market that's rewarding their strengths. Again, finally, cheaper technical talent feels like the big edge right now, that experimentation, and there are other ones as well. So yeah, I think the future is bright for over here. I think we're going to have some winners that come about in the next cycle. Does this mean does this even mean my firm is going all in? We look for company. I think maybe I'll end with this. To find the best in one playground, you need to have some sort of perspective that you glean from others, right? Everything is crossing. So I think that's the takeaway. Hopefully, global cap tables are really all over the globe, and they benefit operators and investors alike. Thank you. And one more thing. I'm going to go off, but then I'm going to come back on with a wonderful panel of fellow investors that are on cap tables around the globe, and we're going to talk about now deeper into hot investment themes and deals and what we're excited about. So if you can kind of hold off that Vino Verde or beer or whatever for a little longer, we'd love if you stay and listen to us. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Enjoy it? Yeah? Good. I'm glad. Listen, I'm tired. They only pay me till 5 o'clock, so I'm not going to stand up. We have a wonderful panel. One of the wonderful panelists is, of course, Stephanie Bobot, that you just mentioned. The panel is entitled, What We're Backing, Global VCs on New Funding Trends. So I am going to introduce Lila Ledesma of CoinDesk fame. So give it a big round of applause for our panelists.
Hi guys, I have John, Samantha, Lex, and Kartik with me here today. If you'd like to start off by giving a brief introduction on your entry into VC/crypto, Samantha, we can start with you.
Yeah, so I think I haven't seen a lot of musical chairs would be good. I haven't seen many newcomers. So I think I said I work for Rockaway. We're an early stage crypto VC. It's been around since 2018. We also have an operational side. What I didn't mention was we also operate a credit fund that's one of the most active liquidity providers in DeFi. So often the two go hand in hand. Prior to Rockaway, I started my crypto career at Digital Currency Group, so the parent company of CoinDesk, Grayscale, and a company one day known as Genesis. And we backed in my time there over 200 projects at all stages, spanning all corners of the space. Yeah.
Yeah. Apologies, I lost my voice yesterday. My name is John Ginty. I'm a venture partner with Accomplice Ventures. Prior to that, I founded Arena Research, where we focused on helping large investors getting access to DeFi and executing in DeFi native apps. Most of my day is spent looking for seed and pre-seed founders, working on ambitious, innovative products. And my history in crypto started in 2015 when I worked at Circle, followed by Coinmetrics. During that time, I spent time both on the data science aspect of the applications as well as the OTC desk.
Hey, everybody. My name is Lex. I can tell this is already a very serious panel. I'm a very
Doesn't have to be.
Yeah, it's. I'm already nervous. I have lots of nervous energy. So I'm a founder of a new fund called Generative Ventures. You can tell that it's on brand because it's generative. And we are interested in the intersection of Web3, fintech, and AI. So trying to hit all of the venture bingo at the same time. And the kind of the core idea is around the machine economy. So trying to shift away from pure financialization in the space that we've seen, where financial services is basically 90% of GDP in Web3, and trying to move to a world where our fantastic financial infrastructure and economic architecture is there to support an operating economy that's on chain, a real economy either pulled in from the existing world through real world assets, through fintech, through payments rails, or if we look at artificial intelligence, pulling in machine labor into this economy, and so using the networks that we have for commerce around the machine labor that these things make. Previously, I was at Consensus, where I wore a bunch of hats, mostly as an operator, building fintech products, running the marketing team, running the crypto economics team. And then before that, I was a founder, so I have lots of PTSD and empathy for everyone here who's made the wrong choice and started a company.
Everybody, I'm Kartik. I'm one of the partners at A Capital. A Capital is an early stage fund. We are not a crypto fund, so we do crypto and non-crypto, and typically do early stage investing, so anything from pre-seed to Series A. Largely, I focus on technical projects, so we get excited about open source and hard engineering problems becoming more productized. And previously, I was at a fund called SV Angel doing the same thing. And before that, I was a software engineer focused on open source and distributed systems.
Great, thank you guys. I want to talk to you about any interesting hot trends you're seeing in terms of investment at the moment. I think last year we saw a lot of DEXs, exchange focus. This year maybe more so infrastructure. What are you guys seeing at the moment, and where do you see the trend going next? Lex, do you want to kick us off?
I like it. So it's actually been fantastic to see what's happening in the Near ecosystem. It's a pleasure to see a lot of the things that I think we're missing coming to fruition. And for me, and I'm going to kind of reiterate this point, is this focus on economic activity and GDP. And I think people have come into crypto from different places, and because a lot of people came into it from Bitcoin, it's this sort of like still asset class thinking, like let's replace money. And with Ethereum, let's replace the financial infrastructure in the space. And I think we've done a really fantastic job of that. I have a lot of continued, faith, and I'm motivated by what's happened there. But I think that it's already improving. Like, we can sort of assume that there's going to be more block space. We can assume that developers will build more good applications and that financial infrastructure works. I mean, it's been so battle tested in the last 4 years, as we've seen. What we can't assume is that people are building goods and services that other people want to use. If I shouldn't phrase it like that, but if someone decides to build a Ponzi-nomics gaming scheme and has a really good financial engineering model with like beautiful Excel spreadsheets about how they're going to rug you, that's not a good project. That shouldn't have been investable. It's unfortunate that it was what a lot of people invested into. And the reason we're all here is because that's the mistake that investors and builders made in the past. So what I'm interested in is, can the thing incorporate economic activity? So we're seeing things like decentralized physical infrastructure coming on board. It's much harder to growth hack physical devices in cars. There's like a scarcity to them. I'm interested in fintech embedding stablecoins into payments. When you're buying a sandwich, it's much harder to wash trade a sandwich because most of the time you eat it and then you don't have a sandwich anymore. I'm making jokes, and you're allowed to enjoy them. Thank you. Fantastic. Okay. And then the DAO space. The DAO space is just a small business space. It's a boring old small business space. Small businesses make products and services that people enjoy. So what do small businesses need to succeed, right? We call it governance and so on and so forth. But payroll, financial functions, treasury management, things that allow the production of goods and services. And I love all the ZK and infrastructure stuff, and I think that's all really interesting, but it has to be in the context of economic output.
Kartik, can you add to that? What are you seeing? That's interesting.
I think thematically there's a similar overlap to what Lex just said, and I'm sure a bunch of us will have kind of similar things, but I purely get excited about infrastructure, not because I think that's like where things are, it's just that that's what I understand the best. I'm not here to have too many kind of opinions on consumer crypto tech or just kind of products. I think we're going to see a lot of those, but what I get excited about is effectively what is the level of abstraction that we're actually enabling. ZK is a pretty big one. The best time to invest in a ZK company was 3 years ago, but the best time to see how those investments actually worked out is this year, because the amount of complexity you need to abstract away is kind of where we are. And now that you have some of the base level abstractions in there, you get to see how people are actually going to make this more usable. So now we're looking at how are people applying these things, and kind of that's like a big focus on the ZK side, largely just kind of how people are using circuits. The other kind of couple of things that we're interested in is overall how information can be transmitted to a lot of nodes. This has a lot of obvious applications that we're seeing now, which is like messaging. You're seeing a lot of these chat apps, or you're seeing a lot of these behaviors on how do we pass anyone from money to just pure texts over different nodes and have some guarantees around encryption and just purely the two-way retrieval of it. I think there's a lot more there that enables a brand new set of applications and use cases, whether it's Web3 native or just existing Web 2. So we're looking at understanding how that infrastructure gets better. And I think that the bet that we're also going to see pan out in a couple of years is that this is around the right time to invest in infrastructure around staking, especially for enterprises. So what is a good regulated way to understand what restaking could be offered to a lot of institutions? How do you actually make that more accessible, not just accessible, but also safe and secure? And by the time all these things roll out, whether it's ETFs or just people getting more interested, you want to have those services available to a lot more people. And that's kind of what we're saying.
Thank you. Yeah, I think to react to both what Lex and Kartik said, I think, I mean, Lex talked about what's exciting in DeFi right now. I think I echo that things that feel like copycat protocols are sort of what I'd put in the bucket of like stuff you can already do in the traditional world doesn't feel exciting. By contrast, anything that's like an actual new experience, right? And that's sort of what I like to ask founders, like, why can't I do this today? And often, you know, especially, it's even worse if it adds more complexity to what you do today. And so I think if we push ourselves to fund stuff that is truly experimental in that does create a novel experience, that's kind of the only way we make all the infrastructure stuff worthy. So that, I think, yeah, Kartik mentioned abstracting away. Conceptually, I think even just with applications, you know, I like an example of this. There were a lot of crypto payments companies that would go to e-commerce sites, right? And their pitch was like, I'm going to get these sites to accept crypto because insert some variation of kind of meaningless reason, right? Like, oh, there's all these people who want to pay with crypto for their makeup order. I don't know one person, or that it's some signal that they're down with younger audiences, versus someone who comes up now who says, I want to do crypto payments in the best way that makes it not crypto payments, but just anonymous payments, right? What is something where someone doesn't want credit or debit? Click here, it's anonymous, and then it's anonymous to interact with your buyers, right? So it's kind of a mental model of what we're looking for, where it's sort of, tell me why it makes sense, why the person doesn't have to know crypto, and why it's doing something new.
Okay, John. I'm wondering what investments are going to outperform investing in liquid stuff versus VC. Is that something that you can speak to?
Yeah, so that's something we think a lot about. There's a, two edges to the sword of having a token or having any kind of early liquidity, and you'll get founders exiting early and people lose motivation and things like that. And now you've got this distraction of a token to be watched, and your price chart is almost like your company's KPI at the end of the day, unfortunately, for a lot of projects. So we try to align with the teams and try to support whatever kind of backing they're looking for, whether it be equity or it be tokens. But we prefer tokens are only involved where it actually makes sense. We don't like to see a token shoehorned into a product where it adds complexity or confusion. We are seeing a lot of funds that got burned by things like FTX favor liquidity and favor tokens only. So we are seeing a lot of investors that will primarily do that kind of thing. But we like to take the longer view. And our perspective is that we'd almost rather have them do equity because we know it's a longer journey to get to that final finish line of the IPO, as opposed to a token where you've got this constant kind of urgency or constant kind of price to look at. But overall, we think it does make sense to include a token where it creates this additional product incentive or adds this additional feature that a business model outside Web3 could not have. We think that that's really powerful.
Where doesn't it make sense to have a token? Have you seen examples of early stage companies where you're like, there is no point in having a token here? Can you give an example?
Yeah, I think governance tokens that have no governance are a great example of tokens that don't matter, right? They don't accrue fees, they don't add value, they just kind of are decentralization theater is the term we like to use for that.
Okay. Moving on, can we look at investing in terms of from a global perspective and how we're seeing different investments from Europe versus the US, Asia, Africa, Latin America? How diverse are your guys' portfolios in terms of global reach?
We're largely US only because that's the geography we understand the best. There's a couple of founders that we backed that are based in Europe and a couple in India, but that's largely because we had a relationship with those founders before and they happen to be there. But we kind of stick to where we know we can definitely help, and that ends up being North America.
Samantha, is it the same for you?
Yeah, so I think what we feel is in the longer term, like the idea that the crypto founder profile stays the same would be pretty dispiriting, right? Like it should evolve. And I think what that means is it should become more domain experts, right? If crypto is actually intersecting like the real world, real economy, how you live your lives, probably those use cases need to be spearheaded by people really who understand those users and needs. And so that we're starting to see that play out in terms of geographical differences. So like an example would be, okay, in Asia, Korea is kind of like a investing on steroids economy, from pachinko to like some crazy stat that I think close to 90% of people have a stock trading brokerage account. There's like an army of stay-at-home moms who trade options. Like that culture is ripe, right, for someone to come up who started out in one of those brokerage houses, like you name it, and kind of bring that same thinking of how to make it fun and make it addictive to crypto, right? In China, like, NetEase, the Tencents of the world have created juggernauts that have been amazing, right? They've covered things from best games to WeChat to e-commerce applications, and yet doing it in a way that all of them are lively and interconnected. So we see those founders bringing really innovative consumer use cases to crypto. UK and US different, whether it's healthcare or more institutional elements that are more, again, native to what their expertise is. I'd say the UK is more maybe that like research, academic and grounding. So I think that's where we see it going, and get excited at the faint signs of these domain experts, these native domain experts emerging.
What about you, Lex, from a new fund perspective? What do you see?
Geographically?
Yeah.
So I don't know if any of you can tell, but I do have an American accent because I grew up in New York. And then I left New York and I went to London as part of like a fintech journey, and got exposed to fintech ecosystem there, and then to the crypto ecosystem in mainland Europe. And the fund that we started with my partner is Asia-based, is focused on Europe and Asia. We're pretty much making the choice to not seek out US deals. Based on my network, I get a bunch of stuff from the US, but stuff is overpriced. There's a ton of competition, and a lot of it is accruing to big tech. So it's sort of a bloodbath, but unless you're sort of in the top seat. Not that it's not a bloodbath everywhere else. It's like, are you down 95% or 99%? That's also a joke. For real though, huh? Crypto. So, our focus is Europe and Asia, and I think there are interesting drivers. One driver is regulation. Although Gary is starting to lose in the courts, it's going to take him some time to do that more significantly, and the election also throws everything up in the air. So building an American crypto company is unnecessarily painful, and I think for an economy that's facing de-dollarization, to go and shoot in the face like the best thing that could happen to the dollar, which is to become the default payment mechanism of a global economy that's open source and gets into everywhere in the world, is absolute and total nonsense, but that's just kind of where we are. So that is to say, Europe has a much more adult approach to regulating the crypto space, and you already see that with MiCA. The UK is going to compete with Europe for a better regulatory environment. So I think there's going to be kind of stability for digital assets, maybe not DeFi and Web3 native stuff, but at least for digital assets in the European ecosystem. And then the European startup ecosystem is very healthy. There's lots lots of great money-focused companies that have been built, as well as consumer and commerce-focused companies. And then I'll echo the points around Asia. And in addition, given the geopolitics in this, there is a big talent and capital drain out of China. So you have lots of folks who have experience building tech companies and AI companies, as well as capital looking to deploy more broadly in Asia. And between Singapore, Hong Kong, and then you of course know the stories around Philippines and other geographies, like there's Korea, there's a lot of actual usage, and it's much more normalized. As well as you've got the remittance corridors and stuff like that. So for us, that's a kind of a natural focus. It's very promising. The main sort of question mark I've got is that this story is true for Web3, but it's not as true for artificial intelligence. So although China is leading in academic research on AI in terms of capital, the US is by far much more significant. So that creates a question of like, will these things actually meet? Because the talent pools, the people who can meaningfully speak and understand both of these fairly technical ecosystems are today in very different places. And although Web3 and Ethereum ended up escaping, in many ways, Silicon Valley, I don't think that's true for artificial intelligence.
So do you see the talent in the US leaving with a regulatory crackdown? Do you think that people are going to stop being in Europe and Asia more?
Question for the audience. How many of you are Americans? I'm not going to ask you for a passport. I already know you have it. And how many of you live in Portugal?
Oh, wow.
So there's your answer.
Okay.
You traitors.
John, do you have anything to add to this?
Founders like to be around other founders, and so that's where we try to be. We have a East Coast United States kind of geography, and we're always looking in Boston, New York, because that's where our network is. However, we have plenty of scouts in San Francisco or in Israel or South Korea, but that's generally where we tend to look, is where the most founders starting companies, because that's where we'll find the next generation of great founders.
Okay, moving on. As VCs, you guys provide a lot of support for your portfolio companies. After the FTX debacle, bank runs, etc., it's been a pretty intense year or so. Was there a particular time over the last year where one of your portfolio companies was struggling and called you for advice? How have you handled this situation from a VC perspective?
Who wants to go first?
I can go.
Go ahead.
I think the weekend with Silicon Valley Bank was the worst. I don't know who in the room had money in that bank, but that was pretty stressful. And it was just helping portfolio companies find another bank, making intros where we could. But also the discussions around, okay, what's runway like? Are you going to have to do layoffs? Are you going to have to raise another round? Who's in a good position to raise, or who should try to do a bridge round? A lot of tough conversations over the last 18 months, I would say.
Kartik, can you add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think SVB issue was kind of the most common one. We happen to be part of the governance there to actually help with securing the SVB and kind of backstopping that. So we kind of were active there, and kind of having over 100 portfolio companies, we knew this was going to be a big one, especially that weekend. So I remember that day specifically just making sure we ping every single portfolio company and see who was actually with SVB and who's affected. We lucked out in the sense that it was actually a very, very small percentage of the portfolio that was that SVB, and almost a minuscule to non-existent portfolio on the crypto side, because interestingly, SVB did not bank crypto companies, so they were okay. But what I would say is, like, I think there isn't really like a big moment that usually ends up happening that sort of defines these types of things. Largely, it ends up being unofficial therapy sessions with the founders. Something usually goes wrong, or mostly it's the form of, hey, can you double check if this sounds reasonable? And that's kind of where I would say most of my time goes. effectively just anywhere from mediating something to kind of helping accelerate some intro partnerships they're trying to get, and largely just checking anywhere from, hey, can you see if this is broken, or can you review this, anywhere from white paper to our code base. It kind of goes in and out on those things. But I wouldn't say there's been like a crazy moment like that. We also kind of get to escape some of these situations because when we are funding a company, it's usually the pre-seed or seed rounds. And in those scenarios, they are largely good for about 2 years on any capital. And even if SPV was fully out, most of them would have been not too much in that situation where they actually.
Samantha, were there any pain points for you?
Yeah, mine is probably portfolio companies calling me to ask if their treasuries that are being lent out with Genesis should stay there. I think I'll say I can't, unless you kind of haul me to the bar, I probably won't share more about that here, but I'll say like until that point, I would always brag about like I love being in an investor operator seat. And that day I was like, I don't know if I do. This is, yeah, harder. I think the other one that comes to mind and is still playing out is particularly for DeFi projects that are reckoning with whether their products make sense in a space with lower volumes and liquidity. So like these are whether it's kind of a loan or a structured product or whatever on chain, you have smart contracts, right, that power those transactions, and they need some amount of liquidity locked in them for those transactions to be executed. And if that's not there, right, if they can't find these liquidity providers that basically ran for the exits in crypto, then those product designs, even if they're really elegant and they were kind of had spiffy front ends and whatever else, don't really make sense. And then that leaves you with a really tricky question because you're, as a founder, kind of in a holding pattern, right? You can sit there and say, all right, at some point, this market will come back, liquidity will rise, and then this thing that I have on the shelf that's so great is going to be used, right? But like, who wants to be in that? It feels so uncertain. And so I think conversations with some of these that are really existential, like, what is a holding pattern? It's not a pivot. Do I return capital to investors? Because if I'm going to redesign and do something that was not mentioned in the original deck, like, where does that leave us? Yeah.
So when a time like this, when raising is super difficult, what can founders focus on? Lex?
Can you rephrase the question?
So I'm wondering if you have any advice to sort of early stage founders who are looking to raise at the moment. What areas can they focus on? How do they build that sort of perfect balance of building, raising in a difficult sort of market condition?
I think this is a question that is very contextual. Like it depends. I went to law school, therefore it depends. I think that you will get completely contradictory advice, and that's correct, because there will be people who will go in one direction that will be successful, and then the people who will go in the completely different direction and be successful. And they might not be successful at the same time. Like it could be a 3-year difference. The infrastructure person wins next year, and the consumer app person wins 3 years later. There's amazing examples of companies like Marqeta, which for years, 3 to 4 years, was in the wilderness with no demand until Deliveroo or Uber Eats appeared, and all of a sudden they needed virtual cards, and this thing went to hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue. And you will never know that a priori. You never will. So the only thing you can do is kind of be at the table and play the game. If you don't play the game, you're out. The other thing is that different people will give different advice, so find the people that give the advice that resonates with you. I mean, as long as they're not psychopaths and crazy and want you to prop up a Ponzi scheme called Olympus DAO. But other than that, it's totally fine. So you'll find people who want to back vision, and then you'll find people who want only fundamentals. And if you are, if you if you don't like the Finance New York people, then don't take money from them. Go for the visionary investors. And if you want to build a real business where you want to be profitable and you don't want to worry about having to tell kind of bullshit stories about the future, then go with a fundamental investor. You have that option. And I think that as long as you're optimizing for something real that is congruent with your belief system and that aligns with you, you know, as a founder, that's really the only thing you can do, and the rest of it is just, end of the day, fortune. You know, and the way that I think back to my own entrepreneurial experience is sort of like, it is a constant, you're constantly being hurt by the world, right? You're always being rejected. And it is only through kind of that accumulation of the scar tissue that you become strong enough to withstand the pressure of entrepreneurship. So even when you get that negative feedback of being in a bear market and nothing working and you can't find customers, you have to interpret that as an exercising of your ability to build and create value. And that sucks to hear, but I think in a moment like this, it's really the only thing that I would advise people to develop.
And I'll add, I think my qualitative data suggests that only 2 in 5 investors are psychopaths who will tell you to prop up a Ponzi scheme, so you should be okay. It's a joke.
It's
I'm
fair.
taking his lead.
They can't laugh because it's on camera.
Okay.
John, do you have any advice for these early stage founders?
Yeah. One thing we always say is if someone's willing to give you money, you should take it because you never know when the tide will change.
Yeah. Pratik?
I think
good advice.
Yeah. That's not entirely like untrue, but I think I'll probably add some nuance to what Lex said. I think those are good principles in the sense of how you make a decision, but the question is like, what is it that you need to know that helps you be in that situation to make a right decision? You can't kind of just follow advice if somebody is resonating with you. It has to still be contextualized in the context of this person actually is qualified to give that advice, ideally from past experiences. The nuances, or I guess more practical things I would add is, in a market like right now where it's the investors with capital that have the leverage versus kind of looking at something like in a bull market where founders have the leverage because the capital is a lot more available. You want to make sure that in this market you are not getting too much diluted if it's the first time you're raising. It doesn't mean that you're getting abused, or it doesn't mean that what you have is not there yet. It's just a reminder that if you're losing 30 to 40% of your equity, or giving away 30 to 40% of the company in the first round, and you have not enough to show for, and you probably need 2 or 3 other rounds after that, the odds of you being successful or being able to raise in the future just get diminished very highly. And it comes down to then the question of, do you want to accept this money immediately, or would you like to kind of try again by showing more progress and then seeing if there's actually better fundamentals that you can also use to help get a better deal. So keep that in mind, where like if you are not entirely capital constrained as a founder or a founding team, it may be actually better to show something instead of just the idea. The second piece I would say is that it actually matters to think about your recruiting plan ahead of time, which means in the same market, you are also competing for talent, and so is everybody else. So if you are really working on something super interesting, try to find more people who are interested in the same ideas as you, and getting those people early is a pretty big advantage, because you don't want to then overspend for capital to hire those people you would want just because you have now a deadline or some promise you need to maintain. And that kind of really helps make or break companies, especially as a lot of the times when people get capital, they just end up overhiring. So don't do that. Keep it to essential and really, really smart, talented folks. And I think the last thing I would say is that overall, this is where like I'm happy to make this be a counterintuitive thing, but it actually is somewhat beneficial for you to talk to a lot of people on the other side, because you get to normalize based on what's happening around you instead of a global, this is correct or this is reasonable or not. If you can subjectively understand what everybody's thinking, or if this is actually crazy, whether it's terms you're getting or what the reaction is, those things just help you refine what should anywhere from be communicated if you can communicate clearly, or what a relatively good term may look like in that period. So you shouldn't just obviously do that at the expense of not building, but it's always to have a lot more data points to just understand what is considered normal for that period.
Thank you. Thanks so much for your insights, guys. It's been great. That's all we have time for.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. If you didn't know it, we made history there. That was the first ever VC panel at a Web3 conference where there was no VC wearing chinos. So good job, guys. Thanks for being one of the people. Next up, very smart man. His name is Eric Weiner. He is from Pagoda. They are doing an incredible job building out the tech stack around Near and its ecosystem and beyond. And he is going to be talking to you about making the case for building all apps on the open web. So one last time, let's give a big round of applause for Eric Weiner.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Thanks for staying through the whole day. My name is Eric Weiner. I'm the CTO of Pagoda. I've been in crypto for almost 10 years now, but I'm honestly pretty new to the Near ecosystem. So if there's anything I get wrong here, any feedback you have, please reach out to me on Near Social, Calamero chat, email, Telegram, Twitter, whatever you want. I'm the CTO of Pagoda. If you're unfamiliar with Pagoda, we build Near Core. We build a lot of the core components of Boss. We build fast auth, build more things. So let's dive in here. Let's try that. Here we go. OK. So what's it going to take for the open web to be the only web? We're going to have to win over users, businesses, that is founders, startups, enterprises, and builders, developers who are actually going to be building these applications. I'm a dev, so we're really just going to talk about builders today. The other things are important. They're just other talks you've already been to. So thinking about builders, why do we write software? What are the reasons we do it? I'm going to start pretty simple. For most people, it's your job. You get paid. You do what you're told. A slight variant of that, starting a startup. It's still work, but at least you get to pick what you're doing. Then maybe on weekends or in your free time, you might do some personal software development or some open source software development. I do that to solve little problems in my day-to-day life or build something for a community that I'm part of. And finally, you've got things you do for learning or for fun. Maybe grow your skill set, training at a new job. So those are sort of the reasons why you would be writing software. And when you're deciding to build something, you've got to pick which platform you're going to build on, which programming language, database architecture, all the different things that you build on top of in order to make an application. Pretty obvious answer is you use the best tools you can find. Now, best is pretty subjective. It could mean easier to use, well architected, something trendier, or something that aligns with your personal principles. Also, you just use what's familiar with you, something you already know, something you're already good at, because you want to get the work done. You don't want to spend all your time learning new tools. So if we put it on this little scatter plot, most familiar at the top, least familiar at the bottom, bad stuff, tools you don't want to use on the left, tools you do want to use on the right. And we'll chart out those 4 different types of rationales for software development on the chart. So when you're thinking about doing something for learning or for fun, you're, by definition, unfamiliar with it. And you don't know if it's going to be bad or good until you try it. And then every once in a while, you try something new, and you have that moment where you say, wait a second, there's something here. This is good. And if you hit that box, then you can sort of climb up the graph a little bit. Maybe that person will do some personal or open source software development based on that tool. Learn more about it. Get more familiar with it. Maybe that person will start a startup. And you're going to do as a startup, you're going to use something you're already familiar with because you don't want to waste time, and something that's good because you want to build on a solid foundation. If that startup's super successful, you hire a bunch of employees, all of a sudden, it becomes people's jobs. And then they don't even get to pick whether they like it or not. They got to use it anyway. But they're going to be familiar with it. So you can see this little curve here, starting from the bottom left all the way up to the right side. And again, if you nail that bottom right corner, you can take a development platform and get it into more places, get it into more businesses, get it used by more people. Now, I think Near is good. I think Boss is good. I already got that moment. But this room is not entirely filled to the brim, and the reason for that is that it doesn't necessarily appeal to everybody yet. We haven't hit the mainstream software developer crowd, the people who aren't here to be part of the crypto or the blockchain community. And the reason for that is because we have different definitions of what good is. So when you say what makes a good development platform, is it decentralization? Honestly, most people haven't been censored enough to care that much about decentralization. It's unfortunate. Most people haven't had their privacy invaded enough to care about privacy. Most people haven't had their accounts frozen enough to care about economic freedoms. Now, I think we all agree, they should care. You know, when things go wrong, Web3 wins. If you have an unstable economy or repressive government, you will have wished you took care of these things. And it's honestly a little ironic that so much software development in the world is spending so much time on high availability, redundant backups all over the world, making sure they can stay alive if there's a natural disaster that takes out a huge swath of a population, but you're not resistant against an economic depression or political unrest in your own country. These are the things that help you stay resilient to those problems. But we've been talking about decentralization for 15 years now, since the Satoshi white paper, and if it's not going to catch on, we've got to make Web3 better than the happy path of Web 2 on its own merits. Faster to build, easier to use, a better UX for those end users, more lucrative, something you're going to make money off of if you're going to start a business there. And people do care about the reputation and the perception and the trends. If the open web is going to succeed, we've got to make sure it's not associated with the scammier parts of the crypto world. So what we're going to do today is see how does the open web stack up. Build a little scorecard. And again, I'm going to build the scorecard from the perspective of a software developer. Not necessarily a founder, not necessarily an end user. Those are important, just not what we're talking about right now. OK. The scorecard for unprincipled developers. We're going to put a few categories along the left, and for each one we're going to see who wins, Web 2 or the open web. So let's start with the user interface. The Web 2 side, more often than not, you're mobile first. And there's amazing tools for building mobile first applications these days. The distribution models for mobile and for web, they haven't changed in 15 years since the iPhone App Store came out. So you've got URLs, you've got your App Store. People know how it works. On the Web 3 side, more often than not, we're starting desktop first, maybe mobile web, sometimes mobile native apps as an afterthought. Now, there's a lot of applications that have done good work in mobile in the open web stack, but it's generally sort of the Web 2.5 kind of things. Your on-ramps, your off-ramps, or applications that are using some of the open web stack, but not necessarily all of it. Extensions, special browsers, probably not the long-term answer here. And things are changing. Recent EU regulations are requiring the iPhone to be able to allow you to sideload apps, so download apps outside of the App Store, I think as of March 2024. And both Apple and Google have been making slow but steady progress towards installable web apps. So they show up on your home screen. They act a lot more like a native app, but you don't have to go through that App Store gatekeeper. So overall, I'd say mostly because of the mobile story, Web 2 wins the interface battle right now. But going forward, it could be a toss-up. I see Web 3 gaining ground. I see open web gaining ground here. On data and storage, The Web 2 solution here is you've got a database in the cloud, and it's where all your customers' data sits. And if you have files that your customers are uploading, they go into cloud-hosted file storage. AWS, basically. Web 3, we start with on-chain data. And on-chain data on Near is fast and cheap relative to other chains. And if you've been that's why we're pushing this data availability thing. But it's still slow and expensive relative to AWS. And so we have to compensate for that with indexers, with L2s, and with rollups. And we put large files on things like IPFS, and then we compensate for it with pinning. So we're always doing these compensating factors. It makes for a less cohesive experience today. We're also trying to bring back local data. If you were here during the afternoon, you heard from Urbit and you heard from Calamaro, who were talking about, why does all the data have to be in the cloud in the first place? It can be on private servers. It can be on shared servers. We need to bring that back in order to make Web3 data work. Still, though, just because these things are so easy to use, so fast, so cheap, Web 2 wins the data battle currently, and they're probably going to win it for a while. But we still got more to go. Computation. Just the business logic of an application. Web 2, a little bit on device, a lot on centralized servers. On Web 3, we're adding in smart contracts into the mix. Now, smart contracts can unleash a ton of possibilities, everything you've been hearing about for the last couple days. They can't do everything. Interacting with Web 2 is a pain point. Cross-chain relaying, bridging, often have to fall back into centralized servers in the first place. So right now, I would say Web 2 is easier. But as the interactions between on-device computation, smart contracts, and centralized servers get more cohesive, start to really unleash the possibility of smart contracts without the downsides of having to interact between these three different modes of computation. And I think in the future, the open web wins here. OK, let's talk about identity a bit. Web 2 world. It's a mess. You've got to figure out your own authentication system. So you're either going to have a lot of security holes, or you're going to have to pay a ton for a third-party cloud-hosted service. You're always typing in your email address, your password, your first name, your last name, your billing address, your country code, your zip code, your CVV. It's a total mess. And if you need any sort of attestations of who the user is, maybe age verification, or if you're a financial application, you need to know who they are, you're doing all that from scratch again. It's expensive. It sucks for users. It's a total mess. On the open web, we're trying to solve that. We've heard a lot about fast auth, one-click, email-only sign-in across all of your accounts. We've got account abstraction to sort of remove the need for users to log in the first place so they can act autonomously. And then you can also bring your own wallet. So you come to an application and say, I already know how I'd like to sign into this. The application just conforms to a protocol, and the sign-in goes fine. You can do the same thing with your personal identification information and your know your customer information. I can bring that. I can say I've already verified on, say, IDOS, and say all I have to do is provide that attestation. It's a lot less work for the application. It's a lot cheaper for the application. It's a better experience for the end user. The downside of identity in the open web world is the customer support problem. If you lose access to your account, who do you go call? You're usually going to go call the application, even though it's usually going to be something that the wallet's better equipped to handle. Or, unfortunately, in a lot of the Web3 wallets that exist today, you might be out of luck. And that's something we need to make sure we work on if we're going to attract a broader audience. So I think Web3 wins identity today. I think the open web continues to win identity going forward. Got to win. That's great. Let's talk about composition. OK. You're trying to connect different applications together. In Web 2, you are using APIs. You're using all these crazy protocols, your OAuth, your SAML, and you're hoping that whoever you want to connect to has an API. And you're probably paying for it. And if you built a business on top of Twitter, then you have experienced the brunt of this over the last year as they started making you pay more or taking access away from their APIs. If you're serving data to others, you have to take that on yourself. It's often something people don't even bother doing. And so you end up putting other applications in that first bullet situation. And you're building your entire UI from scratch. Web 3, because everything's on smart contracts and the data's all on chain, you can do direct integrations. Permissionless, but also really open. And you can unleash all of these really clever interactions between smart contracts. You especially saw that in the DeFi space on Ethereum a couple years ago, and it's continuing to happen today. And with Boss decentralized front ends, you have safe composable interfaces. I can take some UI that somebody else has built and put it into my application without having to worry about security holes in that, whether that application is a Trojan, whether that UI is a Trojan horse into my application. So on the composition front, open web WIBs today, open web WIBs tomorrow. OK, payments. You guys have all paid for things, I imagine. Web 2.0, you're typing your credit card information. It works. It's a little clunky. It's a little expensive. Payouts is a total mess. You've got 150 different formats in each country. It takes days, takes weeks, takes all sorts of verification. You've got some service providers who are trying to make it better, but even that barely works. On Web3, we've got fast and cheap payments and payouts, as long as you stay on-chain. The on and off ramps still have all the same problems, but at least you push that to the edges and you push that to service providers that excel in that. But once you're on-chain, you can use stablecoins, tokens for payments, ownership, utility, a lot more interesting interactions, a lot smaller, faster, cheaper payments. So I would say right now it's a bit of a toss-up. You've got all the extra utility from the blockchain-based payments, but credit and debit cards work, and you're mostly dealing with on-ramps and off-ramps anyway. But as more things go on-chain, open web's going to start to win that more and more. OK, so we've talked about how you build an application and some of the pieces of what it takes to do so. But if you're going to build an application or build a business, you're going to want to make some money off of it. So monetization strategies. People have tried micropayments a lot over the last, I don't know, 40 years. It barely ever works. Well, the fiat rails aren't really set up well for it, for one thing. But also, from a user perspective, they tend to feel nickel and dimed. And the transparency of exactly what a particular user action can cost can be off-putting to users. So most Web 2.0 applications are going with subscriptions, say your Netflix, advertisements like Facebook, or transaction fees like Amazon.com. We're honestly still trying to figure out what monetization looks like in the blockchain world. My take is micropayments wouldn't work for the same reasons they don't work in Web 2. Nobody really wants them from an end-user perspective. I haven't seen a lot of great movement around what subscriptions look like in Web 3, but one really interesting idea is to use staking. That's kind of the SIM analogy. You're locking your funds, you're putting your money to work, and you're sort of investing in a protocol. It's similar to a subscription in a way. Ads, they work, and I know a lot of people in this room probably hate ads. I don't like looking at ads, but it's a viable business model, and I think it's something that shouldn't be discounted. I love the BAT rewards program in the Brave browser, and I'll be talking to Brent and Ike about that in a minute. Puts users at the nexus of the ad market. So I think that's something that shouldn't be discounted. It's a viable business model. And finally, transaction fees. That's what most Web3 applications have been using. But again, especially as those transactions get smaller in scope, it turns into micropayments, and it might hit a bit of a wall there. So I think it's important for the Web3 world to explore and embrace all the possible monetization strategies. But Web 2 is winning this, and I would say the future could go anywhere. Again, we haven't really figured that out as a community just yet. So again, here's our overall scorecard for unprincipled developers. I'm a little biased, but I think we turn out pretty well here. And remember, it's not all or nothing. You can build an application and pick and choose what parts of the open web stack you want to use. So you can use the best of everything, make a great application, and as the Web3 world improves, as the boss improves, start moving little bits onto the open web until you've got a fully decentralized application at the end of the day. A couple of points I want to make. Again, I've been talking about developers, but you really need all three. You need a great user experience, you need a great developer experience, you need a great founder experience, and you're going to build a compelling platform. But a great developer experience, it can get up that curve we talked about earlier. If it's great, developers are going to push the founders into using it. and they're going to make it so it's a great user experience. So the open web on Boss, I think it's great for some apps, especially if you're leveraging composability or identity. And so it's really not too early to take the leap, especially if you see value in building on a blockchain. It's not great yet for all applications, but again, we're doing the work. We're making those improvements. We're getting there. And because of those network effects of composability and identity, the more applications are built on the open web, the more compelling and more attractive the platform becomes. So I think we've got a lot of work to do, but the future's looking up, and I'm excited to get back to it on Monday. Thank you so much. Again, please get in touch with anything you want to talk about or chat. I'm still new to Near, learning a lot. Please reach out to me. I'm going to stick up here. A couple people are going to come out with some chairs, and we'll get Brent and Ike on stage for a little chat. All right. Thank you for coming.
Glad to be here.
You want to give a quick intro to anybody who's not familiar with you?
Gosh, where to start? I did JavaScript in 10 days in May 1995, took it through standardization, founded Mozilla.org with Jamie Zawinski and other people, built Firefox and restarted the browser market, restarted web standards because they'd shut down after the IE monopoly. And we had to use something called the working group, WHAT, in order to poke Microsoft and get the W3C back away from XML. Did Firefox and Firefox OS and a lot of things in Mozilla Research, some of which have turned into their own success stories, like Rust, the programming language. Did Brave because I couldn't use a browser. Even Safari wasn't private enough for me, and there were too many ads. So I wanted to use everything I knew about browsers to put the user first and to get rid of intermediaries like ad tech tracking entities and payment processors. And that meant blockchain. That meant initially Bitcoin, and then we switched to Ethereum. So here we are.
Here we are. All right. Claps are in order. So Brave's been around for about 8 years now, I understand. And when I look at the Brave strategy, in addition to making a really nice browser to use, there are features that are very Web3 forward. You've got a built-in crypto wallet. You've got IPFS node built in. You've got the BAT rewards program, where again, users are kind of at the nexus of the ad market there. And you've also got a lot of privacy-centric features. Built your own search, VPN and Tor integration, and then released an AI chatbot last week, right?
That's right. Leo.
Yeah. So out of those features, which are the ones you feel are bringing in the most new users? What are you pushing, and what are you trying to get people into after they've already come and downloaded Brave?
That's a great question, because browsers are an immortal category, and every 10 years or so somebody says it's monopoly, it's Chrome now, forever, give it up. But in the case of Chrome, there's Apple, which will never agree to everything Google wants. So Safari has a strong market share. And in the wake of that sort of duopoly struggle, come a bunch of new browsers. Brave is one of them. I think we've been the most private, but you've seen, unfortunately, Firefox keeps losing share slowly. It's kind of flat or down. But you've seen other browsers come out. You've seen people try to do new spins on browsers, which is great. You've even seen sort of Sand Hill Road VCs invest in enterprise sidekick browsers and things like that. I'm not sure how well they'll do. I think niche browsers have a role to play, but Brave wants to go big. And we're doing it by putting the user first in ways that you can prove. You can prove on chain. You can prove by getting paid at least as much revenue as we make. Our search engine doesn't censor. We're doing things, like you said, with all sorts of peer-to-peer networks, not just blockchains. So IPFS, Filecoin integration, Bitcoin in the wallet, and all the Bitcoin forks coming very fast. I tweeted about that recently. I don't know what's drawing in users the most, because we're so private we don't instrument heavily. We have sort of K-anonymous system for measuring limited bits of answers to certain questions, so we can tell what users are using what default search engine, things like that. But I think the Leo assistant is drawing in new users now. We've seen growth spike from that. We even have a Zoom-like Brave Talk, which is partnered with 8x8 based on the Jitsi open source software. But we do things to make it have stronger security properties, and we've got Web3 login for it if you want to use that. So you can use your Brave wallet to log in to your Brave Talk premium account and pay for as many calls as you want with as many people as you want. So we're trying a lot of things. People think, oh, you're doing too much. Well, you can't pick just one thing to do in this age. We take Brave as a super app. I'm familiar with WeChat. I actually had it installed briefly in 2015. I don't think it has to be a messenger. I think it has to be something you use all the time. You spend a lot of your digital life in, where you shop and buy and search and research. Sounds like a browser. So that's our view.
Cool. All right. So basically, in all of the above strategy there. For the privacy features, do you think those hit home with the mass audience, and should they?
This comes up all the time, and Zuckerberg famously said in 2010 or so, privacy doesn't matter, and you constantly can, sort of troll for privacy nihilist trolls, troll for trolls who say there's no privacy, you have no privacy, give it up, it's hopeless. But over time, I think more people become aware of what you can do to protect yourself. Security is never done, right? It's guaranteed employment for our great-grandchildren. It will not be solved by LLMs, by generative AI. They'll be good for code auditing, but you have to manually check things. So what I think is happening with privacy is people are becoming more aware over time of what a big ripoff a lot of the way the web works is. Like if you use Brave and then you go back to Chrome without uBlock Origin, it's like walking through thick mud, and the ad overload and the tracking load, the network traffic to do the tracking, to target the ads and then confirm them, generally adds to your battery consumption, your data plan if you're paying for it. It drags the page load process down, and of course the ads are cluttered. So it's very hard for people who've switched to Brave to go back. And we're finding that we partner with a great extension like uBlock Origin, very pure ad blocking and tracking protection extension, that Google's starting to cut off the oxygen to them in how the extensions can work with the manifest v3 change, in sort of other rules that are imposed on extensions or in the Chromium code. But Brave has its own fork, or I call it a spork of Chromium. We can do what we need to make changes at all levels of the stack. So we're not being held hostage by Google the way a lot of extensions are. Cool. And some of those privacy features overlap with the sort of open web features, especially the bat rewards thing. How much uptake have you seen on that? Do you see the model it's in right now being a good thing for the future or for other people to imitate? So we pay out over 5 million users a month with Brave Rewards, and if you look at what we think is the sort of all-time likely maximum valid user count for monthly active users is something like 50 million. So we're getting a good opt-in there. It could be higher. It's around 10%. It used to be higher, but I think we were measuring fraud actors because that's always a problem when you put money in the middle. There is no automated solution if you have humans who can take funds out of a flow. So we think it could go bigger. We also would like to standardize pieces of it. And this has been a long conversation. There was work early on from Ripple to do some kind of web monetization API, and the first version was full of leaks to third-party JavaScript threats on the page, and it had lots of problems. They went back after I gave them some feedback. I don't know if I influenced them or they just thought about more, and they did something more like Privacy Pass, which is cool, but there's still this sort of centralization to it. We'd like to see this be through a process of innovation and competition and standardization turned into open standards. So we're not trying to say Brave is the only way. We're trying to build a toolkit which can be bottom-up standardized and used in every browser. Yeah. Well, in the browser market in particular, do you see the competition getting better or worse at that? Are they coming closer to you, or are they actually moving further away? I have lots of friends at Apple who've been on the Safari WebKit team from the beginning, and I've talked to some of them about, well, we think the user should get an ad share revenue, and they say, no, using our shiny product is reward enough for the user. They shouldn't get any of our revenue. And of course, their stock would take a dive if they did. That's part of our premise, though, is that Google and Apple and others can't afford Facebook to really carve out into their margin deeply. Their stock would tumble. So we're trying to deal the user in from the start. There are things we do that affect all users, and the revenue share is only for the rewards users, so the blended share to us is better, but I'm not out there trying to rip off users, and I think that shows through. If you talk to other minority browser vendors, some of them are just turning a blind eye to the economics of the web, which is still mostly ad-based, search ads really. Like Firefox will say, we're a foundation, we're independent, but they're wholly dependent on Google, the search ad rev share, which is substantial, and this came up in the antitrust case. DuckDuckGo has a pretty credible browser offering for a small team that put it together, and they started with search, so they added browser later. But their search is entirely based on Bing. It's the Bing API. And I argue with Gabriel Weinberg. He'll say they do this and that differently, but it's pretty much Bing. So are they going to differentiate by sharing revenue with the user? No. In fact, Bing forbids that. You get a Bing ads deal like they have. You pay for the search API, you run ads, and you get a revenue share from Bing to compensate and make a little margin on top of the payment of the search API. But if you try to share some of that net margin you get with your users, Bing will cut you off. So we're seeing, there are limits to what the big tech incumbents can do based on their fiduciary duty to their shareholders or their own, grand plans or their own avarice. And Brave is attacking them in a way that they can't respond to without putting themselves in class action jeopardy.
Sure. And a lot of that plays into the sort of open web principles and use of blockchains under the hood. Where do you see, where do you see that set of features in the Brave browser going forward?
So one of the things that I think is important for the open web, we proved this with Firefox, is the lead user effect. This is a phrase you can find in Wikipedia. Eric von Hippel at MIT has studied it. Lead users invented new tools like plumbers invented tools and jigs bottom up, which became standardized into the major tool makers of today to make plumbing tools. West Coast fiberglass surfboards were user innovation led. In some ways, running shoes were Bill Bowerman and company. And in software, the web is almost all this. All the JavaScript ecosystem, all the pieces like Node. They had some corporate sponsors, but they really started with people like Ryan Dahl scratching an itch and wanting to take, sort of asynchronous I/O and build a JavaScript platform around it. So I think lead users can still move markets. That's one of the big bets for Brave. And to get lead users, you have to stand out in a way that the mass market won't understand. It'll look weird. So you get people saying, oh, there's crypto in Brave. Well, crypto's gotten an bad reputation, but I think you can counter that. You can make it more like rewards points. You can make it less scary. And you can do material things in security with the built-in wallet. We can make sure that wallet has our best security practices around it. We're doing things like partnering with Blowfish to do simulated transactions. There's a lot to do to make crypto less scary. But where we go with Brave really depends on our users. And I think a lot of them do want to keep disintermediating big tech. They want to keep getting the best experience by having the user come first with us. I used to use software on the PCs where you had to basically either get open source and build it yourself, or you'd have to buy it at Fry's and install it and be your own sysadmin. But at least you owned your own data, the experience. If you didn't like it, you could uninstall it. Now it's moved toward what Cory Doctorow calls enshittification, where the software owns you and it kind of DRMs you and it can treat you badly as a user or even cancel you sometimes. There are a lot of users who don't like that. Lead users of various camps and tribes don't like it. And that knowledge spreads to the mass market. And over time, people will realize this isn't the way it should be. This is kind of dystopian. So we're relying on a rising consciousness of users fighting back for privacy and sovereignty, being in charge of their own experience. And I think it's working. Privacy went from Zuckerberg saying it doesn't matter to his weaselly reworded Facebook keeps you private in 2019. Or Apple, which has been putting privacy on all their billboards, and still is. And of course, they're the best if you ask them. So privacy is still a rising tide of consciousness around the world.
Totally. I mean, I remember I basically learned HTML and JavaScript by right-clicking and hitting view source and learning how web pages work.
Super important
experimenting with it myself.
Yep.
You can't really do that anymore. All the underlying software of the web has become closed source. So do decentralized front ends sort of change the game there?
I hope so. I mean, things like, we talked to Ilya for a while, so even before BOSS, there was this idea of serving web assets directly from Near, and people did it with Ethereum. It was kind of expensive, and there were size limits, but you could do things to get rid of the black box of the server side. I use the Wayback Machine because it's a shame that web assets and great pages disappear, but you can find them in the Wayback. But then if they depend on some back end that's gone, you're out of luck. They have to be rendered as pages that you can take a snapshot of. And I think there are, exotic approaches like Orbit and others that try to make the whole system more snapshotable and immortal and not subject to this takedown problem. But I do think something like BOSS could take off. With the fast blockchain, I was talking to a friend also about how on WeChat you had, for Chinese merchants, this very simplified sort of version of HTML for them to do their WeChat merchant site that showed up in the app. And it kind of leveled everyone downward instead of having to be Amazon or somebody who could afford to make a super fancy website. Everyone, including the big powers, were using the simplified language. And I think there's something to that in computing. We all want it shiny. It can be made shiny over time, but in a way that's more demotic and anyone can use. And so view source and this sort of read-write property of the web is something to fight for. Some people say, oh, with WebAssembly or too much magic backend, it's impossible, give it up. This is more like privacy nihilism. I reject this. It's not black and white or yes, no. We have to fight for these principles.
Yeah, and we've seen success with that kind of thing on the internet before. MySpace customization or GeoCities, where by making a simpler system, you can get more people to not just be a user, but get technical, be a little bit of a developer, learn a new skill, maybe become a developer, but maybe just customize their own experience a bit.
Exactly. Cable TV was where the couch potato metaphor came from, and it's horrible, right? You're just passive propaganda recipients having stuff beamed at you. But the web was always more about the lead user cohorts and random mom and pop people who wanted to show their grandchildren or their pet pictures. There was a two-way aspect to it and accessibility to it, and that's worth fighting for, and I think it is being fought for. Even Google wants that to some extent, though they're always trying to control everything. But there are a lot of people there who fight the good fight, too.
Yeah. And we don't have to deal with the Google internal politics here.
That's true. That's a relief.
It's 2023, so we have to talk about AI. Where does that play in? You've got the chatbot now.
Yeah.
Where does that play into the overall strategy of what the internet should become?
Well, so one of the things we're trying to do with Leo is show that you can have a useful front end that can see things like your open tabs or understand your own private corpora of saved PDFs. And you don't have to upload those to OpenAI because you generally don't want to do that. Especially, I know like quant finance trading people who have a lot of history they would want to keep confidential, but they would value an LLM that can ingest it. And just seeing your autofill and your manual fills and forms across all your tabs, LLM can do a lot better than these old heuristics we all use in browsers for things like credit cards and other input methods that are usually mismarked up in the HTML. Right? I'm tired of all the times I enter my name and my first letter is not capitalized for me or something like that. LLMs can do a much better job and will, but they have to do it privately. It should be at the edge as much as possible. Now we're using hosted models. That's not a privacy problem per se, though you'd like to be able to do proofs that they're not stealing your data or they're not running code other than what you thought they were. We also are open to people who are willing to host their own models locally. It takes a lot of power. I just visited our lab in London. They have some NVIDIA gear. It's not something you can put in your pocket, but we're studying the power characteristics and what we can do. They're also looking at hybrid models where you split the model across the local device and a beefy server. And you can do that. You put the encoder in the client device. So I'm hopeful that we will have a range of options that are private. Like in Iron Man, the original movie, Jarvis asks Tony Stark if he wants to put the suit design in the company's servers. And he says, no, let's put it in the private server. And of course, a lot of it was running locally in the suit. You want this kind of split execution. And the client side has been neglected because the big powers that took it over were, operating system and search and maybe e-commerce superpowers that didn't want that kind of local intelligence, local privacy, local user sovereignty. But that technology is there. The stuff in your pocket's getting more powerful all the time. We just need to make software for it, promote it to lead users, move the needle with standards.
Yeah. I mean, a really great opportunity for that is if you're using open web and sort of decentralized applications, one of the big challenges with decentralized applications has been the security aspect. Do you trust the developer of this thing to do what they say they're doing? And if you had an AI LLM riding along with you, basically auditing the code you're running, you could get a lot of traction out of that.
Yeah, LLMs are still not trustworthy code writers, but code readers, they can do a lot for you. And sometimes they may make a mistake, but it's still a productivity boost. And auditing is what I think it's all about. You know, 0x Charlie, the famous car hacker, said he reads machine code. That's open source to him. He doesn't care. But a lot of us do need the back end, or we need no back end. We need serverless in truer sense, like loading assets from Near directly. And we want that inspectability and auditability. We don't want, you know, DeFi smart contract systems that can be mutated by a single keyed Ethereum on the account, or a multi-sig where it's all, you know, 7 of 9 are owned by the bros who founded the project. That's got to stop. Governance has to be more decentralized. I mean, Vitalik and other big brains work on this, so I'm not going to try to solve this one. It's a collaborative effort. It's a multi-year mission. We will not be canceled before the 3rd season like Star Trek, the original series.
Nice.
I'm Fat Captain Kirk. I'm here to keep serving.
All right. Last thing I wanted to talk to you about today. So one thing I've noticed about Brave is that you guys are open to new protocols. You know, built-in IPFS support, built-in Tor support. Do you think there's room for a deeper integration of sort of like native Web3 that might ride aside instead of on top of HTTP in the future?
Yes. I mean, the worst thing, like, I think Moxie Marlinspike noticed this. A lot of what people were saying was Web3. It's a server, and you're going through a proxy of some sort. Maybe there's TLS. Could you use better cryptographic protocols and still have servers for guaranteed availability and quality of service? Yes. Could you actually have like lots of nodes and lots of RPC ports you can connect to? I think so. The security protocols you can use to prove integrity and confidentiality, I think, are feasible. Confidentiality is harder. People always leak information inadvertently, and it's very hard to prove it over time. But integrity is very important, and that's where, you know, even TLS gives you no tampering with the message. It gives you confidentiality through no eavesdropping on the message, assuming the PKI hasn't been attacked. There's a new law coming down to force us browser makers to put in government root certificates for certificate authorities.
Fun.
Yeah, I know. There's going to be like bad spy versus spy stuff with men in the middle and takeovers of domains. But we have to keep fighting this. And I think if you do the right security engineering, what Moxie's blog post was about, you can use servers, you can use blockchains, you can use proxies to the blockchain nodes and have good faith in the security of the system. You don't have to just use raw blockchains directly, but you do have to do the security engineering. That's obligate.
Great. A lot of work ahead of us.
Yes.
All right. Appreciate you coming in. It's all the time we've got for the day. Thanks, everybody, for being here through the course of the day. And thank you, Brendan Eich, for coming by.
My pleasure. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much for attending day 2 of NEARCON 2023. Looks like they have put a QR code up there. If you want to catch some last-minute NCon, go ahead and do it. I have it on good authority that there are beers out there. So as much as I would love to stand and chat all day, I'm going to go get drunk, and I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye. God bless.